he would lose.
No, I didn't think he'll lose. But then, see, the thing about it is, he's like, everyone compares him to Tiger because he's the closest in that sense. Nobody else did what Tiger did. And Tiger did this 37 times. He did it 10. I think it's the 10th time he's done it, leading after 54 and to close it out. Tiger did it 37 straight times. But the thing of it is, when you're in the lead like he was, you're in pole position. All you have to do is play relaxed golf. Everybody else has to stress and take chances. And we all know that links golf will bite you in the ass if you take the wrong chance. And because the thing about links golf, you hit a shot, all right, the trap is down there 280 yards. So you mess around and you hit your 3-iron that you can hit about 250, but all of a sudden, you got a gust of wind behind you. And that thing rolled for another 40, 50 yards. Guess where it goes? In that damn trap at the last moment.
Right.
Scotty was able to do things yesterday in a relaxed mode, and everybody else had to press, and they couldn't come get him. As much as Rory had the crowd behind him, Rory couldn't come get him. Rory couldn't do anything to really make it close.
You know, nobody could. He when he is in full command of everything, nobody's touching him. It's just the reality. And I'm glad Rory was able to break through at Augusta this year while Scotty was still coming back from the injury. I don't know this, B, but I'm curious what you think. With Bryson and Rahm going to live, they're not the same players they were. It's just like you've gone to a league that is, you play less and you have, just the nature of the rounds. You play 3 rounds instead of 4. Like, you're playing less high-end, super competitive golf. That's just the reality.
Yeah.
And so you wonder if Rahm and DeChambeau never went. That's 2 of the top 5, top 10 players in the world that still played well.
You know what I say, though, Jay?
Bryson tied for 10th. I think Rahm was somewhere in the top 30.
I still say this. They may play 54 holes, but just like I say about players in the NFL when they're in training camp, it's your job to make sure your body can take you through what you have to go through.
Right.
And if they are going to try and compete on that in that league and then come to the other league, after they play their third round and have their little parties like they always do, they need to take their ass out there and play another whole round of golf to just press it a little more, because they seem to not be able to really get it. Now, every once in a while they come through, and you know how golf is. You go out sometimes, you can't miss. It's on for you.
Right.
And hell, they're pro golfers. So, like when he won the U.S. Open, I still wonder if when they gave him that extra time, when the root of the thing was there in U.S. Open back, what was it, Pinehurst?
Yeah.
I wonder if he'd have won that one, or Rory didn't choke. Because he choked.
Yeah. For Bryson, who was lights out for 3 days, he just shot a 78 the first day. I don't know. Scheffler deserves all the credit, and I kind of love Scheffler's approach. Like, he is not in the slightest trying to be Tiger. Tiger was this larger-than-life figure, man.
But see, think about
and his play did the talking, but then he was everywhere.
But think about it, when
Scotty just wants to chill.
When Tiger came along, everyone doubted him. Him and his dad had pure confidence. As he began to do it, you had no choice but to jump on his side.
I don't think many people doubted him. He had a Nike deal as soon as he turned pro.
Yeah, but still, you got.
He won back-to-back U.S. Ams.
That don't mean you're gonna go win in the next level though. But like you know, a lot of the pros were pissed off at him. Everybody got mad at him every time he said something. What's the dude from Britain who tried to go at him, whatever they said, and then Fuzzy Zeller said some stupid stuff.
Yeah, he said the stupid
There's a lot of people saying stupid things, but the ultimate thing is Tiger came in, kicked the door down immediately, and showed you. Scotty's first 70 starts, he did not win anything. Over his last 72 is what he's been killing people. He started off and he was an amateur, and something worked for him. And you know what it worked? He stuck with it and he works at it. That dude is all about golf. A lot of these other guys want to be like Ricky. When Ricky Fowler came in, Ricky came in flash. He wanted to be a superstar, but he didn't work on the golf enough. That's why he's Pete's favorite player. But I'm saying, Scotty, when you see Scotty is at home or on a golf course. That's what he does.
And he seems to be the same dude. Of all of the weekend, the Open is tough if it's not hyper competitive to lock in Sunday, because it's Sunday from 10 to 2. You know what I mean? Like that's prime, like do stuff, whether it's play golf yourself or hang with your family or go to the pool, whatever it is you're going to do on a Sunday in the summer.
You're a pro golfer. It's time to make some shadow.
Oh, I mean for like fans to watch.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I love golf and watch it all the time. But I didn't find it that compelling because I never thought it would get on the first tee. Hao-Tung Lee makes an incredible approach shot. He's got what looks to be a pretty easy birdie. Mm-hmm. So what does Scotty do? Puts it to like 8 inches. You know what I mean?
But see, this is the thing. I think everyone feels that you got to have pure competition for them to be entertained. I sometimes can focus on that one guy.
Oh, yeah.
Who is playing that damn good to where nobody has a chance. That's entertaining to me because throughout my life and throughout, I would say, everybody's life, strive to be perfect at something. There is you probably will never reach it, but if you're striving to get there, like playing golf yesterday, Jay, and my man kept hitting these drives, so I'm talking about 30, 40 yards past me. And I told him, and my exact words to him, I said, man, you really can drive the ball. And then I get par and he get bogey.
Right.
I said, you need to learn to do the other stuff. Then we got to 17, he sinks like a 12, 13 footer. No, about 20 footer. I have about 12, 13 feet. Birdie, right on top of his birdie. I told him, I said, ain't no quitting me, dog. So I'm mesmerized by guys who can keep it going when they seem to not have pressure.
Totally.
Compete against yourself.
Totally agree. That's why I never got caught up in like the Chiefs backlash. You know what I mean? I was like, they're trying for a three-peat. That's never happened ever.
Yeah.
But I think people were tired of the Chiefs and I think a lot of it was like the Kelsey Taylor Swift stuff. But my point with Scotty, though, if Scotty was 2 off and it was Xander in the lead and we knew it was going to be a showdown all day, I might have planned my day differently. Instead, I knew Scotty had a big lead. I knew he wasn't going to lose. Now, did I have it on in the golf cart a little bit? Yeah, but I was like, dude, he's 5 clear. I'm going to save my battery, and I'll watch the highlights. You know what I'm saying? Like, it wasn't.
I know what you're saying.
I applaud. You didn't. I mean, you play golf. You didn't watch it?
I played golf, but I watched a lot of it before I left my house.
Sure, but Scotty didn't even go off till 9:45.
I am not going to watch the whole thing if Scotty and they were battling. I'm still going to play golf, but I'm just like you. I'm listening. I'm checking everything about it.
I didn't feel the need to get too wrapped up in it because I knew who was going to be holding the claret jug at the end.
Yeah, I like to see some moments, though, something you can remember from it. And I don't know.
The most memorable shot, I think, of the weekend. I mean, Scotty just piled up birdies, right? But the one time he was in big trouble. Well, I want to say it was a par 3, but it might have been a par 4. And he was up on the side of that hill
in the thick stuff. Mm-hmm. And it's like, all right, man, this could be the blow-up hole. Like, you try to punch this out, it skirts across the green, it goes into one of those pop bunkers. Like, he had so much trouble surrounding him. And I don't know how the hell he did. He, like, towed a little wedge down the hill, put it to 4 feet, made the putt. Like, that, to me, is command of your game.
I ask this question. When you look at Scotty, does Scotty ever look like his heart rate is going up?
No.
And so he's learned, like, one thing about golf is that one sport where everybody has a sports psychologist. Everyone does. Most other sports don't. Because in golf, you're not necessarily competing against anybody but you.
Right.
And if you are already the better golfer, if you can always keep your game where it's at your optimal level, or if you can be better than what you were the day before, the other guy don't have a chance in hell. So Scotty seems to be able to do that. Tiger was able to do that.
Compartmentalize.
You know, like, like the thing that, you used to know me sometime about what they say about Tigers. Remember they say Tiger dad used to throw balls by his head when he get ready to swing and all this type of stuff. And then as soon as he get into a damn, he hear every little motion of everything.
Yeah.
I'm like, dog, your dad threw a golf ball by your head. Why the hell you worried about a flash of a camera or something like that? But Scotty seems a lot not be bothered by a thing. But early in the tournament, they said Tiger was able to change the flight of his ball when he played British Open. It said Scotty hits the ball high, would he be able to do something with it? The weather wasn't awful for him.
No. I mean, the day he shot the 63
wind,
or whatever.
Yeah, they got some wind. But the thing about it, when you got wind blowing and it ain't rain and everything else, if you hit the ball high, you still, only thing now you're playing is a little less distance. If you hit it 320, now you're hitting it 310 or 305. You got to be able to hit the next club. He can hit every damn club. That helps him.
Dude, not to get over our skis with a comparison here, but the way you said it seems like his heart rate never goes up, like he stays the same dude regardless of the situation,
Yep.
kind of reminds me of Jaden. Jaden's only 1 year into his career, but, like, think about the late game pressure situations we saw that young man in. And then especially when the footage comes out mic'd up or like the NFL films afterwards, just how calm and chill he remains. Like that is a special trait that only few in the world possess.
I saw this thing where it was Stephen A. Smith talking to Chris Carter. And when you look at it, they're talking about the best quarterback in the NFC. And it was Landfield's buddy on the screen when you started. And then Stephen A. Smith said he's a rookie. And Chris Carter started to put his hand in his head. And he said, Jaden Daniels. And then they start showing highlights of him. And every one of those highlights, the dude is in total control of everything. You got to check it out if you get a chance to find it on Instagram Reels. You know, it's my favorite.
I mean, Scotty just so thoroughly dominated that. I thought it was cool, to watch all of it. It was cool to see Rory at least play well in basically what is his hometown and let those fans just kind of love on him and appreciate him. And the ovation he got walking up 18 was awesome. Scotty's now 3/4 of the way through the career Grand Slam. The U.S. Open is an incredibly difficult challenge. I mean, there was probably a period of time, where everybody thought Phil Mickelson would get the career Grand Slam, and he just could never close out a U.S. Open.
Well, if he would have stopped trying to be a hero and just hit the damn shot it needed.
Yeah.
Like the time when he tried to go over the trees. Remember that other thing? I forgot where that exact was. And he hit the damn tree.
Well, Wingfoot was where everything fell apart when he hit driver, when everybody thought.
Yeah, I think that, and he hit another shot in that same tournament. He wanted to make the exceptional, extravagant shot instead of do the shot that you need to make right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's who he was in his career, you know what I mean?
And that's why he was shorted.
Obviously, it's going to be an exciting week for us. We got, what just happened?
I just got a text. My mom just called me and told me that you're S-talking Ricky Fowler.
For beat?
Wish I had a comeback, but I don't.
Shout out to Deb. We love you, Deb. I think, now
they're ratting on me. I can't believe it.
the next golf thing that really will kind of get us going, I'll watch the FedEx Cup, and they're going to Caves Valley, which will be really cool locally up in Baltimore. But, Ryder Cup's coming this fall. Hard. I mean, I feel like Europe's got to be favored in the Ryder Cup, B. Think about Rory, Fitzpatrick, Rahm, McIntyre, Oberg, Tommy Fleetwood, Justin Rose.
They got
Hatton.
players, dog.
Like, the U.S. team is Scotty and then
Xander.
Xander
Xander can play now.
Bryson, I guess.
Yeah, Otter up.
Got her up. Maybe he makes it.
Got her up. Got some points.
I don't think there's any question that Keegan's on the team
Yeah,
the way he's
man.
playing. But for us, it's time to finally, after months and months and months, we get to turn our attention to football, real, actual football stuff. Commanders players report tomorrow. We're going to hear, I'm pretty excited, honestly. Dan Quinn and Adam Peters are going to talk tomorrow morning. 10:30, I believe. So you'll hear that live here on the Fan. Training camp's here. A lot of camps have already opened all over the country. I mean, there is a preseason game, the Hall of Fame game is like not this Thursday, but next Thursday, I think, which is crazy.
When you told me that last week about how soon the games were coming, JP, I could not believe it because I'm sitting up here thinking we got time on top of time, and it is right around the damn corner, homie.
B, the Hall of Fame game is in 10 days.
Yeah.
That's crazy, man. We are, 48 days till Commanders-Giants.
Mm-hmm.
To me, 48 is an easy one.
Steven
Davis, yeah, man.
Steven Davis stays away, baby. Big country.
Dude, he was such a monster.
That dude can 238 pounds, and that dude ran 4.3.
That's crazy.
Light on his feet, dog.
He was so good, dude. And, that offense was so good for him for a while. He had monster seasons. From 99 to 01, 3 straight years, he went for at least 1,300 yards. In 99, he had 17 touchdowns. Then he kind of got it going again later in his career down in Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
Went for 1,400 yards in 03.
Bro, Spartanburg.
Yeah. When you talk to him, that's a country dude, man. He's got that, like, Xavier Legette.
He got that hella draw, dog.
Yeah,
that's
man.
my dog, though, man.
48 days till Commanders football. I can't wait. We're going to be out there. First day of practice is Wednesday. There's so much good stuff to come. Obviously, there's some news off the field. We're going to get to that. Dave Zangaro is going to join us at 11, get us up to speed with what's going on in Philadelphia. Then at high noon, our guy Logan Paulson is going to join the show. Plenty for us to discuss, including what the president has made clear he feels about the Commander's name. The biggest topic in Washington, though, is Terry McLaurin. What's going to happen with this contract? And there's one very weird, crazy thing happened specific to that and also not specific to that over the weekend.
Yeah.
I want to talk about that and the
My
rise.
post playing tricks on me.
Just the rise of, like, it's getting harder and harder and harder to know what is real and what is fake.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not talking the Cody Betts segment. I'm saying, like, when you look at your phone or you look at Facebook or you look at Instagram, what the hell is real? You know what is real for certain? If you're looking to buy or sell a house in the DMV, there's only one dude you should do it with. His name is John Leahy.
Just like a recent seller, they reached out to John. They were thrilled to receive an offer which was $20,000 over the asking price for the Silver Spring property. Everything went smoothly. There was no stress, no setbacks, and the sale closed right on time. The client had previously been told by another agent that he wouldn't be able to make any profit at all, but he ended up earning exactly what he wanted. Who says there are no guarantees in life? Check out John Leahy's guaranteed offer right there on the website. You can get the ball rolling at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about our good friend John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees, customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
Let's be real, man. The market seems a little weird right now. Stuff is still super expensive, but it is sitting a little bit longer. Say you don't want your house to sit. Say you want it to go fast. Call John. Let's say you need to do a little bit of updating, right? Maybe modernize the kitchen a hair so that when those pictures get on Redfin and Zillow, your house pops. Talk to John. He can front you the cash to get you new appliances, maybe a coat of paint. Say it costs 8 G's to get that done. You're going to get 2 or 3X in sale value when you work with John Leahy, and then you just settle up on the money on the back end. Doesn't cost you anything. Differences like that make a huge difference. That's why I'd call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. If you're joining us on the stream, we appreciate you. If you're listening on the Odyssey app, we appreciate you. Our boy Cody Betts checking in from Las Vegas on the Odyssey app. If you're listening, if you like it as a podcast, whatever you like, you can get us wherever you get your podcast. B just told me something that I didn't realize, but now I remember.
Well, Landfill told me.
Okay, shout out to Landfill. Today's the 2-year anniversary of Josh Harris and crew taking over the Washington Commanders. And thank God for that, legitimately. Everything has changed since the new ownership group has taken over. And, I mean, as a person, as a program, I would say, I don't want to speak for you. I try to not be overtly political in my life. It is just so divisive that it strains friendships and conversations, and it's just difficult to deal with. But there are some things that you can't ignore, like when the president of the United States comes out, what appears to me kind of randomly over the weekend, and says, I'll read, what is his platform? Truth Social? On Truth Social, Donald Trump posted, the Washington whatevers should immediately change their name back to the Washington Redskins football team. There's a big clamoring for this. Likewise, the Cleveland Indians, one of the 6 original baseball teams with a storied past. Our great Indian people in massive numbers want this to happen. Their heritage and prestige is systematically being taken away from them. Times are different now than they were 3 or 4 years ago. We are a country of passion and common sense. Owners, get it done. So when the president comes out and says, hey, change the name back to Redskins, that is news. Whether it was done for political purposes or not, like, he came out and did it, and that does make news.
Mm-hmm.
I don't necessarily think that means it's going to happen. The owner, one thing I do feel is I very much believe that the government should not interfere in private property, and Harris owns the team, and it's not a publicly held company, right? I've also been really clear. I don't like the name. I haven't liked it since day one. I think it's growing on people. I think young kids that are just into Jaden Daniels don't care about the name. I don't like it, but I don't know why this happened now. I guess it has something to do with the stadium. In a subsequent post, Trump wrote, my statement on the Washington Redskins has totally blown up, but only in a very positive way. I may put a restriction on them that if they don't change the name back to the original Washington Redskins and get rid of the ridiculous moniker Washington Commanders, I won't make a deal for them to build a stadium in Washington. The team would be more valuable. And then he gets into Cleveland. It appears that Trump and the owner of the Guardians, Matt Dolan, have some political disagreements. I don't know, man.
Well, I think people have a right to say what they want to say, but I think Josh Harris has the ultimate right to do what he wants to do. He paid for the team, or the president didn't. And for me, I feel take care of everything properly in this country and get that right. I don't know what country he's living in, but things have gotten worse over the last few years or so because of a lot of BS going on with politics. Allow people to do their own things and stop trying to step into everything.
It's tough because
what I pick up is this is another way of deflecting. Get you focused on something else while you keep doing other stuff that's screwing up the total way this country has been made and has prospered all these years. You know, so we can sit up here and get caught up in the fact of it's about this stadium and a name and all that. It ain't got nothing to do with all this stuff. You better start, when your eyes get covered, peek outside of those little blindfolds and look at other stuff going on. That's what it's about.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's tough because I want Josh Harrison crew to have this backstop of if we want to get RFK done, we know we can go this route. Like, what I would like to happen from this, and I'm not sure this will happen, but I'd like the D.C. Council. Between last week, there was a letter from House Oversight. I want to say it's Oversight. Forgive me if I got the wrong thing. But Congressman Comer to the D.C. Council saying, yo, get this stadium deal done. by July 31st, with a implicit or else understanding, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, part of me thinks if the vote had happened and this thing was just done, a lot of this other stuff wouldn't be happening. Now, this might be a purely political play. I understand there are a lot of fans that want them to go back to the old name. It's tricky for me because I don't like the new name. I've also had conversations. I mean, some of the most interesting conversations of traveling with this team over many years were, and it's gone both ways. I remember in Minnesota, there were hundreds of Native Americans protesting the name.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I just tried to talk to people. And this wasn't on camera. It was just me talking to people.
Mm-hmm.
They said it was degrading. I remember the flip side of that. I remember being in Seattle, and there was and this was not organized by the team. This was just Native Americans in the Pacific Northwest. I remember talking to this dude who had a handmade Seahawks colors. So that, neon green, blue,
Mm-hmm.
but of the old Redskins logo.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, the logo means a lot to us. Like, there are people on all sides of the actual name issue. I think it's just far too complicated at this point and far too layered. And I think Harris has said repeatedly that, Peters and Quinn have built an identity around this commander's name. So the argument of what should or shouldn't happen, I just don't think it will happen.
Yeah. I look, man. I am at a point where I'm sick of explaining and talking to. We can sit up here and say what was not set up by the team, but during Dan's time, a lot of folks that were speaking, we wanted to keep the name, a lot of them being Native American, Dan was taking care of their reservations. Sure. Okay? And I mentioned this many times, and my last time I mentioned it because I'm just sick and tired of it. Whatever the people decide to do, they do. But I was asked, would I go to a reservation? I said, yes. I get to choose which reservation I go to. They had their already pre-planned reservation. You know why? When you're out there doing stuff for people, you get them to say whatever the hell you want them to say. So I didn't buy any time they said something like that. But then they sent their people that would always go and do things. But I've talked to people just like you did. When I go places, I talk to people. And I'll tell you, I see a divide. Divide was younger people don't give a damn. Just like younger people in this country don't give a damn about history. The older people who've been through stuff and who know stuff, they gave a damn. And that's how it goes. And I think people better realize a lot of people who want to make decisions in this country, they are not on that side, but they don't care about what people think on that side either. So be careful when you hear little stuff and you see things without doing a little bit more study. And, I hear people tell me oh, man, all these groups. The groups that we hear the most, the loudest group on social media, they don't have Native Americans. They're everybody else telling you what they think the Native Americans think. Makes me sick.
I've said this before, and people got mad at me about it. I think the name conversation has just become a political football, and I think this only exacerbates that. Mm-hmm. I think, at the same time, I don't like the name. I don't think they can go back to Redskins, but I did love that name. I used to draw that logo on my books in school and get yelled at. I don't know. We live in such
you could not like a name. We all could not like the name, and we could still pull for the team. You could push forward. No matter, I would ask this question to anybody that claims, I don't like the name. I wanted to go back. Did you have fun last year? Did you cheer for the team last year? And if you cheer for the team, this is what I'm talking about. I know people like to put the name on Front Street. In essence, you don't cheer for a name. You cheer for those people inside those damn uniforms that give you moments and memories to go with. The name does not give you moments and memories. The name does not score touchdowns. It's the human beings inside that make you love it. The name is what sticks to it to make you think about it. And any name will stick to it if you had a history of it going that long.
Right.
So I know we get so caught up in name, and I think that's when we get lazy, where we want to just be. I want to take my ball and go home. That's what we sound like. Instead of that, start understanding it's those people inside the uniform that made you even like that damn name.
Like, I don't like the name Commanders. I think they did a poor job with the rebrand. And yet, Jaden Daniels' jersey was the highest seller for most of last season, right? Because he's awesome and it's easy to root for. And I think if you can allow yourself just to focus on the football, I understand that
Nobody bought that number 5 jersey? It was Daniels on the back. Not nothing else. Come on, bro. Please.
I think you can get sucked into a really long back and forth discourse about this if you want to allow yourself, or you can just see the statement, recognize that it's news. It is news. And
keep moving.
You know what I'm focused on? Terry McLaurin. Is he going to sign? Because B, if he doesn't, and that's not to say other moves couldn't happen, and I still think he will, but like you start looking at that wide receiver depth chart, some questions, man.
Mm-hmm.
There's some real questions if 17's not catching passes. You know what I got no questions about? My doors and windows. It's because I worked with Paul Henry and Paul Henry's window installation, and they did a tremendous job at my house. DC weather, man, it's been hot. It's been humid. You go outside, it's like you're walking into a bowl of soup. But in my home, nice and cool, stays cool. My Pepco bills under control because I don't have leaky-ass windows. I'm telling you, call Paul Henry. He'll come out. He's a low-key, chill dude. He'll give you a free estimate. Walk around your house, see what you need, see what you don't need. He's not trying to just jack you for the most expensive stuff. He'll customize it to your home. At my house, dude, he said you need the top windows here, but in this back area, it's just too much sunlight. It's not worth paying for the highest grade because it's going to get a little warmer. That's just how it is. Stuff like that makes a huge difference. If you call Paul right now, all July long, you get $120 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's window installation.
You know, I reach out to Paul and I talk to him different times when I'm thinking about doing something at the house. There's been times when he said, nah, man, you don't really need to do that at this point. Times he said, yes, you need to. And then we began to talk. We talk about prices and things like that. And, you know, most people would try to push you to the high side. No, he doesn't. He makes sure that you get what's necessary for the cause. I had doors and windows done by him. And then I had another little problem going on. I had a little pergola at my house. I wanted to get that done. So he came in, he took care of it. And now they're putting it's a metal roof they're putting on top of it to make sure that thing never, ever goes bad. The wood that they use is going to be there forever. They make sure everything is done properly, and they don't try to hit you over the head with the high prices. So you can give Paul a call right now, and you can get $120 off each window with the 5-window minimum and $500 off each door. Contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell him B. Mitchell Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. God, the Giants and the Steelers. Have you seen these new Steelers throwbacks, I guess?
Those socks don't match nothing on that uniform.
All of it's awful.
This jersey is black and yellow, we understand, but the socks look orange. Don't they?
I mean, the Giants look is still, that Giants throwback is so bad. The
You know
helmet's kind of cool, I guess.
But if you could throw another color pants with the Giants top, you can make that work. But why those tan pants on there, dog?
I don't know.
If
man.
you had white pants or blue pants or even red, you can get that to work with the Giants throwback. Those tan pants does not work with that.
Dude,
That looks a mess.
I'd like to get Ricky Irvin's opinion on it. Who knew Ricky hated the burgundy and gold? Kept calling it yellow. That was so funny. If you missed our interview with Ricky on Friday.
You know, when you grew up a USC fan, you think only thing that looks good like that is USC Trojan stuff.
Yeah. What is that? What are the Trojans' colors? They call that garnet or something?
I don't know.
The USC uniform is pretty dope. What do they call it? Cardinal and gold.
Cardinal and gold?
Yeah.
We have vermilion and white.
So, as we get to real football coming, thank God, we made it. We made it another summer.
Mm-hmm.
And in a month, we're going to be like, oh, my God, when can the regular season get here? Because training camp starts to drag. But for right now, we made it. We made it to the doorstep of training camp.
Yeah.
Adam Peters, Dan Quinn are going to talk tomorrow. And I think there's a lot of angst among the fan base regarding the Terry McLaurin situation. Rightfully, right?
Yeah.
Like, people want to know what the hell is happening here.
Hell, I want to know now since I had that little mystery happen yesterday.
So tell people what happened.
I'm playing golf at Woodmore. I'm coming off of the ninth green, and I get a ping notification. And they pull it up, and it's Terry McLaurin signs deal for $30+ million, agreed to. It was from Rappaport. And I started, I get to the tee, I tee off, and then I go get it to show my boy because he's a Cowboy fan. I wanted to show him. And I cannot find it now. It was gone. This is the third time something like this has happened. And the other two times, the things that they put out there end up coming in a day or two. I'm hoping this will be a third time and it happens again. That someone's sending something out a little too soon. You know what I mean?
So I find it pretty difficult to, like, you go on Instagram or Facebook and the amount of, like, just fake, I don't know if it's fake accounts or maybe there was a tweet that got deleted, but you go on here and there is so much, like, report this, report that about McLaurin's deal.
Yeah.
And I just wonder, man, how much of it is just straight up AI fake news. You know what I mean?
It could be, but like I'm saying, Jay, I saw it. I went to find it, and I made sure I looked at the site, the profile it was from. Went back to that profile, could not find it.
Jeff, did it get you too? Weren't you guys talking about that earlier?
It didn't get me. B was telling me what had happened, and I said, all right, put some of that Louisiana voodoo on it. Make sure it do happen.
It's, I mean, all the, like, I don't know, man. The amount of, like, fake AI stuff happening in our world is getting, like, harder and harder to decipher.
Mm-hmm.
What's a Google search show for Rap Sheet? Like, because here's the thing. If it was tweeted out, the internet will have receipts for sure. But it's much like we said last week with that Albert Breer thing, where he said, yeah, we really think that Washington and Terry are going to try to get it done this week. It makes too much sense for both sides. But if he became available, the Patriots would be very interested.
Uh-huh.
That comment turns into the Patriots are very interested in trading for Terry McLaurin.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, maybe Rapp said something somewhere that then got turned into this is about to happen. So Rapp says X, then some aggregating service turns it into Y, and you get a notification. But, like, if you go through Rap Sheet's Twitter,
Ain't there.
nothing on there.
Yeah.
So you got to watch what you're
You
paying
wonder.
attention to.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
I just thought of something, Jay. We had this topic just a moment ago. Let's just say this real quick. Everyone is so gung-ho about the name. What if the person who had to sell the team, who was forced to change the name, come back with a lawsuit and try to act as if this was done all just to get rid of him? Then you got problems for real. And you may end up, the team could, anything could happen. Be a little careful with that, folks, by just jumping on and cheering. You might get that old person back. Think about that just for a second.
I don't want to think about that.
I'm just saying. I just want people to understand it doesn't stop at that point. So leave that alone. Keep moving.
Also worth pointing out, we've had more extensions get signed over the last couple days.
Mhm.
George Karlaftis with the Chiefs signed a big money deal. I think the Bucks got their like the whole second rounder thing appears to be being taken care of. And then Noah Fant was a first round pick, tight end out of Iowa,
Mhm.
big time speed. The Seahawks just cut him.
Wow.
He was a big part of the Geno Smith trade, I think. Or no, what's the trade I'm thinking of? Where he went from Denver to Seattle.
Russ?
Yeah. Fant, I'm sorry. Fant was a big part of the Russ trade.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the Seahawks identified him as a player they wanted in that trade. Now, granted, the picks were what drove it, but Noah Fant just cut, man. Clearly, he'll get signed somewhere. I don't know. He has not turned into the player many thought he would be. He's going into his 6th season. Maybe he's, been traded, now released. Best years were in Denver, went for like a little less than 700 yards. Just never been that real impact player folks thought they were getting when he was the 20th overall pick out of Iowa.
Sometimes you try to roll 7-11 and you get snake eyes.
Well, I mean,
Just saying.
this is not for nothing, but I believe David Rye, the Commanders' tight ends coach now, was in. I know he went to Iowa. I think he might have even been coaching at Iowa when Fant went through there. This team is so loaded at the tight end position. Ertz, Sennett, Bates. Bates just signed a long-term deal. Ertz came back. Sennett's a draft pick. Then remember how excited people were about Cole Turner a couple of years ago?
Mhm.
He's still on the practice squad. Yankoff's another young guy they like. Like,
I'm going to hear that name, I laugh.
take it easy, B.
Just saying.
Pause.
Every time I
When
hear
we
that
come
name, I
back,
laugh.
Dave Zangaro joins the program talking Eagles.
This update powered by JTF Gov, the #1 HP Federal Power MPS partner. Scotty Scheffler raised the claret jug yesterday, dominating for the 153rd British Open win. Scheffler with a 68 to cruise to a 4-shot victory. It's the third leg of a Grand Slam for him. He has 4 overall major championships, and it's second this year. Scheffler said he didn't make too many mistakes.
Really only one over par hole over the last 36 holes of a major championship is that's how you're able to win these tournaments, just being able to do stuff like that. And it takes a high level of focus. And, Teddy and I did a really good job this weekend of being committed to what we're doing and, holding some key putts when I needed them.
Padres beat the Nationals 8-1 to win the series. Mackenzie Gore allowed a grand slam in the first inning to Xander Bogaerts. Riley Adams did hit a home run for the Nationals. They're back at it tonight against the Reds at 6:15 live here on The Fan. President Donald Trump is threatening to hold up a new stadium deal for the Washington Commanders if the team does not restore its old name of the Redskins. NFLPA Chief Strategy Officer J.C. Treader is resigning from his position. Titans quarterback Will Levis to undergo surgery on his throwing shoulder. He's out for the season. Mission critical, that's JTF's specialty. We're a top-ranked HP MPS power partner for a reason. We don't just ship products, we deploy fully integrated mission-ready solutions from DC to Europe. Powered by HP, delivered by JTF. Check us out at jtfgov.com. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Time to get to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Check in with our friend, Mr. Dave Zangaro from Philadelphia. Does a great job covering the Eagles. You can follow him at DZangaro NBCS. Davey Z, what's up, dude? How are you?
What up, Dave?
Fellas, it's funny. I was on the beach a few weeks ago, and someone near me had a speaker, and I heard Rich Girl play. And I was like kind of half asleep, and I woke up and I was like, oh, I'm about to be on the radio with my guys. And then I realized I was still in the middle of summer. So
that's great. Well, summer's over, buddy. Have the Eagles reported yet?
They report tomorrow.
Okay.
First practice of the summer on Wednesday morning.
Okay. Same schedule here. How is everything in Philadelphia, man? It's got to feel pretty good being defending Super Bowl champs,
Yeah, and it's, they're defending Super Bowl champs, but, we went through this here 8 years ago, and I think this team is better positioned to make another run the year following it. Now, a lot has to go right to be a Super Bowl contender and to make it that far, but, I mean, honestly, I look at this roster, and it's still really talented, and that doesn't mean there aren't questions about it. I think that on defense, they're going to be really young. You can kind of question some of those things. I have a harder schedule this year. That's something to worry about if you're an Eagles fan or if you're the team. And then, you deal with the bullseye. You deal with that, getting everyone's best shot week in and week out. But if they can weather some of those things, this team is as talented, I think, as last year's team. And I think they have a real shot to at least make another run.
Well, after a running back has a year like Saquon, the amount of touches he had, people always feel like that's a drop-off after that. How was he all offseason? Did he seem like he's still ready to go?
Yeah, the numbers kind of tell you that, right? You looked at the history of the league, and everyone who's had a season like that with that many touches and that many yards, their next year isn't as good. And there's normally a pretty steep drop-off. I don't think anyone in Philadelphia is expecting him to have another 2,000-yard season. That's really kind of pie in the sky, but the thing I will say is even throughout last year, they were really good at managing him when they could. There were plenty of games where the Eagles were up big and they took him out of the game. And during the week, they really managed him. He got a lot of touches on game days, but during the week, and there were some Wednesdays and Thursdays where he didn't practice very much. And that's something that he really felt like kept him at his best in the playoffs and late in the season when he had to play all these games and get all these touches. And they're going to do it again this year. I mean, they're going to start in training camp. They're going to limit his touches. They're going to try to make sure that he's as healthy as possible when they get to the games, and then they're going to do that throughout the entire season too. And it's imperfect, right? And we know that those touches still accumulate, and you still worry about the wear and tear. But I think the Eagles at least have a decent plan to try to keep him as healthy and as fresh as possible.
Damn, I hadn't looked. He went, 50 touches more. Heck, that's just the rushing attempts. He went 50 rushes more than his previous career high in 2022. And, his total touch count was not that much higher, though, than that 22 season when he caught a ton of passes.
But then he had the playoffs, too. He had
another
4
100
playoff
or so.
games.
Yeah. Right.
So you're talking, I think it was 482 in total.
That's a lot, man. But,
yeah.
I thought Saquon was pretty smart about things himself. Correct me if I'm wrong, Davey. Wasn't it the Giants game in New York where he had a chance to break the all-time rushing yards against the Giants defense, and he checked himself out because they were up big?
Yeah, that was the kind of became a famous clip, "Let the young guys eat." And it's funny because late in the season when he had the rushing record in his sights, we all kind of thought back to that moment and said, "Oh, maybe he could have had it already if he didn't do that." But he was pretty selfless with stuff like that. It was a tight running back room with him, Kenny Gainwell, and Will Shipley, a rookie. So he did really want to see those guys get their touches, and there weren't many to go around, honestly, when the games were close, because he was just obviously the best option. But yeah, there were plenty of times last year where the Eagles had a big lead and he was out of the game early, and they were able to kind of conserve him and keep him healthier that way. It's still a ton of touches, right? And
right.
I think they would be foolish to sit here and say, well, he's going to rush for 2,000 again, when no one in the history of the league has ever done that twice. But I still think everything is set up around him to have another good season. They still have a really good offensive line. They still have Jalen Hurts as the quarterback, and as much discussion as there always is about Jalen Hurts, that +1 in the run game really does matter for a guy like Saquon. So I still think everything is set up for him to have another good season.
So I want to get into some of the specific roster stuff. We're talking with our friend Dave Zangaro from NBC Sports Philadelphia, covers the Eagles. Check out the Eagle Eye podcast. Davey's joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. But now, there's always going to be noise. It's Philly. There is no, best of my knowledge, you tell me if I'm wrong, but there's no contract holdout or any coming in. Everybody's just reporting to camp, ready to rock, right? There's no big looming issue, correct?
No, there really isn't. And this is something I will give Howie Roseman, their front office, a lot of credit for. They get in front of their contract situations. Anything that could become contentious. And this is something I didn't do many years ago, right? And there were plenty of issues at times. I think we're at the 20-year anniversary of the TO thing in his driveway, right? So it's there have been moments in this team's past where that was an issue, but in recent years they've been so good about not even waiting until a guy's about to become a free agent. They're just getting ahead of it years early, and they don't really have any major contract squabbles, and they haven't for a while. They even got ahead of one. There was an unpopular decision this offseason. They traded away C.J. Gardner-Johnson, which might hurt them on the field this year, but it was something they thought long-term he wasn't going to be here, and they kind of got out ahead of it. So I am impressed by that, and it's something that probably doesn't get talked about enough until you look down at, Dallas or not to bring up the Commanders, but you have the Terry McLaurin thing kind of hovering over that team. It's not ideal. And when you're entering a training camp, to have a contract situation kind of just out there and wondering what's going to happen. And the Eagles haven't been perfect on this. There was Zach Ertz back in 2020. That was kind of hanging over the team, but it's been really rare in the last decade or so for them to have these situations. And I think that benefits the team completely.
This division is weird where you don't have repeat champions of the league since way back in 2003, 4 when it was.
Yeah, I think the Eagles won from 2001 to 2004, and that was the last time.
So
Mitch was playing.
what makes you like why is that? And do you think the Eagles? I mean, they got a good team. They can come back this year and just get it done.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I think some of it honestly is fluky, but yeah, I don't know why. There have been plenty of moments where you thought, oh, for sure, this team is going to repeat. And the Eagles have been there before. Like coming off the Super Bowl, everyone's like, yeah, of course they're going to repeat as division champions, and they didn't do it. So, yeah, there have been some wacky things. I guess there's been some parity in the division. I think the Cowboys have really been kind of volatile over the last couple decades, right? You never really know what you're going to get with them. Yeah, it's kind of a weird thing. Obviously, the Eagles should be the favorites to win the division, but anything can happen. We've seen that way too many times over the last couple of decades.
Specifically for the Eagles, you've got all new coordinators, right? I mean, you lose both coordinators. What kind of impact?
Well, they keep Vic Fangio.
I'm sorry, Fangio. Another new offensive coordinator. How big of a deal is that? What does that do for Hurts and the continuity of the offense?
Yeah, it's a good question because the last time, I mean, this is another offensive coordinator. It seems like this has become a yearly thing for the Eagles. They had Shane Steichen the first couple of years under Nick Sirianni. Then he leaves to take a head coaching job. They promote Brian Johnson. He gets fired after a year. They bring in Kellen Moore. He leaves after a year, and you're on another new coordinator. The one thing about Kevin Patullo, who's the new OC, he's been here now for the 4 years under Sirianni. I actually flew with him on the jet to Philadelphia. Those two have been kind of tied together since they both came from Indianapolis back in 2021. So I don't expect wholesale changes on offense. I expect some minor tweaks here and there, but they're not starting fresh. He has a relationship with everyone on that offense. He has a relationship with Jalen Hurts. Sometimes that can be a good thing, sometimes a bad thing, but in terms of like the changes we're going to see offensively, I don't expect a ton. I don't think it's going to look extremely different this year than it did last year. And then, having Vic Fangio back on defense is a huge deal, and that's kind of the benefit of having a great defensive coordinator who probably realizes he's not going to get another head coaching job. And it seems like it's kind of just his job until he doesn't want it anymore. And that's a nice place to be when you think about after the 2022 Super Bowl, they lost both coordinators. So this year they only lose one, and losing Kellen Moore isn't great, but they feel like they're in a good position even without him.
So there have been a lot of losses on the defensive side of the ball, right? Big boy Milton Williams left. Josh Sweat left. You said C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Darius Slay, Brandon Graham. They traded away Bryce Huff, right? Like, how prepared are they to replace all of those players? I mean, you're talking 5-6 serious contributors, right?
Yeah, serious contributors. Now, the cupboard's not bare, and I think that's the point the Eagles would make to you is that they still have Jalen Carter. They still have Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, and they have a lot of talent on the defense. They bring back Zach Bond, who was their number one priority in the offseason after he had an all-pro year as an inside linebacker.
He was a monster.
Yeah, and he had a really good year. And then they draft Jahad Campbell, who they expect to contribute from day one. So I actually thought Vic Fangio back in the spring made a really good point because he had kind of heard all the whispers about, man, a lot of guys to replace, a lot of questions on defense. And his point was there were more questions entering last year than there are this year. And honestly, he's right. Now, it's probably foolish to just expect everything to work out perfectly like it did in 2024. It's not the way things normally work. But if anyone deserves the benefit of the doubt in this city, it's Vic Fangio after the year he had a season ago. And as they're relying on all these young players, the one thing they deserve a ton of credit for last year is how well they developed all their young talent. And that goes beyond Vic Fangio. That goes down to every level of that defense and their position coaches. That was kind of the most important thing about how good their defense was last year is that they were relying on a lot of young players, but every single one of those players got better throughout the course of the season. So as they have to rely on a lot of young players again this year, they're hoping that's the case again.
What would you consider the weakness of the Eagles, if there is one?
Yeah, I think on offense, honestly, they're returning 10 of 11 starters, so the one weakness on offense might be the right guard position, but that's almost by design at this point because you can't pay everyone. They let Mekhi Becton walk in free agency, so we'll see who ends up in that position. Most likely Tyler Steen, a third-year guard out of Alabama. On defense, I think the big question is how they replace all those guys, like you mentioned. It might work. All these young players in there might just get better and better, and they had this young core for a long time. But, yeah, I think you wonder, like, do they have enough off the edge right now? You lose Brandon Graham. He was a big contributor. Josh Sweat leaves in free agency. You have Nolan Smith, who was very good last year. After that, you have some question marks. Jalix Hunt, a young third-round pick last year, I think he has a really bright future, but he's still a little bit raw. They bring in Azeez Ojulari, who's always been very good, but hasn't been able to stay healthy in the NFL. You guys have seen him in the division. And then like a guy like Josh Uche, does he have anything to bring to the table? I think the edge rusher position to me is the one spot on defense, and because it is such an important position, I kind of look at it and wonder if they have enough right now.
It's going to be fascinating to watch because if there's one thing we know about Philly, right? Like through 4 games last year, they were 2-2, had the bye week, kind of squeaked by the Browns at home, and it seemed like in that city there was real momentum to dump Sirianni at that moment. Remember, he had his son at the presser.
It was the talking points of the city. I mean, we were talking about, like, is he going to survive this season? He shaved his head. Everyone was like, is he having a meltdown in front of everyone? And then, winning changes a lot of things, and it really changes the narrative. And now we look back at that season like, yeah, that was one of the best teams we've ever seen in the NFL, and it didn't start that way. So sometimes you got to remember that.
Totally.
Sometimes you got to relax, as Aaron Rodgers said. Can't believe I'm quoting Aaron Rodgers.
What a world. Do you think, like, does Jalen Hurts listen to all the noise that surrounds him in the offseason of where he ranks and all the BS?
He would probably tell you he doesn't. He's honestly the only person who could answer that. I think that, we can kind of draw some of our own conclusions. He's a Jordan athlete. Michael Jordan is probably his biggest athletic influence. He's the guy he wants to mirror himself after with the mindset and everything like that. And the one thing we know about Michael Jordan is he would use any slight or perceived slight, and he'd kind of use that as motivation. So I think there's a really good chance Jalen does listen to it at least a little bit, and he would never admit this publicly, and I don't even know for a fact, but I think we can kind of connect the dots a little bit. And, there's the meme now, really, of him walking through the tunnel looking up, and there's a TV on, and everyone's picking the Chiefs, and he just kind of gives a little smirk. I think he does
That's
use
so
it.
good, by the way.
Yeah,
It is good, and I think he does use it. And even if he doesn't talk about it publicly, I know it irritates his teammates to no end. I mean, they defend the guy every chance they get. And honestly, I've kind of tired of the conversation. Where does he rank?
Yeah, who cares?
Because it's like he would tell you, like, he's got a ring right now. So I don't know if it really matters. He was the right guy for that team. I think he's the right guy for this team this year. Now, if you were to swap him out with someone else and do all that, would it be different? Sure, but I don't know. I thought he's played really well for this team, and he's played really well in big moments. So all the where does he rank stuff, I've tired of it. It's fun when we have a few months to fill in the summer, but does he use it? Probably.
Oh yeah, more than likely.
I'm sure he does. I am so excited to be out of list season and on to actual football season.
I'm with you there.
I'm trying to think. I would say the most volatile dude on that Eagles team now is A.J. Brown. How's he feeling? I'm looking at the contract. I mean, he's got guaranteed money through next season. I can't imagine there's anything contractually. Everything good there?
Yeah, honestly, he's. It's funny too because I get he's like an emotional guy, wears his heart on his sleeve a little bit of times. So
brings his book on the sideline.
Yeah, he gets like labeled kind of like a little bit like a diva, but he really isn't like that. At least from what I've witnessed behind the scenes a little bit. He will let you know when he's not happy about something on the field, but he kind of used that as his role as one of the leaders of the team to kind of say some of the things that other guys don't want to say out loud. And at times it can look ugly, right? It looks like, man, he's popping off again, but. Yeah, we'll see how it works this year. It was such a run-heavy team last year that I think there were moments where the receivers, and I'm not just saying AJ, I think the receivers in general were like, all right, like Saquon's having a great year. We'd like to see the football a little bit. That's natural, right? And winning cures a lot of that. But if you end up losing a game or two and you're the top receiver, you're AJ Brown or you're Devontae Smith, and you're like, I'm not getting the ball enough. I want to help this team, and I'm not able to do it. I think naturally some of that stuff starts to creep in. But if they're winning and Saquon is playing like he did last year, it's going to be quiet.
Well, let's hope it gets loud. Yo, thank you for the time, Dave.
All right,
We'll
Dave.
see you
Thank
soon,
you,
bro.
bro.
All right, fellas, take care.
All right, man.
It's our guy Dave Zangaro, NBC Sports Philadelphia, covers the Eagles. Check out his podcast, the Eagle Eye Podcast. Really good dude, really good reporter. When we come back, let's talk about the Commanders coming to town tomorrow.
Hey, it's Brian and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn the Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the absolute best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
You know, like last week when it was super hot and humid, and my old AC, I'd walk by and it'd be like a lawnmower or something going. Dude, last week I was doing some yard work next to the AC, just silent. It's incredible. Just the intellect that must have been put together to build these things is wild. And the biggest difference is the Rude variable speed compressor that ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions like a DC summer. You get comfort and performance perfectly balanced. B, you got to tell them about the cash, too. You can get federal tax credits up to 2 Gs on heat pumps through 2032. Visit rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't rude,
It ain't right.
New this hour, the 12-time All-Star Chris Paul has agreed to a deal with the Los Angeles Clippers. In college football, number 1 rated running back Derek Cooper has committed to Texas's 2026 recruiting class. And FLPA Chief Strategy Officer J.C. Treader is resigning from his position and has withdrawn himself from consideration for the interim executive director position. Titans quarterback Will Levis is undergoing surgery on his throwing shoulder, so he'll miss the entire 2025 season. President Donald Trump threatening to hold up a new stadium deal for the Washington Commanders. Owner Josh Harris had said earlier this year that the name was not going to be changed. Trump wants it restored to Redskins. Nationals baseball against the Cincinnati Reds. The Reds just took 2 out of 3 against the Mets, losing Sunday only 3-2. Nationals coming off an 8-1 game. Jake Irvin's going to pitch tonight for the Nationals. Pregame 6:15 on The Fan. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Just checked in with our buddy Dave Zangaro as the Eagles prepare to defend their Super Bowl title. You missed any of that, want an update on the Philadelphia Eagles. The Eagles. Get on Odyssey app or just wherever you get podcasts. However you get your content, we are there, all right? Obviously, there's plenty for us to check in on in Commander's Land. Logan Paulson's going to join us at noon. When we have Logan, I'd like to talk like straight up X's and O's football.
Mm-hmm.
That's my plan with Logan. Right now, here's what's going on. A lot of players, I've texted with a bunch of guys. A lot of guys got back into town last night, the guys that don't live here.
Mm-hmm.
Today, they're kind of like getting their bearings, maybe go to the grocery store. Tomorrow is report day, conditioning test day. Meanwhile, you've got a bunch of different things going on. Our guy Drew just sent me this. Season ticket holders just got an email. Make your voice heard. This is on the Commanders website. This is not breaking news. Commanders just posted this on their website. Make your voice heard. We are fighting for Old DC and working to build a new home in the heart of our region. Local leaders are weighing a transformative, once-in-a-generation opportunity for our city, building the new Commanders Stadium at the historic RFK site. And your voice can help make a real difference. Public testimony is now being accepted for the RFK site hearing, which is scheduled for Tuesday, July 29th, and this is our moment. Sign up to testify and show your support here. If you can't make it, you can submit your testimony here. This is about more than just a stadium. It's a chance for a new neighborhood, a major economic engine, and a cultural hub. B,
Mm-hmm.
public hearing, and I think for sure there will be some people that show up to support the stadium.
Uh-huh.
I think there will also be a bunch of people that show up not to support the stadium.
Possibly.
How much would it cost for you to attend that public hearing?
I'm not going.
Public hearings in general are boondoggles.
Mm-hmm.
This one, I think, will be extra boondoggly.
Yeah.
I think you got to, I mean, that's the great part of our country. Everybody gets an opportunity to voice their opinion. And the fans, like I've seen Tailgate Ted actually tweeting about this a bunch. That he's trying to encourage people to reach out to your council member or go to this hearing. I kind of think it'd be a great assignment for Jeff Walker to go to the hearing. Just be our boots on the ground. Let us know, what. Well, we got 8 days to plan it. Public hearing is July 29th. So if you are looking to have your voice heard, there's your opportunity, folks. And clearly the Commanders are reaching out to their fans.
Totally.
Which makes all the sense in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Biggest story today, tomorrow is going to be Terry McLaurin.
Totally.
Is he coming to camp? Did you see the post over the weekend the Commanders did congratulating their young men that got engaged or married during the offseason. So I imagine this is just oversight. But we know that Terry McLaurin got married over the offseason.
Mm-hmm.
I think this was on Instagram. The Commanders, he wasn't the only player to get married, obviously. And the Commanders did not include Terry on the congrats to those that got married post. Something? Nothing? Odd?
Nothing.
Oversight?
Nothing.
It's kind of odd, though.
I mean, listen, it's nothing. They probably already said congratulations.
They said congratulations already. They gave him his own post back in February.
When they did it. I mean, you don't.
Did they say congratulations to any of the other guys?
I think it was Ben Sinnott. It was only because they were the two that got married at those times.
I think Jalen got engaged. Jalen got married. Sammer still got engaged. Looks like Colson Yankoff got engaged. Don't laugh, B.
Yeah, but people just overreacted. They gave him his own post in February.
Jeff jumped in on that one, setting the record straight, Jeffrey.
I'm just saying.
Gotta make sure we tight on this station.
I kind of figured
like that. I appreciate
since
that.
he had gotten married in February, it probably had been done.
This was more of like what's happened over the last month.
And this was happening lately. I mean, you can make everything into something if you want.
Yeah.
To be honest with you.
But
I think that's a
where this
complete
is at.
nothing right there.
Okay. But I think, unfortunately, that's where this is at. And tomorrow will amplify everything. If he's there or not, if he I think at this point, B, between now and Wednesday morning when we're out there for practice, first practice is Wednesday at 9 a.m.
Uh-huh.
Best case scenario is a contract gets signed, right?
Yep.
Between now and then. What's your second best case scenario?
Terry shows up and they say they're working on a deal.
And
That's second case.
Hold in or just practices?
I mean, he shows up and they let the public know that they're working on a deal, but he's here.
I agree. And I think that is possible, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe there's been some progress. If you believe the fake reports, it seems like there has been some progress. We haven't heard anything definitive.
Mm-hmm.
Adam Peters and Dan Quinn are going to talk tomorrow. Now, we know that they're going to talk about contract talks stay private, right?
Mm-hmm.
But one question they kind of will have to answer, how much they divulge will be TBD. But
how much you think they go divulge? Not much.
But B, we do this all the time. I'm not asking DQ this because it's not a DQ question. Hey, Adam, Terry says he hasn't heard from the organization in over a month. Have you reached out, and when's the last time you guys talked?
I think it makes sense.
But, all right, what's your answer, Mr. Peters?
Well, we've had some discussions, and I'm sure if you talk to Terry now, he would tell you that that's not true.
I don't think he can say that's not true.
Not true now.
Like it's changed. Like
you can't ask me a question and then tell me what I can say.
Sure, but I know how I would follow up to that.
Okay, and if I say, yeah, he can tell you that's not, he can probably tell you that's not true now. And your follow-up probably should be, oh, y'all talk now.
Right. So you've talked now. Has there been any progress?
Or I can answer the question, no, I haven't talked to Terry, but I've talked to his representation.
Sure. If they say that, you just wonder, because there is clearly an impasse. Do you land where I land, that if they haven't talked in over a month, or what now might be 5 weeks, clearly Washington made an offer. Like, there's no way that they're going to get to this point without making an offer.
Well,
So
if I made
clearly something's been offered, and maybe it's not good enough.
But see, if I make an offer and you don't say nothing, and you don't call me back, then have I not talked to you? You haven't talked to me,
right?
So I mean, the whole thing is, we can look at this like, if I make an offer, you don't like it, but you don't say nothing in return, then what the hell? I mean, if I call this is my pet peeve. If I call you and you tell me you're doing something, and you say, I'm going to call you back. And then we don't talk. And then you like, what happened? You never call? I'm like, you told me you were going to call me back. So if someone tells me they called me back, I am not calling you because you told me to, you on hold, I'm doing something, I'm going to call you back. So if I send you a offer and you don't respond, this is negotiations. You don't counter, what the hell am I supposed to do if you never respond?
Right. Like, speculating here, but it doesn't seem that off base that there was an initial offer when things seemed like they were going well. And then the offer was lower than expected. Who knows, right?
I don't know if it necessarily can be taken as there was an offer. If we're not talking for a month, then you probably just balked at me thinking I'm supposed to get an extension. Could not be an offer.
Will Terry report to camp tomorrow? We're all going to find out together. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Been a pretty cool week for the Commanders in the NFL Top 100 rankings.
Yeah.
This is voted on by the players, right? And Washington had two dudes named in the last week. Bobby Wagner voted number 74, and then Frankie Louvu,
number 70.
Number 70. Those were free agent signings last year. So for those with angst over the direction of the front office right now, I think you can take some real excitement from that. Louvu was just announced today. If I gave you, now this is all players, right? Not just quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're talking top 100 players in the league, B, I said an over-under. Because think about it, you're talking about Myles Garrett. You know, like you're talking Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, Saquon, all the great players across the league. Patrick Surtain Jr. What's an appropriate over-under for Jaden Daniels? 15?
Where he's going to be? I'm going to go over-under. I'm going 10.
10?
I think Jaden is up there, dude.
I think he is, too.
I think he could be above 10, or he could be probably right at 11, 12. You never know. And that says a lot for a rookie, dog.
Dude.
I'm just saying.
I mean, I think that's a really interesting question because you got to try to keep in mind, like, we haven't mentioned Christian McCaffrey or Tyreek Hill. Like, there's a lot of players, right? Offensive linemen, defensive linemen. Chris
Tyreek
Jones
was down last year. Christian was down. I mean,
sure.
I know what they were. Last year, they weren't better than Jaden.
The top 10 players in the league last year, the NFL Top 100, went Crosby, Kelsey, Watt, Trent, Chris Jones, Myles Garrett, Mahomes, McCaffrey, Lamar, Tyreek Hill. That's going to look a lot different this year. But you're not just talking quarterbacks, is my point.
Mm-hmm.
But that might be the most, like, exciting, dumb list thing to care about in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Because most of at least this is players actually voting. Didn't this used to be one big TV show? Do I remember that right?
I don't remember.
Or did they roll it out week by week like they are now? I don't know. Maybe the top 10 is a TV show?
Mm-hmm.
Who else from the Commanders do you think makes the list?
Terry. Jaden.
Is Tunsil?
Tunsil probably can get on it.
Was Tunsil on it last year? Is there a way to?
Don't know. It's kind of hard to establish the offensive lineman, defensive lineman, unless you're like that pass rush guy. You know what I mean?
So Laramie Tunsil made it already. He was 86th. So that came out last week. Last year he was 71st.
Mm-hmm.
Debo might make it, right?
Yeah, right. I can see 3 to 4 more.
So Debo last season was 30th. Going way back, he was 19th after that 22 season where he just balled out. So they're kind of running out of time for Debo to make it because last year wasn't his best, and now you're getting below 70. Are we forgetting anybody? Like, there's no way.
But like, make it, don't make it. Doesn't depict what happened during the season.
Win, lose, no matter.
Yeah,
That's
because
shout out to Mr. Miyagi.
just like I said, Jalen Hurts. He wasn't on the top 10 in any list, but he won the damn Super Bowl. Who cares?
Very, very curious how AP and DQ handle the Terry conversation tomorrow. By far, by a mile, the most interesting. What I would like to discuss, though, Logan Paulson is about to join the show. I want to talk linebackers and what this D-line looks like. Will they actually be better against the run? Those sorts of things. You know what I mean? Let's talk some actual. Goodness gracious. I'm getting the hiccups. Let's talk some actual football.
Getting taller?
Maybe.
They say.
Logan Paulson joins the show next. Nobody go anywhere.
This update brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. Top headlines at the top of the hour. Former BYU quarterback Jake Retzloff has verbally committed to transfer to Tulane. Number 1 rated running back Derek Cooper commits to the Texas 2026 class. 12-time All-Star Chris Paul has agreed to a deal with the LA Clippers. Titans quarterback Will Levis will undergo surgery on his throwing shoulder and he'll miss the entire 2025 season. NFLPA Chief Strategy Officer J.C. Tretter is resigning from his position and won't be considered for the interim executive director position. President Donald Trump is threatening to hold up a new stadium deal for the Washington NFL team if it does not restore its old name of the Redskins. Josh Harris said earlier this year that the name was here to stay. Nationals baseball tonight has the Reds in town against Jake Irvin and Washington. You can join the pregame show right here on The Fan at 6:15 p.m. Yesterday, an 8-1 loss. Mackenzie Gore gave up a grand slam in the first inning. Scotty Scheffler raises the claret jug in a dominating performance at the British Open, finishing with a 68 on Sunday and cruising to a 4-shot win. There's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Look for the can with the sunset stripes. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. Points along the eastern seaboard. All the way to Michigan. People often don't know that Michigan's also in the eastern time zone. Joining us right now is our friend Logan Paulson. Logan does tremendous work with Craig Hoffman on the Take Command podcast. Logan does great work with the team on a number of podcasts and TV shows. What Logan does really, really well is football analysis. And because of that, I'm really, really excited to talk to Logan about football. Logan, how are you, dude?
Good, man. I'm excited to talk football with you, man. That was a great introduction. Thank you.
You know what we're not going to talk about? Stadiums, the president.
We can talk about stadiums that we're going to. We can talk about
names.
stadiums that we're going to play in this year.
So fire. Yeah, like, let's just talk ball. The team reports tomorrow. I got a list of kind of position stuff I want to talk about. Let's start, if you're good with it. What do you see Von Miller's role? Like snap percentage? How often do you see him out there? How big of a boost do you think Von Miller is to this team?
Yeah, so I think he's going to kind of be what Dante Fowler was for this team last year, what he was supposed to be. And he's supposed to be kind of your pass rush specialist, the guy that can win a one-on-one when you got to have it. So, I think you see him out there on third down, second and long, 2-minute situations, end of game scenarios when the team's trying to drive the length of the field and score. So I think ultimately that comes out to probably anywhere between 12 and 20-ish snaps, if the offense is playing well and the opposing team is trailing. Like, that's probably what his pitch count's going to look like. And, Von Miller to me was the scariest player in the NFL when I was playing, and I'd lose sleep over playing against him. He was strong. He was fast. He's obviously not that same caliber of player anymore, but like when you watch the film of him, you see a guy that still really understands pass rush at the highest level. He understands leverages. He understands when the tackle's off balance. He understands when the slide's to him, when the slide's away. He understands when to take his shot. And I'll tell you, that's something that's extremely hard to coach. So like having a guy like that in the fold, in the building, a guy that now you can get multiple players on the defensive line that can win one-on-ones. You got Dorrance Armstrong, you got Von Miller, you got Jerzon, Duran, Kinlaw on the interior, then you got Frankie Louvu. I think all those guys, given a one-on-one, can win a one-on-one, and that's something that, I don't think you had quite to the same level before Von signed with the team.
Logan, you've been around football a long time, and when you get a guy like that with that level of experience, how much is that going to be a plus for other guys, not just himself?
Yeah, I've been very fortunate to have guys that I've played with and guys that I currently coach that have played with Von. And one of the things they say about him is that he's a great mentor. Like, he really, because again, like, he understands some of that stuff that intuitively, is kind of there for him. Like, it's not intuitive for everybody. So his ability to say, hey, like, when the tackle's in this stance, think about this, or when the tackles overset his line, I'm going to hit with this counter. And he's just a guy that has a great feel. And so sometimes when you can watch a guy like that work every day as a young pass rusher, you're going to learn a lot from him, right? And I think also, like, he's going to have a gold jacket on it at some point in his life. And I think having guys like that in the building, see how they work, see their process, see how they watch film, that's all extremely valuable. So I think a lot of guys are going to benefit from him being around. And, like, just having him on the field at the same time as Daron Payne and Drazan and some of those other guys I just mentioned, like, you can't one-on-one, you can't give those guys the double team anymore, because you have to worry about what Vaughn can bring. And again, he's not what he once was, but the intuition, the execution in pass rushing situations is still extremely high, and is definitely going to benefit everybody from a play standpoint, but also, like you're talking about, being from a kind of knowledge transfer standpoint.
Okay. Sticking with the D-line one more, it seems very obvious to me, just seeing these dudes that they brought in. They made a concerted effort to get a lot bigger. Do you think that will work? Run defense was a real problem last year. Do you think they're trying to fix it with bulk?
Yeah, so I think you're trying to fix it with bulk, but I think you're also trying to fix it with people who know how to stop the run and know how important it is to kind of play in the context of the defense. Like, I think when you look at, Dietrich Wise, like a guy that's been incredibly consistent up in New England, Eddie Goldman, I think, is one of the more kind of, like, in terms of specialty pitchers, like we just talked about with Von Miller, like, he's a guy that can play the run at a high level. Like, he's going to be where he's supposed to be. He knows how to set a double team. Like, yes, he is a big guy, but his skill set is also one that fits that. So, yeah, I think you get guys that understand their role, their context of the defense. Cleveland Farrell has always kind of been that type of player ever since his time in Las Vegas. And I think you're going to get a better version of Bobby Wagner when you get more consistent play from the offensive line. So, obviously, Daron, I think, can do a lot of stuff playing that 3 technique in terms of being where he's supposed to be. Like, I remember watching the Tampa Bay game, the playoff game last year, and watching Daron, like, really set hard edges on guards, get to extension, play his gap, let Bobby get to where he's got to go. And I think just getting more consistency from that group is going to be great. And again, like, talk about raising the floor of a defense. Like, you just need to get slightly better against the run. Like, you just need to go from, where were they, 28th last year to 16th?
Yep.
And think about what that's going to do in terms of getting you more third and long situations, more pure pass opportunities, more opportunities for, the defense to kind of bring those specialty blitz packages. So I think it's going to be a huge factor. Yes, did they bring in bigger players? Sure. But did they also bring in guys that really have a skill and a knack for stopping the run and being where they're supposed to be in a run game? I think both those things are true.
Talking with our friend Logan Paulson here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can hear Logan with Hoffman on Take Command podcast, or check out Commander's YouTube page. Logan is all over that, doing all sorts of film breakdowns, lots of great content. You can follow Logan on Instagram. No Twitter for Logan, just Instagram. Is it L Paulson _82? What is it?
I think it's
You gotta know, Logan. You can't think.
Gosh, you guys just bringing all these hard questions on me. I came here to talk ball, not about my social media footprint. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's how you promote yourself and have other people knowing what you do.
I got you. Yeah, it's Logan. It's Logan _Paulson 82, guys. All right, there we go. I got it. I found it.
All right. Let's go back a level. Jeremy Chin was really good for this team last season. He played 100% of snaps just about all the times he was healthy, or it wasn't a blowout or something. 100% of defensive snaps. They lost Chin in free agency. They bring in Will Harris, a player they're excited about. Does Will Harris step into Chin's role, or is this a collection of players that kind of get to the Chin snap count from last season?
Yeah, so I think, when I look at Will Harris, I think there's a lot of similarities in terms of how Jeremy Chin played last year. I think you see a guy who's a really good blitzer, really good blitzer, I'll say that. I think he's really solid against the run. I think he's physical. I think he understands run fits. I think the thing that he adds a little bit of value in is that he's slightly better in coverage. And I think when you look at some of Jeremy's limitations last year, it was like, how does he match up in man-to-man, one-on-one coverage situations? And I think Will Harris, at least in the stuff that I've seen of him in New Orleans, does a great job of kind of bringing a higher coverage IQ. So I think this gives you a little bit more flexibility in terms of the coverage shows you can play in the back end, right? So I think, he can still do some of the stuff you saw from Jeremy last year, in terms of like fitting the run, being aggressive, taking on blockers, and blitzing. But I also think you get a slight plus in terms of coverage. So do I think Jeremy did a great job last year? Absolutely. But do I think Will Harris will do a great job this year and add an element of flexibility that he didn't have? Yes. And so I'm very optimistic that he'll come in, he'll do what he needs to do on first, second down, but also kind of let you get into some more diverse coverage shells and coverage looks with him and Quan Martin back there and their coverage ability. So that's something that I'm really excited about. And again, it's watching them in spring, that's kind of the vibe I got. And I know it's only spring, and I can't wait to watch them in training camp next week to see if that utilization continues.
Hey, you mentioned Quan, a guy who played last year, had a shoulder injury. Nobody knew that. Well, you may have known. I didn't know it. Played very well, I thought. How good can he be this year?
Dude, I think he can be special, man. I think when you just watch him and what he does well, like he just plays the game like kind of the way you're supposed to play it, B. And I know you've watched him a ton. I know you're a fan of his. Like he's physical. He gets downhill. He tackles well. And then he has this great athleticism and range in the back end to cover and make plays on the football. So I think when you're drawing up kind of qualities you want in a safety, like he's got, I think people also forget, yeah, he had the injury last year, but last season was his first full-time season learning one position. Ron was trying to get him to play inside corner, outside corner, safety, big nickel, all this stuff, which is very different kind of across the board. So now we've given him an opportunity to focus. And I think you see what that looks like, what that looks like for him in terms of saying, like, I have one job. And again, there's plays of him last year where I'm like, man, that's a fantastic football player that's still so raw at the position that's only going to get better. So I look at the safety duo as being like kind of one of the more underrated parts of the team. I think if Quan Martin takes a step, if Will Harris plays the way he did in New Orleans, like this could be a very interesting, it doesn't have a necessarily a big name in it, but they've got two really good football players. And like, that's the highest compliment I can give a guy that straps it up on Sundays is like, you're good at the thing. You're good at football. And both those guys are instinctive, smart, and tough. And I'm excited for that duo to kind of be the Batman and Robin of this defense.
I'm with you there. You think Amos pushes Jones for that starting spot right away?
I do think so, man, and I think a little bit of that comes from what he did during OTAs and minicamp. Like there were times where, like you see some of his experience, you see some of his dexterity and kind of understanding. Probably because he played in multiple defenses in college. Like played at Ole Miss, played at Alabama, and there was another team that he played for. I don't remember exactly. Where was it?
You better not forget that school, man. You might forget Ole Miss. Forget anything in Mississippi, like Fred.
That's right. So, played in a lot of different defenses, and they're all well-coached groups. And so I think you see him, and you see his confidence, and you see a maturity there. You see a length. You see good athletes. So I think, like he's a guy you draft in the second round who I was very high on coming out of Ole Miss. I really liked what he did, and I think he's great value. So, like, to me, like, I'm cautiously optimistic that he's going to be the starter for week one, and that's not a knock on Jonathan Jones or anything like that. I think Jonathan Jones is also a good football player, but Trey Amos, I think there's just such a high upside there. And if he can kind of fill out that outside role, Jonathan Jones is your first kind of rotational guy in. Mikey Sanderson moves to nickel. Marshawn Lattimore plays the way that he played the first 5 weeks of the season when he was in New Orleans. Like, I think you're in for a pretty solid secondary, especially if those safeties play the way I think they're capable of playing.
Dude, I'm with you. I really like Amos. I think I consider Lattimore almost like a fulcrum to this defense. Like if he can perform at the level they traded for him, like why they wanted him, then all of a sudden you've got a shutdown corner, Mikey who's a baller, Quan who's a baller, and if Amos can step in, like that secondary could be really good. And you get a little pass rush. Like I could see the vision why they wanted things the way they did. I also think, one, I'll never understand why fans get so worked up about money. The Javon Kinlaw signing, everybody's like, oh, it's too much, it's too much.
JP.
It's like a third-tier D lineman signing. He's making $15 million. That doesn't sniff probably the top 15. Also, I went back and watched him last year. That Jets team was awful. He was pretty damn good, dude.
Yeah, I think with Kinlaw, that's like, I'm glad you brought that up. I like the contract value is something that I've been talking about for a while because I think it's true. I think people hear the money. Oh my gosh, there's so much money. But like, look at the direction the position's going, man. Like people are getting paid a ton of money at the spot. So yes, I agree with that analysis for sure. And I think when you watch him last year, especially when you watch how the season went, watch game one and then watch the last game of the year, like he's a different player, man. He is an ascending player. He's an ascending asset. And I think when you look at his high stuff and see what he's capable of being in conjunction with how he improved over the course of the year, say, man, this guy could be a heck of an addition at a very kind of a positive price point for the team. So again, like you watch him, like I remember watching him the first day of OTAs being like, that is the biggest human I've ever seen. I've seen some big humans, man. And if you get him going in the right direction, don't have him two gap, let him play the three technique, let him play a loose kind of 4-eye-5, and let him just get after it, run straight, and cause havoc. Like I think you could have a really valuable piece for this defense. And again, we talk about guys that can be home run swings, and there's not a lot of them. We've talked about the high floor of Dietrich Wise, the high floor of Eddie Goldman, if he ends up making the team. But I think Javon Kinlaw, to me, is a ceiling type of play, man. Like his physicality, the way that he can just burst and put his hands on people and create knockback. Like I think about him with Darryl Tapp and Ryan Kerrigan and the coaching he's going to get and the way that Dan Quinn knows how to maximize defensive linemen. And I think that is a ball of clay that has such a high ceiling. And if you can just scratch the surface, scratch that ceiling even a little bit, man, that's going to be a really, really nice addition for this defense.
Also, pass rush from the inside is vital also to affect a lot of quarterbacks, and he can probably provide that as well.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean, when you watch the splash plays, man, you see quick wins. And quick wins are really hard to come by on the interior. And you think about good pass rushers like your Aaron Donalds, your Chris Joneses, and I'm not putting him in the same category, but they have the ability to win quickly. And he has at least shown the ability to get that done. Now, the consistency of it's not there. But if you can draw out a little bit more consistency from him, put him with Daron Payne. Jerzon Newton showed flashes at the end of last year. Like, you got three dudes that I think could be interesting in terms of complementary pieces, winning on the interior and creating some of those quick pressures. And that's an exciting proposition to me going into the season.
For sure. Talking with our friend Logan Paulson, the Take Command podcast, all the content on the Commanders' social and YouTube pages. Does a great job. Played for the Burgundy and Gold for a number of seasons. I want to switch sides of the ball here, LP. Offensively, I think kind of the biggest questions are on the line, specifically the right guard, right tackle position. I think Connerly's immediately your right tackle starter. Maybe, knowing DQ and how they operate, maybe like the first time we see the first team offense out there, it's Trent Scott or something. But I think that's Connerly's spot. I think right guard is an interesting battle because Cosme's probably not back till Halloween or so. Mm-hmm. How do you see that O-line? Do you agree with me on the right side?
Yeah, I mean, I think they probably make Connerly earn it a little bit. Like you said, I think that's kind of been their MO. I think it's smart. It takes a little bit of pressure off the player, kind of says, hey, man, you got to work for it, earn it. You got to show us that you're going to be a pro about this opportunity. But I ultimately think he's probably your week one starter. And then I think that gives you a lot of flexibility because, Andrew Wiley, who I think is a good football player, not a great football player, good football player, I think is probably more suited to guard anyway. So the idea of him and his experience being able to come in and play right guard, or Nick Allegretti being able to come in and play right guard in Sam Cosme's absence is really encouraging to me because I look at this group and I say you got Laramie Tunsil, Brandon Coleman, Tyler Biotis, everyone seems to forget about him. And then you've got two guys who basically started every game last year that have the ability to play guard that are available to fill that position next to a rookie. So just you couldn't have planned it out better. Like getting that experience while Cosme's away next to Josh Connolly Jr. seems like the right thing. And again, like that's what these offseason moves, bringing in Laramie Tunsil, drafting Josh Connolly does. It just lets you get so much deeper, so much more quickly. And I think when you look at one of the shortcomings of the team last year was like the lack of depth on the offensive line. So they've gone out, they solved that problem, and they're reaping the reward of that now by having good football players available to fill in and play high level ball kind of at a moment's notice, which is great. So.
And the tight ends also helping the run game out. Bates, we know, can block. What other guys you feel can help out in that?
I mean, be Mitch, man, you got to give that guy some more love. Bates can block, man. He might be the best blocking tight end in the NFL.
That's what I said. Bates, I know he can block.
Yeah, I know. But
I want to know the rest of the guys.
Yeah, so Bates, I think, is going to be excellent. I think Zach Ertz, people don't understand how well he played last year at the position. Like his ability in third down, red zone situations to convert, to score touchdowns, to be that safety blanket for Daniels last year was really tremendous. And so if we can get even like a fraction of that production this year, like that's one of the better tight end duos in the NFL. And I know Zach Ertz is getting long in the tooth, man, but he just put on a masterclass last year of creating separation, creating space, using route stems, route indicators, little indicators at the top of his route, speed cuts in the right moment, like really did a great job. So I think those two guys are your guys. And then you kind of look at Ben Sinnott, and can he take the next step? Athletically, he's got it. He's got everything you want as an athlete. He's physical in the run game. I think he just needs to kind of detail his work a little bit. And it's not because I don't think he's a good football player. It's like John Bates is a pro's pro. Zach Ertz is a borderline Hall of Famer. Like, learn from those guys, adjust your process, be a competitor, and hopefully it gets the best out of you. Because I think that's ultimately, like, the athlete, Ben Sinnott, is really intriguing. And he's just got to find ways to show Cliff Kingsbury in this offense that he deserves touches over those guys, which is not going to be easy to do because of how well they played last year. You get the Colston Yankoff, who I think is really interesting for the special teams value. But the next three guys after that, Kedra Lawrence, Tyree Jackson, and Cole Turner are, like, when you watch them on the field, they look like a bunch of freaky basketball guys, man. And every year I'm here, I feel like we're talking about the fourth and fifth tight ends and being athletic freaks. And there's an interesting bunch of guys there. Cager's a converted wide receiver. Tyree Jackson, converted quarterback. But, man, he's 6'7", like 270 pounds, and can run a little bit. Like, I'm really curious to see how the bottom half of that room shakes out and if one of those guys can make a push for the roster.
Tight ends are going to go deep on the tight end question, Pete. All right.
Why do you think I asked that question?
LP, let's assume health, right? Let's assume everybody's healthy, which has been a problem for this group, honestly. How do you see the running back committee shaking out?
Yeah, that's probably one of the more interesting, like, training camp battles, to be quite honest. Like, I think, at times at times you see how special Brian Robinson can be, but also he's kind of banged up, right? Like you said, like, health has been a big issue for that group. Austin Eckler, I thought they couldn't have had a better player to fill that role last year. But again, the concussion issue shows up. Jerry McNichols, I mean, you could set your watch by that guy just in terms of how consistent he played last year and the opportunities he was given. So great find by Adam Peters,
really good,
bringing in kind of a journeyman running back who did a great job with that stuff. But I do think the kind of ace in the room, or the interesting one, is Bill Merritt, because like he's a guy that when you watch him from 2 years ago at New Mexico, like, he's got something as a runner, man. He's got the juice, he's got the vision, he's got the contact balance, he's got all these things. And if he plays football last year, obviously he didn't play because of an eligibility issue. Like, I think he's going much higher than the 7th round. I think he's probably a 3rd, 4th round pick kind of guy. And you see the movement skills, the physicality when he runs, but I think I can't overstate how impressive his vision is. And so getting a true runner like that into this offense, I think, is a really interesting proposition. And a guy who does have some home run kind of ability to his game is also interesting. So I think that definitely kind of shakes up the room. And also you hear the coaches say, hey, I don't see him as a scat back. I see him as an every down back. Like, that's different than the way I would have kind of thought. But then you see him walking around the building, you're like, man, this dude's big, he's well put together. I understand that a little bit more. So it becomes a much more interesting, much more dynamic position battle, because now you've got 3-4 guys that probably deserve to be on the team, but you're probably only going to keep 3. I haven't even talked about Chris Rodriguez yet.
Right.
Like, I love the way he runs. He, in terms of making bad runs good, or making the most out of negative runs, like, he did probably the best of that of anybody last year. And, we're talking about him as like the 5th guy. So it's a really compelling room. And I think that's exactly the way Dan wants it. He wants a competitive environment, and they did a good job creating that. And so I'm really curious to see how that all shakes out over the next couple of weeks.
Wiley was kind of the story of camp last year, and we're not even talking about it, All right,
exactly.
Last one. We're assuming 17 is out there week 1. Commanders, Giants, Northwest Stadium, Terry McLaurin's lined up on the outside. Debo is a unique player. Debo is a hell of a ball player, but he's not a route tree type of dude, right? He's not like a receiver in its truest sense. Who ends up being the number 2 receiver on this team? Is it Noah Brown? Do you have faith in a Luke breakout? Could Jalen Lane emerge? Like, how do you see that receiver depth chart?
Yeah, I mean, I think Noah Brown is a critical cog in this room. I think like people maybe sleep on how well he played last year. I don't know. Do you guys talk about him a lot on the show? Like fans call in? I'm asking you because like they should be. Like they should be talking about him. Like he was a true 2 last year. You know, he's 6'4", he's 210. His route tree is excellent. Like the way he's able to kind of battle through contact, make contested catches. Like I think he's the real deal number 2. Now, with him, maybe more than anybody on the entire roster, it's like, can you stay healthy for a whole year? Because while you're tremendously talented, you know, you're a 5-star recruit coming out of high school, like he has yet to have a full healthy season. But I think he is tremendously talented, and hopefully he's around to give a guy like Luke McCaffrey time to kind of develop his route running nuance, to develop some of that stuff. And again, like in OTAs and minicamp, I think we saw Luke coming along. So, you know, I'm encouraged, but I think Noah Brown is the unsung hero of this receiver group. As you mentioned, Terry, you mentioned what Debo brings from a movement standpoint. Even Lane, I think, is an interesting add in terms of kind of replacing some of that vertical speed that Diami had, but Diami didn't develop into that true 2 till much later in the season. So I think early on, Noah Brown is extremely critical, and hopefully he's healthy, and hopefully he can stay healthy long enough for some of these young guys to find their feet and find some playing time.
Tough ass receiver, blocker, and really, really good at getting defenders off their feet. We got a break, Logan. I could talk ball with you all damn day. One full segment, all football. That was terrific. Thank you, Logan.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
Brother. Thank you, man.
All right. Give him a follow at Logan_Paulson82. When we come back, opening these phones up, 800-636-1067. What is the Commanders' biggest question mark heading into camp? What position? Hit us. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This update brought to you by Reynolds, Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. President Donald Trump is threatening to hold up a new stadium deal for the Washington Commanders if they don't restore the old name to the Redskins. Josh Harris had said earlier this year that the name was here to stay, and that was Commanders. Titans quarterback Will Levis will undergo surgery on his throwing shoulder and miss the entire 2025 season. 12-time All-Star Chris Paul has agreed to a deal with the Clippers. Naval Academy Football Conference is now called the American Conference. Nationals baseball tonight against the Cincinnati Reds with Jake Irvin to the Hill at 6:15 is your pregame right here on The Fan. Nats have lost 10 of their last 12. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. So B brought in a giant pot of spaghetti. I was unaware of that. I just see Jeff walking around with this giant pot, and I'm like, what?
I brought in.
What the hell is
I
Jeff
brought in
trying
like
to
a
cook up?
Tupperware thing. Jeff put it into that pot.
Jeff,
Yeah.
why in the pot?
Because, man, the noodles were cold and they were in the bag. I couldn't heat the noodles up in the bag, so I heated the noodles up, and then I was like, heck, let me just
How'd you
mix
heat them up in the pot?
Put them in the microwave.
Dog, you can't put a metal-ass pot like that in the microwave?
And, bro, it didn't spark.
You did put that metal.
It didn't spark. But
One day
Should I not be eating this? Is that
No,
like,
no.
what happened?
there are some microwavable safe bowls like that. I thought that was one of them.
You think this place has microwavable safe metal bowls?
Yes, because people bring these things in from their houses for their employees to use.
Yeah.
Just like the ice machine.
I ate it. It's good. Miss Monica make that?
Yeah, tell Big Sis I said that was immaculate.
No food out of the Mitchell house, even spaghetti, is going to come in without a little kick to it.
Hey, you got
You
to have
feel
a
a
kick.
kick?
It's got a little kick.
It's hot sausage.
It's very good.
It's a little. My daughter had this Cajun spaghetti dish where you do the ground meat, but you got to add spicy hot sausage.
It's
and
good.
I, and I tried to get her to put more cayenne pepper in it, but she was like, no. So
It's good. Shout out to who made it, Monica or your daughter?
Monica.
Okay. Shout out to Monica because I also didn't have lunch. So that came at a perfect time.
So
I could only eat so many.
we
nuts,
had no
Slam Phil.
bowls and stuff, so y'all ate cups of spaghetti.
Jeff, we also have cups in here. I don't know why you were creating your own cup out of a water bottle.
I didn't know we had cups. I thought we ran out.
Y'all got cups of spaghetti. This is interesting.
Hey,
Jeff's seriously eating spaghetti out of a sawed-off Deer Park bottle.
no, I'm not.
Just to
I'm
let
eating my spaghetti out of a bowl. Thing is, there weren't no cups by the ice machine where the water is. So I was like, no cups? I'm going to make a cup.
Hey, man.
I'm with you,
Necessity
dog.
is the mother of invention.
Hey, when there's a will,
There's a
you
way.
know the rest.
All right. Brian Mitchell. What is your biggest question mark for the Commanders going into the season?
Biggest question mark for moi. More of the running back position
Why?
because of health. I mean, we know how good Austin can be. We know how good Brian can be. They both got banged up a little bit last year, and you wonder what's going to happen with that. And then I know it's been a lot of hype and hope about Krosky Merritt. Well, Bill Merritt. But you just don't know if it's going to translate. So I would, if everything works out right, we'll be okay. But you don't know if that's going to work out right.
Agreed. if you look at Eckler and B-Rob, they're both really, really good players. B-Rob has dealt with injuries throughout his career. Eckler last year sustained two concussions. That both look bad. So that's a real question. Jeffrey, since you're eating spaghetti out of a cup, what's your biggest question mark?
My biggest question mark is how will the offensive line be this year? Now that we made all of these additions, I'm like super ready to see it. I don't think we're no longer where Jaden Daniels is going to have to drop back and immediately create space with his legs. I think we're going to have a good line, and I want to see. I'm excited to see Von Miller, and I wonder, is our defensive line going to stop the rush this year? Are we going to generate more pressure? We have a person that it was performing really high on rushing the passer now. We have a linebacker core that stopped the run. I have a lot of questions, and it's not like bad questions. It's just like, okay, we made these additions. Are we going to be better than last year?
All right, gotcha.
For me, it's receiver, and I'm not even getting caught up in the McLaurin situation, who is not under, as of now, we're not sure is going to be at camp. Noah Brown is a dog. The way he generates pass interference penalties is not a fluke. It's not an accident. When they talk about making sure you press a defender on your routes or you cross a safety's face, like he does that so well, and that generates contact and that generates flags. It's not just like some weird thing. And he's got really long arms, super physical.
Yeah.
Noah Brown is a dog. Noah Brown hasn't played a 16-game season.
And he had that little injury this offseason.
Yeah, right. Like,
did anything come out about what it was? Or
no, that's actually a good. Let's get an update
yeah.
on that. I'm going to write myself a note. By all accounts, and these accounts are his Instagram account, he appears to be running around totally fine. But Noah Brown, I mean, the reason I think Houston let him go last year was because they just didn't think they could count on him. In 7 years in the NFL, he's played two 16-game seasons. He missed all of 2019. Last year, he played 11 games. In 23, he played 10 games in Houston. So this is probably a far bridge here, right? But, like, let's say you know what you've got in Terry, Debo, and Noah. Because you know who those players are. One of them held out from minicamp. One of them, it's his first year in the offense, and one of them hasn't had a fully healthy season in 3 years. But let's just assume those are knowns. What are you getting from the unknowns? Does Luke step up this year? Can Lane step up as a rookie?
Those are things that you have a lot of questions about as well. But you asked me about the most. I think for me, let's say we're going to assume Terry's there. Terry's there with Debo, and then Zach Ertz in the mix, and Noah Brown in the mix. I think you have a legitimate starting core. Now, I think what we've seen from Jalen Lane, you should be excited. That young man can not only be a part of the receiving core, he can be your legitimate return guy. All right?
I think that's a huge deal.
Luke McCaffrey, we saw him return some last year. It's another return guy. And I think Luke made some strides last year when it came to the receiving core. KJ Osborne is back. That's a level of experience there that's been around a while. So you have multiple guys that have done it, and I think that competition level goes up. And hell, cream rise to the top, baby.
It's that time, man. I thought Luke last year was learning to play the position. If Luke could take a significant step forward, I think you got a real group there, because I do think there's real questions. We didn't even talk defensively, right? I thought if you missed any of our interview with Logan Paulson, it was great. Logan knows this roster backwards and forwards. We kind of try to really dive deep. He seems quite confident Will Harris kind of stepping in for Jeremy Chin. I think that's good news organizationally if they're able to pull that off. Let's hit these phones, 800-636-1067. What position group is your biggest question going into training camp. You know what's not a question for me? My garage door. Because my old garage door sucked. It was super loud, squeaked, sounded like an elephant was running through my living room every time we moved it. Now that joint is silent. It's sleek. It's increased the curb appeal of my home. I did it with the pros at Door Pro America. You know they know what they're doing because they've been doing it for over 50 years in the DMV. They can do it all. You can get a brand new garage door like me. They'll come in, show you all the options on this dope like Photoshop spreadsheet. Then you pick it. They come in, installation. The whole thing takes like 2 hours, and they kind of cleaned up my garage. Appreciate that, boys. It's not just new garage doors, though. You can get maintenance, repairs, whatever it is. Do what I did. Give them a call and ask how you can save big on repairs with a Door Pro Advantage membership, which includes annual maintenance to keep everything on track in your garage. Call right now. You get $60 off any repair or a tune-up for just $89, or just get a brand new one. I'm telling you, it's so great. 877-DOOR-PRO, 877-DOOR-PRO, or visit doorproamerica.com. And be sure to tell them JP Finley sent you. B. Mitch and Finley and Block Party. Love this band. Question for the people. What position group is the biggest question mark going into training camp? Training camp for the Burgundy and Gold starts tomorrow. Not today, not Wednesday. They report tomorrow. First practice Wednesday morning. Let's hit up Elijah in D.C. Elijah, what position group are you watching the most?
This was kind of tough for me, man, and not for a bad reason. I'm thinking linebacker because if you can get a little bit more, if you get pushed from Von Miller, how much more crazy does that make a guy like Frankie Louvu look? I feel like at times they wanted to cover more ground at that position. So I'm curious to see with the health of Jordan McGee, if they're able to get some other rotational things going on. I love Bobby Wagner, man. Keep him on the field if you can, but I still would like them to lessen his scope or the field of view that he has to, or where he has to do for the defense. If they can just keep them on the short side and keep them strong and figure out a way to have another linebacker make up that extra gap of field, a space that I think was just missing from a personnel standpoint. And I think it comes from that place. And I think Louvu is going to be a dog. I think they've setting up the rotations, even at the defensive line, if they're able to kind of get this thing really going up front and these guys have a clear path. I want Frankie Louvu to be able to get to the quarterback and have him be a Tasmanian devil on the way. He has that potential. I think that they really unlock him. I'm ready to give me a 4 jersey, by the way. I'm going to call in and figure out how I can win me one. But I really think that that's where the strength is really going to come. That additions on the D-line and having him go. And my 1B is probably slot receiver. I want to see what is going to be the rotation at that slot position, who locks it down. I know they like to go a lot of ways with it, but I want to see who occupies that space most.
There you go. Good call, Elijah. Thanks, buddy. Good luck with the jersey. If you get good pressure out of Von Miller, I think Jordan McGee is a really interesting player.
Yeah.
Because they talked about wanting to be able to play a little more 4-3.
They absolutely love him.
I know. Last year he was just hindered by injuries.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen him a couple times this offseason. Looks big, healthy. If he can run, that could free – if you get better run defense on the line, more run fits, staying in your gap, and then you've got a guy like McGee able to really help you in clear run situations, what does that free up for Louvu? Louvu's a playmaker.
Then you could use the thing about a guy like Louvu. He has an extreme motor, and you need to be able to utilize that. And like I said the other day, I'm not comparing him to Michael Parsons, but you can utilize his ability in ways like that. Frankie Louvu is such a problem where, what if he were to start off line up on the outside? They shift. He's now in the middle and he's rushing. A center going to have a damn problem with him coming full speed at him. You know, just like Michael Parsons, not the biggest dude. He gives centers and guards pure hell. When those guys block down, block out, and leave that guard there one-on-one to deal with an athletic guy like him, he's going to have a problem. And Frankie could be utilized in the same way.
Let's go to Josh in Clearwater. Josh, what position group are you going to be watching with camp opening up?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's up, man?
I'm already looking at the D-line. I mean, I'd like to see this unit try to get, 20-plus sacks, this season. I think that's kind of evident by the Von Miller signing recently. But one thing I did want to say is, can I make a Terry prediction real quick, if you got a sec?
Fire away, dude.
All right, so here's what my prediction is with the Terry situation. I think that they're going to end up signing him. It's going to be closer to the third preseason game because I think they're going to use the next few weeks to kind of fill some gaps, make a few more signings. And when they feel good about the roster, where they're at, I think what they're going to do is they're going to look at the leftovers, and they're going to make Terry the highest paid receiver in the league for this season, maybe around $40-45 million. And then you even out the next 3 years at around $30 a year, over the next 3 years. So you take all into consideration the next 4 years at about a $35 million average. So I think that's what could get it done, and then everybody's happy. Terry gets to hang his hat on being the highest paid receiver going into the season. And, yeah, all is good. And we're off to the Super Bowl run.
Appreciate you, Josh. I don't think that number's going to happen.
Yeah,
I don't think either side expects that. But if you're right, call back, and I'll send you an Amazon code for a free 6-pack of soda. Deal?
Yeah, no, sounds good. Hold you to it.
All
All right, man.
later, man. I do think you could get a Terry deal done.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to be making more than Chase Jefferson. Do you?
No,
Yeah,
I don't think so.
I
I don't think that's even much something he's trying to do. I think he just want to be treated equally, fairly.
Yeah.
You know,
one thing
he's not
that
trying to break the bank.
I noticed, the Bengals for months and months and months and months and months have had really contentious situation with Trey Hendrickson. Bengals GM Duke Tobin came out earlier today and said, "We love Trey. He's earned a raise. We're going to see if we can get this done." And the Bengals owner came out and said, "We love Trey. I'm not going to get involved in the media." Mike Brown said, "I'm not persuaded that it isn't going to get done. As far as I'm concerned, the sooner the better."
Mm-hmm.
The Hendrickson thing was ugly. Again,
Very.
not saying that one impacts the next, but you saw TJ Watt get done. Carl Loftus just got done. Now's the time. We'll
We
see.
always talk when the pressure happens, things begin to go.
Phone lines open for the next hour. We're talking training camp. Washington Commanders set to report tomorrow. It's going to be very, very interesting how it all shakes out. You don't want to miss it. What are you watching for in training camp? All right. What do you need to see? What player? What position group? What is it you're focused on? All of our training camp coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice.
The Washington Nationals look to turn the page and get ready for the Cincinnati Reds tonight, trying to snap out of a 10 of 12 in the loss column. Mackenzie Gore lost yesterday's game 8-1 to the Padres after giving up a grand slam. He focuses on the team's current struggle.
Especially when, we've been struggling for a while now. The only way to get out of this stuff is to come together. So it's tough right now. It's, a tough situation. We're not playing well, and we've got to just do it as a group and try to, everybody just kind of play what we're capable of, and if we do that, good things will happen.
Pre-game show 6:15 tonight here on The Fan with Jake Irvin getting the call. The Reds versus the Nats. President Donald Trump is threatening to hold up a new stadium deal for Washington Commanders if it does not restore its old name of the Redskins. Trump said that the Commanders would be much more valuable if they restored their old name. Josh Harris said earlier this year that the name was here to stay. Titans quarterback Will Levis is to undergo surgery on his throwing shoulder and miss the entire 2025 season. ESPN has ranked each roster in the NFL 1 through 32. The Ravens are number 1. The Commanders are number 7. 12-time All-Star Chris Paul has agreed to a deal with the L.A. Clippers. Number 1 running back Derek Cooper is going to Texas. Former BYU quarterback Jake Retzlaff has verbally committed to Tulane. Naval Academy will now play in the American Conference in a rebranding of the AAC. Scotty Scheffler has raised the claret jug in the 153rd British Open with a win, a 68 on Sunday for a 4-shot advantage and the victory. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Leadville vibing.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I went and did some investigating on the microwavable metal containers. And based off of what I found online, I would put my life on it that container that Jeff used is not microwavable.
No chance.
Metal makes it kind of reflects the microwaves and it makes it hotter and all. I don't think that container in there is not.
Hey, I looked it up, bro. They said stainless steel bowls are okay because there are no points. There's no points to conduct it. But that's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Hey, we still here. We still on.
Oh,
air.
y'all still here? Because I sure the hell was going in there with you.
No alarms.
Whatever could happen
went off.
Hey,
we good, man.
Y'all start glowing in the dark?
I already glow in the dark. You see this bald head right here?
Stop.
Yeah, all I know is when I see a tweet on my timeline that's from Jeff and it says, LMAO, y'all have to understand science changes. That's when I stop reading.
It does. It does. Like
Trust the science.
It does, man.
Hey,
it changes.
Jeff, listen, I ate it. I'm here. We're chilling. I want to talk ball. Logan got us in the right mindset. We're talking football. If you missed our interview with Logan Paulson at noon, get on Odyssey app, iHeart, wherever you get your podcasts. We're out there. Wherever you get your content, that's where we're at. I got an email from my man, Mark Greenblatt. He said that interview with Logan Paulson was awesome. How about that? I got an email
I like
about
that.
it. So here's the discussion. What position group are you most interested in going into camp? Our guy Drew is on the line. What's up, Drew?
Hey, guys. Hey, I got a question for you, but I'm going to start with that. I'm not looking at any position group that closely. I want to make sure that Terry Field gets done, and I want to make sure nobody gets hurt. And those are probably the two most interesting things if they add anybody else. But I kind of feel like this year's more about preparation than it is evaluation, which is a little bit different than we've been. I want to go and win those first 4 games of the season. And my question to you guys are, what would you see in training camp or during preseason that would change your view of the roster of the starting 53-man roster going into day one? Or is it all about the downstream roster moves at this point and scheme?
Ask that question for me one more time, Drew. It's a little hard to follow.
Yeah, I guess I'm thinking that this is a preparation time, not so much an evaluation, and that I don't know that I'm expecting to see changes in scheme or what they're going to do with players too much during preseason, just as long as we get through.
I mean, dude, they'll always have new.
What are you looking for? I guess is my question.
They'll have new wrinkles, obviously, but like the offense isn't going to look dramatically different than last year.
No, nothing's going to look dramatically different. But this is still a time where you're trying to figure out who you want to keep on the team too. You know, you probably got 47 picked already. There's probably 6 positions that people can go and get, and if you can improve in those 6 positions, you can improve your team.
Sure. And like,
are there ones that you guys are specifically looking at? You think those are the ones on the bubble?
No?
Players?
Yeah, players or positions.
I think positions, there's a lot of open-ended. Like the running back position, that room is deep as hell. Austin Eckler told me that, I don't know, like a month ago or so. He said, maybe he said it during minicamp on the record, right? He's like, I've never been in a running back room where there's 8 guys. Right? They're only going to keep 3 roster control, and then you try to keep somebody in your practice squad. But like, running back's really interesting. What does Bill Merritt do to Jeremy McNichols, Chris Rodriguez? How does that shake out? I also think, arguably, the most important question for this team right now is, will Terry McLaurin sign? Period. Will that get done so that it is truly not a distraction, doesn't impact training camp? Well,
I'm thinking it's going to happen.
Choose optimism. Costs the same, right? Beyond that, I think the most important question for this team, how much better are the lines on both sides? Like, if Tunsil can be that much better, and then you're able to play Wiley at guard, like if all that shakes out and shakes out the right way, then all of a sudden, I mean, does anybody remember the second half of last year where they had no run game? That shouldn't happen. You don't want Jaden Daniels to be your leading rusher in 6 of your last 8 games. You love his ability. You don't try to slow it down. But you'd love if Robinson and Eckler combined for 135 on the ground. So, and then the D-line, they've overhauled it. They also lost John Allen. Like, it's a lot of moving parts. Football game's won up front, man. You finally answered quarterback. Finally answered it. Got to see what the other sides of the ball are going to do. Thanks for the call, Drew. Charles is in Fredericksburg. Chuck, what are you watching for as camp gets set?
Hey, by the way, thanks so much. Great show. And by the way, Logan Paulson, I agree. Great interview. And if you haven't seen him with Santana Moss and Fred Smoot, it's one of the funniest things to watch. So
that is 3 very different personalities.
It's great.
2 low-key dudes and 1 high-key dude.
Yeah, Logan got me fired. I appreciate the show today. So for me, I can't dismiss anybody else because there's a lot of stuff we're looking forward to. But the O-line for me is the big one. So last year, I think they outplayed what people said they would do before the season started. But if it wasn't for Jaden Daniels and Cliff Kingsbury, we would have had a crappy season. You know, really, because they couldn't defend properly. We couldn't get the run going. When our running backs are getting hit in the backfield almost every play, we got in a run game. So I think this year, with an improved offensive line, if our running backs are getting a step into the defensive backfield, if we're suddenly Jaden's got 1 to 2 more seconds to look at his patterns, we have a whole different offense. So I think the O-line for me is number 1.
I agree with you there, man. A lot of questions, and if they can get that done. But you know what's interesting is I was talking to somebody over the weekend, and they were asking, I said this to Brian earlier, like if you don't get Terry back, which I think is a little too far down the line to discuss, but if you don't get Terry back, you've got a really inexperienced receiving core, right? I do, though, have faith in between Jaden and Cliff, their ability to kind of manufacture offense and get a lot of the tight ends involved, the backs involved, and still be able to move the ball. Great quarterbacks tend to be able to move the ball. Phones have been really good today. I think everybody's just happy to talk football. Let's go to our guy, Shane.
Well,
Shane, what position group, man? What are you watching for?
Hey, JP Brown. Hey, first of all, it's got to be secondary, right? Our secondary is pretty much all new faces. Lattimore, I think I'm more worried about Lattimore right now than a Terry deal. I think Terry gets done. I mean, you're hoping he gets done, right? But there's that right now. Until that ink hits the contract to that paper, then it ain't done. And I got a feeling that a gut feeling that he may be on a different team coming. I really do. It should have been done by now. but at some point you're going to piss this man off. And I mean, what's he asking for? Maybe what, 34, 35 million? Give it to him. If not, then we're in big trouble because that wide receiver, like you just said, JP, is big question mark without him. But it's got to be the secondary. I mean, right now, the last 2 years, hell, let's call it what it is. Since Ron Rivera's been there and gone, that secondary's been atrocious. I mean, it has been one of the worst in the league. It's just, and Lattimore, maybe he's done. I mean, right now the Saints have won this trade. I mean, if you look what, yeah, he was hurt last year, but I can't wait to see what he does against against good receivers coming in. He's supposed to be healthy. Let's see what he does. But secondary, got to be secondary.
I like it. Good call, man. Thank you. I don't know that it has to be the Lattimore question based on what expectations were to what we saw. That is a big one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like a lot of it's health, don't you think?
A lot of it's health. And I think the ultimate thing, we don't know who won what yet. I mean, the whole thing about it, this thing isn't over. You
From
can't
the trade, you're saying?
The whole thing not over yet.
No.
I think people like to just make it. They're going to end it already. Come on, man.
I think it'd be silly to do that. I think he needs to play well this year. And I think he's a really big kind of swing vote for this defense, man. If he can ball, then I think this defense has a real shot. Let's go to John in Herndon. Johnny, what up? What are you watching for as camp gets set?
For me, it's really a combination of running back and then the O-line. Because the O-line is better, and it does feel like it's going to be better, and then creating opportunities. But for me, having the diversity in the offensive set, our running backs, to be honest, I'm looking for improvement for Chris. Robinson is great, but he needs a break every once in a while, and Rodriguez in the first half of the season was really coming through. And the only thing I would say, if I might just get my 2 cents in, for me, I think Terry will get done. It's a bid-ask issue. I see him coming at 31, 32. I think it's important for him to get respect by being in the 30 group. Thanks.
Thanks for the call, John.
All right, man.
Appreciate you, man. I also think Terry will get done. I think the numbers got to start with a 3, and I think it'll move. Colin in Reston. Colin, what position group you watching for, dude?
Man, I'm really looking at running back, but what I'm really interested in is it's going to be that third spot. But I think a guy that a lot of people are forgetting is our 7th-round pick, Krosky Merritt. I mean, that guy, he had a messed up last college year with his eligibility and everything, but the second he played in that bowl game, man, he was off to the races. He had over 200 yards and 2 touchdowns, I think. And he brings a wildly different skill set. He's a true, shifty guy, very quick and elusive, and I think that's the guy to be looking for at the running back position. Thank you, guys.
Thanks,
right,
man.
Appreciate it.
I mean, you've been high on him, too.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think people forgot about him. I think he's been named. Logan basically pointed him out. I just, when you see him on the field, I always say you look at athletes and certain people move a certain way. He has that. And I just want to see it when he starts to get some competition.
Yeah. I mean, the biggest thing is try to get through camp healthy, right? I think that's just by a mile the biggest thing they need to do. I couldn't help but laugh, B. So the last, 90 minutes of the show, we haven't done any stadium, name, Terry, nothing, right? We've had good calls, good conversation. Where are the people that keep calling in, yelling about, you guys just talk about the same stuff? All the people that get grumpy, right? It's been nonstop ball for 2 hours.
And it's going to be that way. Those people need to just get a life and find another damn show to listen to. We're going to talk about what we're going to talk about.
Just got this report. It's funny, dude. This young man interned for us back in the CSN days. Henry McKenna is a reporter for Fox Sports. Headline, source, Terry McLaurin trying to bring deal together, not break Commanders apart. I'm reading now from Fox Sports. Terry McLaurin hasn't announced whether he'll attend the Washington Commanders training camp if the two sides can't agree on a contract extension. He also hasn't decided whether he'll ask for a trade. McLaurin, an all-pro receiver and team captain, is most interested in trying to bring a deal together, not breaking the team apart, quote, according to a source close to McLaurin. I think that tracks with what he said the other day, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think it also, I'll keep reading here. That's why all eyes will be on McLaurin when Washington veterans report on Tuesday for the start of camp, particularly after he skipped mandatory minicamp this offseason. If necessary, McLaurin will explore every option, including a holdout, a hold-in, and a trade request, per the source. Everything will be on the table, the source told me, but McLaurin is taking things day by day in hopes of hearing more from the Commanders, who have not talked to him about his contract in weeks, even after he spoke out about his dissatisfaction. We all remember Terry's comments. We'll go around the room on this.
Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow morning, we won't know. If I had to guess, let's start here. DQ and AP are set to talk tomorrow at 10:30 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
You think they will provide some wiggle room to be like, oh, we don't know if he's reported yet? Like,
possibly.
I wouldn't be shocked by that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be.
DQ likes to talk to us before he gets the injury update, so he can say, oh, I don't have him yet.
Smart man.
Considering those three options, hold out, hold in, trade request. I guess there's four, or deal gets done. What do you think is most likely, Landfill, before tomorrow morning?
I think hold in. Terry McLaurin seems more like a hold in guy.
Jeffrey?
I promise you, I'm not even going to say I promise you because I don't want to seem like it's a report. I hope and pray that this news break like 5, 6 o'clock tonight that Terry McLaurin has signed his extension and everything is just going to be, oh, you finally got the deal done tomorrow. I hope it's that.
Is that so you're just speaking it into existence?
Yep.
Okay. Bennett, what about you, buddy?
What was the original question? Because I was editing.
Give Bennett a chance to talk. Most likely result when players report to camp tomorrow morning for Terry McLaurin. Hold out, hold in, deal gets done, or trade request?
I think report, but does not participate.
That'd be hold in, Bennett.
Hold in.
There you go. I'll take calls on that
report,
too.
But not participate.
If folks want to chime in, what is the most likely scenario for Terry tomorrow morning? New report from Fox Sports says all options are on the table per a source. But Terry wants to bring a deal together, not break the team apart. I believe that. I mean, that's kind of who Terry is. What do you think, B? Hold out, hold in, deal gets done, trade
Deal
request.
gets done.
Deal gets done by tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm feeling like that.
Okay. I also think if all of a sudden there's a ton of momentum overnight, like they get to the 8-yard line on a contract, I think Terry's going to be there.
Mm-hmm.
I think deadlines drive deals, man. And that's just kind of where this operation is.
And that's what we're seeing, deadlines right now.
Right. New report from Fox Sports says Terry McLaurin not trying to break the Commanders apart, wants to bring a deal together, but everything will be on the table before tomorrow's mandatory start for veterans of 2025 NFL training camp. It's B. Mitchell Finley. Nobody go anywhere.
This update sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Nationals baseball tonight against the Cincinnati Reds. Reds just won 2 out of 3 against the Mets. Nationals, of course, lost to the Padres 8-1. Tonight, Jake Irvin looking for win number 8, 6:15 pregame here on The Fan. President Donald Trump is threatening to hold up a new stadium deal for the Washington Commanders if the team does not restore its old name of the Redskins. Owner Josh Harris had said earlier this year that the name was here to stay. Titans quarterback Will Levis to undergo surgery on his throwing shoulder. He's out for the season. 12-time All-Star Chris Paul has agreed to a deal with the LA Clippers. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Bound to take your life. There's a bathroom on the right. It's a interesting situation. We got our first report. This is not where I expected it from. Jordan Schultz, I think is with Bleacher Report. He's kind of just on his own, has like the podcast. He was with Fox for a minute, and then I think something happened with Fox. He's not with Fox anymore. Jordan Schultz was at Eastern Motors. I don't know that everybody knows that. I saw him like hanging out in the, what do you call like the lobby of a car dealership? The showroom?
Oh, yeah, I saw him. He was sitting there chilling.
Yeah, I was like, what's up, man?
He got dropped off by some, looked like a ride share.
Yeah, he probably got an Uber from BWI or something. Schultz was there. So I would expect when we get news, Schultz will have it. There's always Schefter and Rapp and Garofalo and Rossini. We'll see. First report we've had, though, since last week, I think, or at least the notification that didn't get erased on your phone, B. Terry McLaurin trying to bring a deal together, not break Commanders apart. But in the report, the source tells McKenna that all options are on the table, including hold out, hold in, deal gets done, or a trade request. I don't see the trade request coming. Not at this point.
All options should be on the table when you're trying to get something done and moving forward. That's not really news to me. Who's negotiating and not use every option they have?
Agreed. I don't think they're going the trade request route. And I'm not saying they shouldn't if they need to, but I don't think that's happening. So then of the next 3 options here, hold in, hold out, deal gets done. I'd say I'm almost like 40% hold in, 40% deal gets done, 20% hold out. We haven't even brought up the fact that you get like legitimate fines at this point.
Yeah. And they're heavy.
That's my 100%. 40, 20. Alton is in Richmond. Alton, what do you think happens with Terry, dude?
Well, number one, I think they need to stop going around keep talking about, is he going to get traded? Is this going to happen? Is that going to happen? The whole bottom line, Peters just needs to sign the man. He irritating a whole lot of Washington fans, and really that's one thing you don't want to irritate when you're trying to bring a culture back to a team that's been in scrutiny for over 25 years. So the best thing for him to do is to find a common denominator and get it over and done with so all these people can stop. Is you going to sign him? Is you going to trade him? Because nothing's out there for to trade him with. You're not getting nothing better than him. Just pay the man and get it over with because it's starting to be a headache. And I've been a fan for almost 47 years now.
I'll say this, in Peters' defense, though, sir, you ain't hearing nothing from Peters. You're hearing a lot of people out there speculating and saying stuff. I don't think you hear nothing from Peters.
Nothing.
Well, that's the point. We haven't heard nothing from him. That's what he needs to speak. Your number one receiver, and you sitting there not saying nothing.
Yeah, but that's
He's gonna talk tomorrow.
I don't think he needs to speak. I think if he speaks, then you're gonna have, just like you have a multitude of people making their mindset, you have a multitude of people saying what they think he said. That's where it kills me.
But wouldn't it be easier to have a culture that you want instead of a culture there? I mean, this man could be getting death threats or something if this go wrong with Terry, and you doing all that just for a contract?
I don't think that's even a reasonable thing to say.
I think this is what happens in contracts all the time. People negotiate, and sometimes it gets contentious. That's it. I don't think they've done nothing that's been crazy, nothing that's been any different than any other contract.
Because when he broke the franchise record for the 13 touchdowns, they should have just signed him then anyway and got it over with.
Might have been cheaper. Thank you for the call. Appreciate you, man. You keep saying it, and I think fans react emotionally.
Short for fanatical.
But I just think none of this. Think about the Trey Hendrickson situation. That's been going on for 2 years. He had two.
And that's been worse.
Whoever negotiated that deal, to have 2 years of non-guaranteed money on the back end of that thing is absurd. That Hendrickson requested
those deals happen. You know why those deals happen, Jay? Because guys care about that up front. They don't much look at the other stuff most times.
Well, and when he negotiated this one, hadn't been the sack king in back-to-back seasons, right? Like, things do change. Everything's fluid. I don't know, man. I think the Terry situation is going to be really interesting to see. We were talking about this morning in the text thread as the Trump stuff was unfolding, that I really wish Terry would just get signed at 9:59 a.m. and we could just have a "How fired up are you for Terry" day instead of have to talk about Trump.
Well, we did it. We did a segment.
This is interesting of the Trump stuff. Eric Flack covers kind of sports and politics for WUSA. And he, I guess the mayor had an availability today, Mayor Bowser.
Uh-huh.
And Flack tweeted out, "New, Mayor Bowser sidestepped questions about level concern over Trump threat to kill RFK Stadium deal if the team didn't go back to the old name, saying only D.C. Council needs to act. When I asked if she would withdraw support for D.C. Stadium if Redskins' name returned, the mayor said no."
I think what Eric and everybody else need to understand, if anyone is dealing with our president at this point, okay, he's a roller coaster ride. He changes at the drop of a dime. Why would you say anything that's going to affect him? So when people ask questions now to the people that are involved, do you expect them to answer something and say something that's going to set him off again? I think that people, when you're in situations and you know whatever you say could cause some issue, you think about it, or you don't say nothing at all. You sidestep it. You're trying to get the deal done. That's what's the most important right now. It's not just to answer the question that you have to ask.
I think Mayor Bowser has done a really good job throughout this process. And I understand, I mean, hell, Seagraves told us council members listen to the show, right?
Mm-hmm.
I understand there are council members with real questions, and there was a real level of somewhere between frustration and outright hostility in how late her budget proposal got sent to the city council.
Yeah.
My understanding, it was like 2 or 3 months late. I get why that would piss you off, okay?
Yeah. There are people who's pissed off at, it's all kind of people pissed off in their council.
Right. But I think she has done a real, I think the mayor of Washington, D.C. got to be one of the most difficult political jobs in the country.
Hell yeah.
Because
you're working and everybody else control everything you're doing.
You have no backstop, right? If you're the mayor of Baltimore or the mayor of Richmond, you also have state and county money to support your endeavors.
Mm-hmm.
D.C. doesn't have any of that. D.C.'s on its own, on an island. The federal government controls half the city. I don't know, more than that, less. I mean, both in actual land that they own that the city doesn't get to collect taxes on, and in, unfortunately, we've seen in the post-COVID world, like the federal government not sending people back to work has like cratered kind of mom and pop businesses, delis and dry cleaners. Drive down K Street. Hell, walk around. Try to go to an ATM in the Navy Yard because all these banks that had branches are closed. Like, there's so much that's beyond her control. And when Trump got reelected, when he got elected again, I guess is the right term, I thought the mayor really kind of just held back on a lot of commentary because she wants this stadium to be built. And sure, is that like a legacy project for her? Yes. Does she probably want to announce a re-election campaign on the heels of a successful RFK Stadium project? Probably. But I think deep down, dude, I think the mayor believes this is the absolute best thing that could happen to the city. And I tend to agree. If you look at the shift in offices, I was playing golf 2 weeks ago with a dude that does commercial real estate.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, man, how's it going? He's like, dude, it's never coming back. He's just like, commercial real estate is never coming back to what it once was. That doesn't mean it can't get better. We can't reallocate resources. Like people
in this city, you're saying?
I'm in the city, I think all over the country, but especially in this city. Like, it's one thing for big corporations and the federal government to try to mandate people go back to work. But that stuff tends to swing with political pendulums, and political pendulums tend to swing. So who knows, not next year or 3 years, but eventually, like, people are going to work from home, and smaller businesses, smaller companies that employ, when you add it all up, that employ a ton of people, dude, they have realized that if you remove the overhead that an office brings, lease, electric bills, equipment, all that stuff, you remove that overhead and you continue 85, 90% of your productivity, you're making more money.
Question I would ask, though, do they all keep 85, 95% of their productivity going? Because I'll be honest with you, I know a lot of people that work from home, and I guarantee you they're not working and putting in as much as they was doing when they were in the office.
That's a fair question.
And listen, bro. Yeah, you may not have that overhead, but you lose out on write-offs and all that type of stuff, too.
Yeah.
You lose out on
it's a complicated
things.
calculus.
So I understand what you're saying, but ultimately, if I got you in the office, I can expect you to do more. If you're at home, I don't know when you're breaking.
Do you think it's ever going to get back to how it was?
I think in this city, I would say probably not because it's too political. In other cities, I'll say yes.
In this,
because I still see buildings being built as I travel around.
Sure.
So I don't think they're building them if they don't expect nobody to come into them.
I think what you see now is, especially in this city, people are trying to convert old office space into like apartments and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how that's going to work. I hope it works great. But I think the mayor is legitimately onto something that we need to make this city more of a destination, and this big-ass stadium project that I think realistically you got 9 or 10 home Commanders games.
Mm-hmm.
Say you get 5 or 10 more football games. Military Bowl maybe moves from Annapolis. You get some big-time college football games in there.
Mm-hmm.
Virginia Tech probably wants a game in there. Notre Dame will play a game in there. You get this super dope stadium. Then you get concerts, festivals, whatever.
Olympics, Super Bowl.
Right. Like Super Bowl and Olympics are one-offs, but they could just have outrageous financial impact.
But
like,
once you get one, you start getting other stuff.
Final Four, WrestleMania. Say you start getting 25 to 30 legitimate big events in that stadium a year. I'm not a math guy, but say that, because a lot of people come even if you're not going to the game, right?
Yeah.
So the stadium's going to seat 65,000.
Yeah.
So say that brings 100,000 people into town for the event.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like those are fairly conservative numbers.
Yep.
Say it happens 25 times a year.
It's a lot of people.
For a regular Skins game, a lot of people are just driving so that they don't need hotels. But say
a lot of people do get hotels too.
Yeah, and half those games, people are coming from out of town. I mean, how many people is that? 100,000 for 25 events. Is that 2.5 million? Is that 25 million?
A lot of people.
I don't know. But there people are going to spend money. I think it's a legit investment into bringing more money to the city. And I think that's one of the biggest reasons the
If
mayor.
your complaint is that you don't have, you need to find ways to get, not stop ways to get.
Yeah. And I think her saying if he mandates the team name has to be Redskins and she's not going to stop it, I think it's smart politics. Whether or not she means it, I don't know. I don't think it's going to get to that line. I think a lot of this is designed to put pressure on the council to get this done. And frankly, I support the idea of just getting this done. You know what else I support?
What's that?
The 5-star experts at Crop Metcalf for all your residential and commercial cooling, heating, plumbing, and pest control needs. JP Finley here, and you know these summer temperatures are on the rise. Last thing you need is your air conditioning tapping it out. My crew over at Crop Metcalf can hook you up with a brand new cooling system starting at just $186 a month. You heard me, as low as $186 a month. That includes all your future service repairs, plus heating and cooling checks, one low monthly price. No curveballs, no nonsense. Maybe your water heater's acting up. Don't wait for it to get cold and you got no hot water, man. Crop Metcalf can start a new water heater at just $56 a month. Don't wait until it's too late. Do what I always do. Call the 5-star experts at Crop Metcalf, 1-800-GO-CROP, or visit cropmetcalf.com. Schedule your appointment today. Crop Metcalf is the home of the 5-star technician. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Just saw Grant Paulson back in the office. Congratulations to Grant and his family on another healthy baby. I think they're now at 104 kids. I'm not exactly sure.
They have a whole basketball team, baseball team, soccer team, all that in the field.
I don't know definitively what he's saying here, but I think Dan Orlovsky just said he thinks Jalen Hurts is the best quarterback in the NFL.
I was taught when people say absolute stupid stuff, you don't even respond to it.
I don't know. I didn't watch. I'll confess, left hand up. I didn't watch the video. Maybe, but he said, really don't care where you rank Hurts. He sits at 1.
He won the Super Bowl last year. That's basically what he's saying, I guess. I don't know. But I'm not.
You know what I'm ready for, man?
Football. And
Football.
Stop talking about all this crap.
Get out of list season. Actual football. What I know is we're headed over to Ashburn this afternoon. A little training camp orientation for the media.
You gotta skip that one.
I've been going to training camp for some time. I look forward to orientation. Rules and regulations and such, B.
Bring me a list.
You know what was a fun list?
What?
The team is always very cool. During training camp, they try to set up one-on-one interviews, and they ask for the list of players you'd like to get.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to kind of be strategic. You know what I mean? A little strategery. Because obviously, everybody's going to say Jaden, Terry, Debo, Von Miller. So you got to try to mix some stuff up. When you know the team well, you know who's really well-spoken, more entertaining, more insightful.
Yep.
And I think you kind of have an idea what young players could be on the rise.
There you go.
So I've submitted my list of names. See how that goes. Maybe I'll save it, and we'll see how many of my list I get. We'll cross-check it at the end. Not going to tell you who's on there now. Shout out to White Brian. He's on vacation for 2 weeks.
Hey, who
Is that right?
who won the overall? What's it called? We forgot about that?
I have it. We can try to do it off the top of our head.
I think I was minus 30-something.
So White Brian had one dude miss the cut. I had no people miss the cut. Jeff had 2 guys. Did Matsuyama make the cut? All right, so Jeff only had 1 guy miss the cut.
I had 4 that made it.
You had 4 that made it. And
they were all minus 6 or better.
Professor Landini had 1 guy miss the cut. So if you
had Scheffler.
If you had a missed cut, White Brian had Scheffler.
Okay.
But he also had Morikawa who missed the cut. So if you miss the cut, you're out. So White Brian's out, Jeff is out, Landfill's out. So that means it's me versus B. Mitch. All your guys were 6 or better, B?
Yep.
I'm pretty sure you won then. We can try to do it quickly. So you had Goddard up at 12
I had Goddard
under.
up. I had Xander.
All right.
I had Spawn.
Xander's at 10, so you're 22 under.
Spawn, Goddard up.
Spawn is 6, so you are 28 under.
And one more.
All right, so you had Xander and Terrell Hatton.
Hatton, yeah.
And Hatton finished at 7 under. So that puts you to 35 under?
Something like that.
Okay. I had, who did I have? Rom, Oberg, Fitz. All right, so Rom, where you at? Rom finished 3 under. Oberg finished 6 under, so I'm at 9.
You need 26.
It's going to be tough. Fitz and Lowry. Mike Lowry. Fitz was my high at 11, so that gets me to 18. I don't think Lowry was good enough.
Nah, 9 and 11 is 20, dog.
Okay, 20. I thought I was at 8. And then Lowry finished 2 under, so you win it. Congratulations.
Yeah.
I would have been 2 more under if Lowry didn't move his ball in the rough. Let's make some bets, Landfill.
Holla. Gather around, gather around.
Heard it here first. All right, boys. It's baseball season. What do you got tonight? Is there WNBA tonight? No, it's
that's an All-Star game, right? Or was that last night?
I think they finished.
Yeah.
Give me New England over Never mind. That's Friday. Ahead of myself.
Great job, Jeff.
Yeah, you just skipped the whole week. Jeff said, I don't care about Monday through Thursday. I'm just going to go Friday.
Skeens is on the mound tonight.
What are you playing?
Tigers.
I'm taking the Tigers.
Ooh.
Give me all good dogs over fail harder. TBT.
Shout out to TBT.
Skeens don't seem to win, dog. He
I
pitches
know.
well, he just don't win.
And give me the New York Knicks and basketball.
I swear this e-basketball thing is not real.
Hey, no, hey, what dude DM me? He showed me his winnings. He been taking my picks on the e-basketball. He been making some money.
I'm taking the Phillies run line. Phillies -1.5 with the Bo Sox going into the city of brotherly love.
Give me the Mets, and you know what? I'm going head-to-head with Landfill. Give me Skeens and the old crew.
All right. The Buccos. Thank you to Dave Zangaro for joining the program today. Thank you to Logan Paulson for joining the program today. If you missed either of those interviews, check them out on the Odyssey app, iHeart, TuneIn, or wherever you get your podcasts. Apple Play, Spotify, Google Play, wherever you go, we go. That's the content game. Thanks to everybody that called in. Grant and Danny are on next. Great to have Grant back. Congrats to him and his family. I really hope when we open the show tomorrow morning,
I'm going to talk to Grant about try to get another hobby.
It's the news of Terry McLaurin signing a new contract. We will hear from Dan Quinn and Adam Peters tomorrow on the program. Don't miss that. We're out of here. Grant and Danny next. If you made it this far, Jeff owes you some e-basketball tickets.
This update brought to you by Reynolds, Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Nationals baseball against the Cincinnati Reds tonight after the loss to the Padres. It'll be Jake Irvin to the hill. Our pregame begins at 6:15 on The Fan. Nationals have lost 10 of their last 12. President Donald Trump is threatening to hold up a new stadium deal for Washington's Commanders if it does not restore its old name of the Redskins. Josh Harris, the owner, though, said earlier this year that the name was here to stay. Titans quarterback Will Levis will undergo surgery on his throwing shoulder, so that means he's out for the season. ESPN has ranked each roster in the NFL, 1 through 32, Ravens number 1, Eagles 2, Lions 3, Bills 4, Chiefs 5, Broncos 6, and the Commanders number 7 in the league. 12-time All-Star Chris Paul has agreed to come back to the L.A. Clippers. Number 1 running back Derek Cooper is going to join Texas's 2026 class. Former BYU quarterback Jake Retzlaff has verbally committed to transfer to Tulane. Scotty Scheffler raises the claret jug for the 153rd British Open. It's the third leg of a Grand Slam for him, his 4th overall major championship and 2nd this season. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Yeah, Monday. Let's do this thing. July 21st, 2025. We're Grant and Danny. You are listening live to The Fan. It's a good sports week in D.C. The Commanders back to work at training camp starting tomorrow. The Nationals' second half is underway. Their homestand continues. The Cincinnati Reds are in town. We're with you in the Navy Yard until 6:30 tonight right here on your flagship home for the Nats and the Caps. We will have tickets to see Wiz Khalifa at 4 o'clock out of the Beltway Blitz. Eric Flack stops by at 3 with the latest on everything going on with the stadium, the involvement of Donald Trump. And at 5 o'clock, George Perry, former Redskins executive, back when they were the Redskins, who is now a professor at Christopher Newport, heavily involved in the marketing department way back when. We'll talk to him about marketing moving forward with the name and whether or not he thinks anything could be shifting with the president's involvement. Hello, Daniel.
Hey, what the hell is going on? You ever watch The Office, The American Office? They went for like a bunch of seasons.
You're talking about the show that everybody watched a million times?
Yeah, did you ever see that one? There are probably too many episodes for you to have gotten into it. Or did you?
Kind of like Seinfeld, where you don't need them to build on each other. It's just like on and it's background noise at any moment, and you laugh or you don't.
There's one episode in particular where Jim, who looks at the camera, like normally he does the smirk or whatever, where it's so chaotic, everything is crazy, everything's standing on its head, that he turns and he goes, "What is going on?" And he can't get over it, can't figure out what's happening. That's me, pretty much over the weekend. I mean, my head is spinning. I'm swimming. I don't even, like, we're supposed to come on and express opinions. We're supposed to have great conversations to entice people to continue listening and participate. Like, I don't even know where to start. What the hell is going on?
Yeah, today is one of those days where I'm a stick to sports guy. I believe in the old sticking to sports. You come here for steak, we cook you some steak. We try not to throw burritos or hot dogs at you.
I would love some steak right now.
At the steakhouse. But you can't stick to sports me today. I stay in my little area. Mm-hmm. That's what I do. You came into my area, okay? This is my little spot. Mm-hmm. This is what I do. I push my glasses up on the bridge of my nose, and I clickety-clack on my laptop, and now you've decided, with all that space out there, to sit on my hands while I type. So there's not a lot I can do. So don't stick to sports me today. I'm going to be talking about the Commanders and their stadium and Terry McLaurin and the team's name. And there's just no way to occasionally, like, the two things just become the same thing. It melts into one.
Right.
You can't peel the politics and the sports out of this little situation we got ourselves in here.
I mean, it's like an octopus. I mean, it's endless limbs, endless tangents, endless little branches on this tree. Unbelievable.
It's a wacky. So we'll start there. mean, let's give our thoughts on this. So, 2 comments yesterday from Donald Trump on the Commanders. The first on their name, and then secondly on their stadium. So I guess, Danny, if you don't mind, as Trump,
sure,
reading from he's not on Twitter anymore. I don't think he's on some other place that he tweets his takes off. So go ahead and read his comment, if you would, the initial one where he said that they need to change their name.
The Washington whatever should change immediately change their name back to the Washington Redskins football team. This is a big clamoring for this. Likewise, the Cleveland Indians, one of the 6 original baseball teams with a storied past. Our great Indian people in massive numbers want this to happen. Their heritage and prestige is systematically being taken away from them. Times are different now than they were 3 or 4 years ago. We are a country of passion and common sense. Owners, get it done.
So when I first saw that, and all the beat reporters doing their jobs correctly, posted what he said, and basically just threw something out there like, the president.
He weighs in on this thing.
Just weighed in on Washington's name. I was fine still, because I said, you're not going to smoke me out with that one, guy. I don't have to deal with that very much. Because you can have a take on the name. He's not going to force them to change their name if Josh Harris doesn't want to change the name. There's not a whole lot more to this than Donald Trump wants the Commanders to be named the Redskins. And to that, I would say, me too. It ain't happening. Next, right? But then there was another one, see? And my whole, I don't have to really worry about this. I don't have to comment on this. I don't have to deal with this. This won't ruin my week. That all changed with the next comment from the President of the United States of America.
I may put a restriction on them if they don't change the name back to the original Washington Redskins and get rid of the ridiculous moniker Washington Commanders. I won't make a deal for them to build a stadium in Washington. The team would be much more valuable and the deal would be exciting for everyone. Cleveland should do the same with the Cleveland Indians. Okay? Cleveland should. And the owner of the Cleveland baseball team, Matt Dolan, who is very political, has lost 3 elections in a row because of that ridiculous name change. What he doesn't understand is that if he changed the name back to the Cleveland Indians, he might actually win an election. Indians are being treated very unfairly. Make Indians great again. MIGA.
Well, what did you say?
MIGA. MIGA.
Is that a thing?
It wasn't.
So I actually didn't know. A lot of people were tweeting me that. Now, I got to be honest. I stayed away from social media yesterday.
You did a little sprint.
You want to talk about a terrible place to be. I think sports takes get ugly. Just go ahead and post what he said yesterday and say, as a fan of this team, I hate being caught in the middle of the political battle that's waging on, which is essentially what I said. I was called the enemy. I was told to eat a salad a couple hundred times. I mean, well, I won't go there, but just know it was a cesspool yesterday on social media. Okay, it was tough. But so I missed out. But MIGA means make Indians great again?
To be very clear, because it's understandable, you're a big failure. You don't listen well. Make Indians great again is MIGA. We're looking for MIGA there, MIGA, very much.
Cool. So this is where we are.
Yeah. Okay.
Danny Rouillet.
Here we go.
Grant Paulson.
Saddle up.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Talk Radio. Your nice little departure away from the big scary world out there. This is where we are now. So what do you think about this? I mean, I saw Eric Flack, who's going to be on with us at 3 o'clock, who's covering the stadium, who's covering I guess there's nothing to cover as far as the name, but now, as of yesterday, it's a story again that will not go away. He tweeted there are actually 3 ways that Trump could kill the RFK deal. Because I think a lot of people out there go, well, I mean, he's just saying this, but he can't actually do anything about it. No, in this case, there's actually plenty of ways that he could do something. Number one, an executive action could cancel the lease. Because the team, while they have been leased the land, I should say the city, I beg your pardon.
Right, the city has.
The city has been leased the land to build on in Washington, D.C. Think of this as renting a home. The landlord is still the federal government. So, for lack of a better phrase, the landlord is still Donald Trump, okay? He could sign off on an executive action where they cancel your lease and say, bring the car back that you're renting from us. That house is no longer yours. We're kicking you out. Even though the lease has been signed off on, and we'll get some clarification from this on from members of the city council as we go. But Eric Flack says, number one, he could just have an executive action, cancel the lease, and now there's no D.C. deal to be done. It's over because Trump said so. Number two is the National Capital Planning Commission, which casts critical votes on construction projects, including RFK Stadium. He has appointed all of the people within the last few months to the National Capital Planning Commission. And generally the way that works, again, not a politics guy, just playing one on the radio today, just a boy who likes football, they're probably going to do what he wants, which is one of the committees then they could put the kibosh on a stadium deal. And then we've got number three, according to Eric Flack, which is the Commission of the Fine Arts. Again, Trump has appointed the people to the Commission of the Fine Arts. And you know what they do? They review designs of all D.C. construction.
Isn't that wild?
To sign off on anything being built, essentially, other than homes, I would imagine. Maybe homes are part of it. I don't really know. But certainly on any federal land, they have to say, yeah, we like what that looks like. So when Mitch Rales and Josh Harris and whatever other people are involved in the blueprint come to them and say, hey, this is what we want to build, they could say, nah, can't build that. So there are ways for him to be a fly in the ointment here, to say the least. So I ask you, Danny, how damaging was yesterday?
Nothing has happened yet. But the idea that a window is open or a door is open, and I think of this very selfishly from my point of view, because this is about my sports fandom, right? This isn't like a matter of policy. And again, I'm with you guys in the sense that I hate the bad thing and like the good thing. I agree with you. But when it comes to resolutions that directly affect me as a sports fan, I don't want complication. It's already complicated. The federal government, the city of government, the federal city, the locals, the team, the lobbying, the council. This is already as complicated as anything in the world could be, right? I mean, this literally plays out like an episode or a season of Entourage, a bubblegum fun show that I used to watch on HBO, where pretty much every season was, all right, we got a movie. End of the first episode. Bad news, no movie. Start the next episode. If we solve this problem, we got a movie. We solved the problem. Now there's no movie. And that was the show. And it was fun, right? Because everyone was attractive and it was in LA and you'd have a bunch of celebrity cameos. And it was bubblegum and over in 30 minutes. But the writing was lazy. This is lazy writing. See what I'm saying? Like, this doesn't feel real. This feels like a bad script that doesn't make any sense. In other words, whether you like the content of what the president is saying or not, you should not want more complication to this. You see what I'm saying? You don't need more obstacles. If your goal is a good stadium for the football team, it got more complicated. That to me is immediate. I have a button, good or bad. Smack that bad button. No, less complication. Figure it out without whatever this fourth dimension is, right?
It's funny because I think everyone always wants to put you in a box. Everyone's trying to figure out, like, what do you think? What side is this person on? If I could touch a button and they'd be called Redskins again, I would hit the button. Now, I would want to do some more due diligence to make sure that there are enough people in the Native American community that are either willing and wanting the name to be back or that are unbothered. If it is an issue, then we could have that conversation. But my reality has always been it's not going back. I don't know who else needs to weigh in on this. I don't know how many times we need to talk about this. I feel like we're blue in the face on this issue. It is what it is. Some guy's yelling at me like, I can't believe you don't want the name to be Redskins. Bro, I've moved on. It's not that I don't want to. This is what being a grown-up's about. Every now and then you lose and you move on. And I think most people probably have. I lost. I wanted it to be Redskins. The reason it wasn't was mostly, I think, because Dan Snyder was an insufferable human being and people hated his guts. There were other reasons. It's not going back. But here we are, Danny, in July, late July of 2025, still talking about this. Do you know how much money I would have lost if you would have said 3 years ago, we're going to be talking about the name, and it's going to be essentially the hottest that it's been as a topic in years in late July of 2025. I say all that to say Josh Harris has spoken on this. Mitch Rales has public comments on this. They've all said the ship has sailed. They've all said they're not going back. Could that change if the president strong arms them or now says, hey, this is the time, let's change it? I guess it could. But until one of them comes out as owners publicly and says, we'd like to change it, or that they're willing to change it, they're already on record. They've already spoken and said, Commanders is here to stay. Move on. And so that's exactly what I'm doing. I didn't take these comments initially yesterday as meaningful, because I think it's just kind of what Trump does. I think he's just tweeting. He's just saying something that was on his mind, and then we all go crazy reacting to it for an extended period of time. In fact, some of his advisors have said this publicly in books and things that I've read, where the philosophy is throw as much stuff out there as possible. You can't keep up with everything, and then you kind of pick and choose what you end up really making the thing that's going to be worthwhile to keep pushing forward, right? I just think that's what happened yesterday. I think the team, the fan base, you guys, unfortunately, you and I, Danny, we all kind of get caught up in the middle of the storm here, which was, this was just the thing he tweeted
Right.
about.
Usually it's a matter of policy that we're not talking about on the old radio program.
Exactly.
But this is where my favorite football team is going to play their home games. So all of a sudden, you have to scramble. You know what I mean? Like you simply have to react in some way or have to have an idea about it.
Both sides do this. He just said something to get some high fives and to throw some meat out to his base, basically. Should we prescribe a lot more meaning to it than that? I would say no. But I will say the Eric Flack tweet today is where I have pause, where I go, wait a second. This is worse than I thought.
Right.
If he can actually, if he decides, now I think he's forgotten he tweeted it and he's on to the next thing. But if he decides that he does not want this stadium deal to go through unless they change the name, in the same way, if you remember, the team couldn't get a stadium in D.C. until they changed the name before. If that's annoying, then welcome to my life, because I'm stuck in political purgatory and political hell, where you're just being used as you're like kids in a divorce.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's like to be a fan of this team, basically. That my name, my stadium, it's all just two sides fighting, and I'm just in the middle running back and forth every 4 years, basically. But I kind of dismissed it. I was like, that's just theater. It's just a comment. I'm not going to think too much about it. But then you hear, actually, he could 100% stop this stadium deal from happening.
Right,
go,
as any president could.
Oh, boy.
There are means at their disposal to
but nobody
to do things.
would have done that yesterday.
Well, yeah, post on the thing. But I mean, any president could say that this new building that we want to build, or the people want to build, we're not doing that, and use the Fine Arts Commission or whatever. I mean, the point is, the relationship between the federal city and the federal government is always, there is oversight. There's always something else that can happen.
But Trump was at a press conference with the team with the Commander's helmet and Josh Harris shaking hands 6 weeks ago.
Oh, totally.
After the federal government gave them the land and at no point brought up the name or had any issue. In fact, there was actually a press conference off, right outside of, I don't know if it was Air Force One or whatever, but you remember this. We played the audio where he was asked about the name. This was going back like a month ago. There was no ultimatum.
Right.
My point is, I don't think he cares that much about the name. I certainly don't think he cares that much about the stadium. But for whatever reason, yesterday at 2 o'clock or whatever it was, it became a very big deal to him. I'm just assuming this is not something that's actually going to be on his radar and that he cares a whole lot about. I think it was just...
I think it's a fair assumption.
He just tweeted, and now it's the biggest deal in the world to everybody that has to live with it.
To us little peons. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, again, I the thing I wonder is, what is the team thinking today? Like, what is Mark Klaus, who came from Campbell's Soup just to try to get a stadium and a couple of sponsorships?
He wants to schedule a commercial with Donovan McNabb's mom today.
Like, do you think
he just wants to go back to Campbell's Soup?
He
so
misses
bad.
chicken noodle right now? I mean, what is he supposed to be doing? I mean, it's already, like, let's pretend the president never said a word. It's already, you're doing Matrix-style dodging and shenanigans and time warping and all sorts of crap just to deal with the city council, right? Just to do that part of it. Just to try to lobby everybody, pressure everybody, get what you want, greasing every wheel. He's already done yeoman's work, and from the team too, all their hired lobbyists and consultants and whoever, to get the land, to get a unanimous 11th hour or midnight hour donating basically the land for free to use for the city government. Really valuable waterfront real estate to allow D.C. to do what they want with it, with the idea that it's going to be a stadium. That was a Hail Mary. Getting the council on board is damn near impossible. Getting everybody to agree to stuff. Then the actual deal itself that they hammered out with the mayor, duly elected, et cetera. All this stuff is incredibly complicated and why you earn a lot of money. Now you add in this layer, they're probably going, are you bleeping kidding me? We now have to have responses. We now have to share our views on this or not, or now we have to grease wheels at a whole other office. I mean, the endless amount of headaches that it's taken to get the thing that everybody wants, I can't imagine it. I mean, it's why, listen, they're billionaires, they'll be fine, But my God, man.
Well, yesterday's 2 posts by Trump have me now at a conclusion of how I want all of this to go. I am ready to slam my gavel. I think I've got my stadium take ready to go, and I'm going to give it to you next. But we'll open up the phones at 800-636-1067 against our better judgment. 800-636-1067 is the number. Let's all be nice. Let's all be friends here. Just a bunch of pals talking about sports. We could do this together, right? The question for you guys is, how big of a deal was yesterday? How much is it actually going to change this team's quest to get a stadium deal done in D.C.? Is there a chance it helps that the city council, just out of spite, now gets its butt going, gets its act together, actually decides to get something done here? Or could this be problematic? And specifically the stadium. I don't think the name thing's real or necessarily a thing, but maybe people disagree. 800-636-1067. You're listening to Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, Commanders training camp going to get underway tomorrow with the veterans reporting tomorrow. The rookies reported on Friday. Also in the NFL for the Commanders, Terry McLaurin is willing to explore every option according to Henry McKenna, including hold-ins, hold-outs, or a trade request. Henry McKenna, again, from Fox Sports. NFL Top 100, the third Commander on the list has popped up as Frankie Louvu is ranked number 70. At number 74 was Bobby Wagner, and 86 was left tackle Laramie Tunsil. Also in the NFL, Titans quarterback Will Levis is going to undergo surgery on his throwing shoulder. He's going to miss the entire season. In the NBA, Chris Paul is signing a contract to return to the L.A. Clippers. And in baseball, the Nationals begin a 3-game series against the Cincinnati Reds tonight. 6:45 first pitch at Nationals Park, near the game right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals. He'll take on Brady Singer of Cincinnati. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. Means a lot. You can watch us in high definition on our 106.7 The Fan YouTube page if you want to do that. Listen to the show wherever you go on the Odyssey app. And, of course, if you're in the DMV, just tune us in on 106.7 on the radio. So, Danny, I'm going to wait to see if this blows over. I think there's a very real chance that this is kind of the peak of whatever involvement Trump plans on having federally, that nothing else comes out of this. We just go back to this being covered from the standpoint of the D.C. City Council versus the mayor and whether the team can get enough votes to get this thing across the finish line. And yesterday was just kind of, much ado about nothing. I think that's very possible. So I'm going to wait and just see, is it actually going to rain or are there just some ominous clouds overhead? Mm-hmm. But if it starts to storm, and if this actually ends up being reality, that Trump's plan is to not allow this deal to go through unless they change the name. Again, coming from a guy who wishes the name was Redskins, but has understood the reality for some time is that it's not going back to Redskins, then I'm ready to just go back to Maryland. Then I am just saying, I'm done with this. It's exhausting. It's exasperating. Would I prefer to be at the RFK site? Yes. Do I think that's the best case for fans and for the team and for everybody? Absolutely. But if Maryland wants to play ball, and I can build myself a Taj Mahal, and I'm going to have more real estate around there to do cool restaurants and bars and footprint anyway, then I'm going to be able to tailgate, which I'm not going to be able to do at the new beautiful stadium on the water. And I don't have to deal with the federal government, and I don't have to deal with the D.C. City Council, which has been a gigantic pain in the ass as well. It's just less hoops to jump through. It's so much easier. They're ready to hand you money. Is it ideal? No. It kind of stinks. But the stadium won't. The stadium would be amazing. And for most of us that have been going out to the stadium anyway, what's the difference? I mean, most of the people who say, like in your case, as an example, I'm not going to go to the stadium if it's in Maryland, you're already not going. Most I would say
right, but I would go if it was in a good place.
Right, but you don't go now, so we're not losing anything.
Right, but you've lost a lot. And you're the whole point is to broaden the tent again.
Sure, that would be nice. I'm trying to. If it becomes impossible to do that, I'd like to broaden the tent. They're not letting me broaden the tent.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
No, I know. The obstacle's in your way.
I got my hands tied behind my back and my feet tied together. I put up a college try. I gave it a good fight. It's past July 15th. I still got the same 4 city council saying yes. I don't have anybody else crossing. And now I've got someone saying they're not going to allow this to happen unless they change the name, which, barring a change from ownership, and I don't know if you've heard anything. Nope. I certainly haven't heard that they're changing their mind on this. That's a non-starter for them. They don't plan on changing the name back. Well, we're going to actually have someone on from the Redskins, former marketing executive, who's now a professor at Christopher Newport. Because I actually think one interesting question is, in a world hypothetically where they were to change the name back, which again I don't think is happening, but just play along with me, would the companies that forced them to change their name last time because they were pulling their products, because they weren't selling their jerseys, because they didn't want to be associated with the team, if the president of the United States is saying you have to change the name back, and the country is in a different place 5-7 years later, whatever it is, would those companies still pull out again? Like, does FedEx or name Nike or whoever else it was, do they do the same thing because they still think the name's offensive? Because if the answer to that is no, well, then maybe that changes the algorithm a little bit. But we'll ask him that at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, I mean, again, you have to chase down every branch, right? Every little offshoot of this, you have to go and sort of figure it out and address it and deal with it, et cetera. I don't know how to feel in terms of what this means. I don't have a better soliloquy than that. I mean, for me, I will never get on board with going back to Landover, Raljon, wherever it is. I don't care how long it takes or what nonsense you have to go through. But, that's me. If there's a different site in Maryland I don't know about, we can talk about that. It's not the state, it's that spot. But just in terms of this specifically, like, you have to now translate things if you're the team or if you're an advocate. In other words, you have to go and do what you did. You went, and I'm not ripping you, I'm simply saying, you went, yeah, I'm not really taking this one too seriously until something changes. They now have to scurry and discern that. How real is this threat? Do we need to get Roger Goodell on a conference call and find out what rules? Like, does Dan Snyder still own the brand that is Redskins? Do we have to do anything with him? We have to get that little twerp on the phone from his yacht? Like, what steps have to be? Do we need to have all these ducks in a row?
Do you even think they're doing that?
I have no idea.
My guess is they probably did that early on before Commanders took a little more. Like, the cement has hardened on the name, not just based on one prolific season on the field. That helped the name, which I don't like and you don't like, and I wish would go away, and you even more so wish would go away. But time is really what hardens that cement more than anything else. You just kick the can down the road a couple times. This was my fear. All they got to do is keep dragging out the shot clock, and eventually, like, go back to the beginning. I was as hopeful as anybody else. He never wore Commanders polos. Josh Harris never said Commanders. He said Washington. And I was like, he's going to change the name. I thought for sure they were going to change the name. And then I started to have some conversations with some of the folks involved in ownership, not on air, and it was pretty clear that was not the plan. And then you see they actually come out and say otherwise. By the way, the polling in the Post is changing. It's still unpopular. I think the majority of the fan base still wants a new name, the old name back specifically, but a different name. But whatever the percent was 16, 17 months ago that liked Commanders, it's a lot higher now. Nikki Javala had the numbers and posted them yesterday.
Yeah, Daniel's jersey sells like hotcakes, and all of a sudden
the fan base has gotten younger. I think that's definitely a thing. But yeah, I would like to get to a point where we could grow the base back in size. I just think it's the smallest the fan base has probably ever been. There's immense passion from the people that are still here, and I think there's even some new people. I just think you lost more of the older guard than you have welcomed in new fans of this team. But what do you make of how many people are out there like me that say, basically, I've just been beaten into submission, where I just want a stadium. There's never been a harder deal to make for any team in any league than this one. And I knew that was going to be the case because it's DC, man.
But you didn't know this. Who could have known this?
But not this.
Yeah.
And you have two options, I think. You could wait a few years until somebody else is in charge at the White House and hope that it's different. But now you've just kicked the can down the road on a stadium in D.C. They want to play in 2030, 2031. You're talking about 2034 now, 2035 before that happens. I don't think that's realistic. Or you can just pivot back to Maryland if this is actually something that they're concerned about. It might not be. They might just kind of say, oh, yeah, sure, roll their eyes and just get back on the phone with the city council.
I think there's some. I don't think it's that overwhelming a percentage, but there definitely are. I mean, I've heard Linnell a lot. As a young person that doesn't have any affinity for RFK, it's just a 3 letters to him. He didn't care. He never went, never saw it, just heard about it from old people like me, how great it used to be. And I think for a lot of the fans, if you are young and passionate and the only RFK memories you have are older brothers or uncles or dads or grandpas talking about how great RFK was, you don't care. You would just go, I just want a stadium. Enough of this. Whatever this is, enough. I don't like it. I don't care. So I think there's a percentage, but anybody that's got any memory of both knows about RFK. And again, by the way, this ideal that people are holding up, like it's going to be the same thing. It's not. It can't be. That building wouldn't be up to code. You can't make the stadium bounce the same way. It's like a fire hazard or whatever the hell, But you still could build something really special in a place that everyone wants to go to, and in a hub that's convenient, quote unquote, as convenient as anything can be around here in the D.C. area, but convenient for Maryland, Virginia, local residents, everything that you'd want on that campus that you would go, not even on a game day. That's the ideal, and that's why they want it there so bad. And That's worth a lot of hassle. I don't know about this, but it's worth a lot of hassle to a lot of people.
Did you ever see the movie Moneyball? I'm sure you did.
Oh, of course, yeah.
It was really good. So there's the daughter of Billy Bean in that movie. This little girl sings this song where she's like, I'm just a little bit caught in the middle. Like, I am old enough to remember years ago when I couldn't get a stadium in D.C. until my team changed its name. Now I can't get a stadium in D.C. until it changes its name back. Like, put yourself in the shoes of a fan of this football team.
Yeah.
I had to change the logo because it was offensive. Then I had a member of the Senate who wouldn't allow me to do something else because changing the logo was offensive to the people who you changed it because they were offended. That's not even to talk about the local politics at play within the D.C. City Council and the mayor squaring off on this stadium dispute. I'm telling you, we are the Washington political hostages. It stinks. This is supposed to be the thing that gets me away from all of this. Nobody else deals with this. Name another fan base, name another city where they deal with this to this extent. It's just outrageous. Let's go to Caleb in Fairfax on G&D. What's up, Caleb?
Hey, Grant and Danny. Thank you for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
So I think, Grant, you've nailed the nail right on the head. I just want to come out and say it. You brought up the fact that he throws things out there all the time to kind of what I think Steve Bannon refers to as flooding the zone. It seems pretty apparent the difference between his comments weeks ago where he didn't have this ultimatum and now all of a sudden he does. What's hot in the news right now? He's got a really serious controversy and tangible evidence relating to the Epstein stuff. And I think that's what everyone should be focusing on, not the team name. I think.
Well, not on this station, we shouldn't. I'll be honest. And I appreciate the phone call, and everyone on both sides of this thing's allowed to have their opinions. Respectfully, and hopefully you can respect, we're trying as best we can to make this about football. So, yeah, there are bigger deals in the world in a lot of capacities than if Terry McLaurin's going to sign or not. We live in a little tiny bubble here.
Yeah.
Where our bubble's been invaded, by the way, with pitchforks and bayonets. Our bubble popped. I'm like Glinda the Good Witch, man. Pop. We just want to talk about football. But, yeah, there are more important things out there. I don't know. I don't know why yesterday was the day to fire those things off.
You never know.
I don't know how it happens.
How could anyone know, by the way? Seriously, how can anyone go, I know the reason? Respectfully, you don't. It's as good a theory as any, but who knows?
Let's go to Josh in Mount Vernon. Do you think yesterday actually ends up becoming a thing, or do you think it was just kind of, a few hours of controversy and 3 weeks from now we'll have moved on?
Oh, yeah. Everybody was like, all right, they were like, the name's not going to change. So, all right, we're sticking with it. Now, this just gave us a pulse again. You know what I mean? Like, the president of the United States just told us to change our name. Why wouldn't we do it? You know what I mean? We already got the uniforms. How sick would Jaden Daniels looking at Redskins helmet? We got to bring he requested to bring it back. Hey, we got to follow our commander-in-chief.
Thank you, buddy. Because that's the thing is, no matter how many times it had, and here's another angle on it. This discussion had been put to bed. It was to the point where I go, this is 14 years ago. I said, I can't have another one of these conversations about, they should keep the name Redskins and put a potato on the side of the head.
Yeah.
What's that sound? Danny's neck snapping. No, I can't anymore. I can't. Right. This is a decade and a half ago we did that.
I feel like I need to keep prefacing this for my fan card or whatever, that I wish the name was Redskins still and I don't like the name Commanders. But I would be willing to bet that guy's like, hey, we got to follow the commander-in-chief. Is that what he was saying 6 years ago, 8 years ago, whatever it would have been, with another president suggesting they should change their name? I feel like a lot of the times when people say they don't want you to talk about things other than sports, and we're really good at that on this show. Today, we kind of don't have a choice.
Yeah.
But what they really mean is they only want you to stick to sports unless you're going to say the thing they agree with.
Yeah, people want you to agree with them.
So, as an example, this idea of, just for myself, I go, I don't think someone in the government should be getting involved in what the name of a team is, or with any company privately run, telling me how to run it or how not to. But then occasionally they want to do the thing that I like, and it's not as annoying anymore. You see what I'm saying?
I see exactly what you're saying.
Someone just sent me a tweet from 2013, and I don't know what's real and what isn't and what's fake and what isn't. But it's you want to read this as the President of the United States in your...
I got it right here.
You got it?
This is from 2013.
October 8th, 2013.
President should not be telling the Washington Redskins to change their name. Our country has far bigger problems. Focus on them, not nonsense.
It's just you shapeshift enough years, and like the same people that are going to be mad in 4 years. Let's say they change the name. Do we think it's just over? That's my other big question.
Yeah.
They're back to Redskins.
What is time?
They
It's
get
a
their
flat
stadium
there's
deal in
something.
D.C. Now someone else is in charge from another party. Are we? Again, remember, we are the Washington political hostages. Am I having to change the name again? Is this like, what is it? They're always trying to repeal health care or whatever how many things that Biden signed has Trump gotten rid of and vice versa? How many things that was Trump won did Biden get rid of? It's, is this one of those where on day one, they're going to be the Commanders again? I will sign it into law. Like, we are being caught in the middle of mom and dad, which is the two political parties, screaming at each other. We are now a thing.
Like, can they beat the Eagles? You see what I'm saying? Like, can we do...
This will make you wish you could hear us talk about Terry McLaurin again today, huh?
Golly.
800-636-1067. Eric Flack's been covering this all along for Channel 9. Want to get a real reporter on who can give us some details on whether or not this is a legitimate threat to the stadium deal. We're also taking your calls on the Fan. Did you see Jeremy Fowler's report over the weekend on ESPN that the Commanders and Terry McLaurin continuing to close in on training camp without a deal? He says the Commanders, best he's heard, are not close to $30 million in what they want to pay McLaurin. That's pretty jarring.
I wonder what not close could mean. Does it mean 22 or does it mean 29? Like, I wonder.
Well, 29
is too close, but 27 and a half, 28, I don't know.
I guess it's possible there's some wiggle room there, like 24 versus 26 versus 27. But anything 30 and under is well below market. Like, to me, it doesn't matter, honestly, if it's 27 or 29. We've now seen comps of Terry McLaurin get $32 and $33 million a year. So if they're not close to 30, however you want to decipher that, that's insane. And this is coming from someone who thinks what they're doing is pretty good business to not just hand out a blank check to a guy who's going to be a 30-year-old wide receiver. But I'm very, very surprised by that if that's the case. We'll get into that in just a little bit. Remember, top of the hour, Eric Flack. He had some reporting today on what is actual and what isn't in the way of the power of the president at putting a stop to a D.C. stadium deal. Let's go to Sean in Falls Church. Let's go rapid fire here. Sean, do you think yesterday's actually going to be a problem for D.C. in getting its stadium?
I think that it really kind of comes down to Mendelson and Bowser not playing well. I never thought I'd be jealous of Titans fans right now, but I think that's where we're at.
That's hilarious.
Very much so.
I don't even like country music. It's gotten to that point. It's just unfortunate. I think that really it's Mendelson and Bowser just like you put it together so that we don't have to get to the president stepping in. That's where I'm at.
So that's an interesting point, and I think there's something to that. I'm going to kind of make both arguments, right? Obviously, there would be no stepping in if the D.C. City Council just came to the table, voted, and moved it along. But isn't it their job to not just do it that willy-nilly?
To a degree, yeah.
It's not like it's been 8 months, by the way. It's been a few weeks.
Right.
And if you compare it to the Nats Park vote or the any stadium vote in D.C. or even the Titans or the Bills, it's not like they're taking longer. I mean, they're still many, many months away from how long those things were discussed and planned. So while I am team get your butt together and get your act together and get off your butt with this D.C. City Council, and I'm annoyed that they haven't said yes, the idea that like, oh, well, they didn't do their job, so now the president's involved. Well, I don't know if that's completely true.
Right. So the potential silver lining would be if the ultimate bully pulpit, that's the presidential office. I mean, there's nobody higher, right? At least here in the country. Maybe that forces a bit more urgency. Because I think the complaint of a lot of folks, whether you agree or disagree on a matter of policy with the Charles Allen or whomever, what they want, what they don't want out of a stadium, the frustrating thing a lot of times is, come on. Where's my debate? Where's my forum? Where's my action? All we see is the occasional, well, this was on the docket, HR 1527. Now we've moved it to HR 1443, and it's going to be, oh my God, hurry up and debate it. Go. Because this is a big thing to us, right? I know that they're balancing a bunch of other factors, and they're dealing with their wards and their, a different fiscal policy for the city, but this is our special thing, and it's not going quick enough. So, like, maybe that's the urgency. There's your swift kick to the tuchus.
Let's go to G and DC on the fan. Hey, G, how are you?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, man.
Hey, man, I bet you. How much y'all want to bet that the name coming back? You know why? I'll tell you why. Because it's timing and when you say stuff and how. He wasn't supposed to say it then. But he said it, and I read the book, The Art of the Deal, in high school. So I got some inside information. But, number one, Trump listened to our president listened to the people, not the D.C. bureaucrats. Number two, a lot of effort went into getting that name back in 1933. 100 years almost that name been around. So it doesn't make common sense. But the Native American was honored. It was a ceremony by their organization when that name was announced. So what do the Native Americans get if this deal go through? It's like they got stripped by their name. Now they get nothing. Stadium moves on, new name, new stadium. Native Americans get nothing. Then,
well, let me ask you this.
Right.
So we're off the beaten path a little bit here. Let me ask you this. If they change the name back, let's say you win the bet. I'll bet you $1, but whatever. Let's say you're right. I don't think it's happening, but we'll just say it does.
Okay.
Is it just the Redskins forever? Like 4 years from now, if some other president from the other party is in charge, you don't think Like, it's only been several years, and we've seen they have to change the name. They don't have to change the name. They have to get a new logo. They shouldn't have changed the logo.
Why not?
You don't think this is cyclical and just going to keep going back and forth?
Not going to happen because all the corporate owners now are not threatened by the bureaucrats in D.C. because there's a whole new administration. So once the corporate endorsements get back.
But the administration doesn't exist in perpetuity. Other people get elected and voted in. The next group might pressure them. That it sways.
The corporate endorsements was forced to name. The bureaucrats was trying, but until the corporate endorsements had an issue, I'm not going to say their names. But now that this new administration, we're back into a common sense world now.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, your vision of this common sense world, it's 4 and 8 years at a time. So what if your non-common sense, I guess, philosophy takes back over in 4 years?
Well, that's not going to happen because.
Okay, thank you for the call. I appreciate it.
Yeah, that's the one he doesn't want to answer. That's the point here. Is if you allow this precedent, you open up this can of worms, then whoever comes in next goes, "I'll cancel the lease unless you change this."
Right.
And nobody should want that. No one should be going. That's the only time that the government should brush up against the team is, hey man, we need this ground to put this building up. Sorry, we have to talk to you. Sorry to bother you, but we got to negotiate something there. That's the only time it should be. Other than that, you go, please play the sport, pay your taxes on time, and we'll tune in Sundays. But you open this precedent where this is just another signature on day one of the new person in office that doesn't think like you do. Like, that's inevitable. People shouldn't want that.
I also just love the reaction. You would think if you're not listening and you're just looking at social media, like you and I hate the name Redskins and would never want them to go back to that. But it's just not that simple. Where I guess people just want you to say, basically, like, this is the best thing ever. The government should get involved and change the name. You'll have to forgive me for not throwing that party. Even if this time my want and their want are the same, I've got a little bit of consistency with me that says, can anyone have a little forethought or vision that that's actually bad? Because as soon as the person that you disagree with is in charge, they're just going to do the same thing. People talk about like, oh, we'll pack the courts. You don't think the next group's going to add 3 more? You got to think about these things. People don't seem to care about that. Let's talk to Eric Flack, get some details on if Trump actually wanted to stop this stadium deal from happening, how that would come to fruition. We're Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. The Washington Whatevers will get their training camp underway tomorrow. The veterans reporting. Terry McLaurin is reportedly willing to explore every option, hold in, hold out, or a trade request, according to Henry McKenna of Fox Sports. Baseball tonight, Nationals taking on the Reds at 6:45, first of 3 at Nationals Park. Near the game right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 7-5 with a 4.58 ERA. Brady Singer goes to the hill for the Reds. He is 7-7 with a 4.32 ERA. Nats and Reds, 6:45 right here on the Fan. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. What are you doing to protect your family's assets? The sponsor of our show wants to know. They're the law firm Kandori and Murad. They will help you to draft a last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Training camp for the Commanders gets started tomorrow. In fact, I'm going to go out to the park for Adam Peters and Dan Quinn holding press conferences, and we will have coverage from Ashburn on the Fan tomorrow, presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation, paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. But right now, let's get to the Rude Guest Hotline and welcome onto the show our buddy Eric Flack, the award-winning reporter for WUSA TV 9 in town. Eric, we appreciate you hopping on Grant and Danny as always. I want to start with, can Trump actually kill the RFK deal, and if so, how?
The answer is yes. There's 3 ways he could do it. The first and most direct is he could issue what's known as executive action, which would just cancel the lease. So he has the ability to cancel the lease that the federal government and National Park Service agreed to and signed with D.C. He could say D.C. Council, by not taking action, is violating the terms of the lease because they're not acting to redevelop the site. The second is both 2 and 3 are kind of a little bit more obscure. One is the National Capital Planning Commission, and that group casts critical votes on construction projects all across the district, which would include RFK, like development, regulatory type stuff. And then the third is the Commission of the Fine Arts, which reviews design and aesthetics of all D.C. construction. That's the group that kind of makes sure that like nothing's bigger than the Washington Monument, and that D.C. has that iconic look everywhere, and that you can't just build skyscrapers everywhere. And President Trump just appointed board members to the number 2 and 3, both those boards, the Commission, Planning Commission, and the Commission of Fine Arts. So conceivably, he could use his influence to block votes there if he didn't go for option 1, which is just canceling the lease altogether.
Eric, this is not a great analogy, but I'll do my best. A lot of times my older sons and I, we're horsing around, we're playing, we're having a good time. And then my wife will come sort of like, not storming down, but sort of move through the house with a purpose. You can sort of tell she's got momentum. And then just sort of declare things need to be cleaned up. And then we all start scurrying. Right? This is a similar situation. Reminds me of this. The peons, the little lowly D.C. City Council and a couple of reps from the team and Josh Harris, big deals to us, but small potatoes compared to the highest office in the leader of the free world. What are the little peons doing? How are they feeling today? Sort of they're removed from this. Like, what are they thinking? What are they up to? What's going on?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think D.C. Council, is a range of how serious really is this threat. I don't really care what the president says one way or the other. I mean, you've got those 2 votes against it. So like the Does and Allens of the world are like, cool, cancel the lease. You have the people who are for it who clearly want to see this deal move forward. And then you have these middle votes like the Zachary Parkers of the world who have kind of said, well, I want to see this happen, but we really need to scrutinize this deal. Robert White, Matthew Freeman, and I think those are the key bellwethers. Like,
Eric,
how
can I jump in on that real quick? That's the majority of the council. I would put Charles Allen in that category as well. But to me, that's just a no. It's just a way of kind of being on the fence and saying no. And we've had all the guys you just referenced on the show. But the idea that you'd like a stadium, well, who wouldn't? The idea that you'd like to get a deal done in the fall, well, no kidding. You're a no on this plan. That means you're a no. I just think as much as I'm annoyed that she won't actually do any media on it, like Nadu or whatever, at least she's just saying, I'll never vote for this thing.
Yeah, I am not quite as like hard line on the Zachary Parkers. Like Allen, is a no, but I do think the people who say they have reservations, and I say this because I know that the team believes a lot of these people are ultimately yes votes and are just kind of dragging their feet for whatever reason and wanting to scrutinize. So going back to Danny's question really quick, I think the bigger question is how concerned are the Commanders? And I don't have an answer for that yet. I know that they're not concerned. Does that make sense? Like, that's a double negative on purpose. The Commanders are not concerned. And I think the lack of the silence is deafening coming from the team. They haven't commented on this. They haven't heard anything. Trust me, we've asked. And, you talk to people behind the scenes and, they know that he does have the power to do what he is threatening to do if they don't change the name. Now, whether he's going to do it or move on to something else is a different question that nobody really knows the answer to. But, the answer to, can he do it? Yeah, he can.
Eric Flack of Channel 9. So what changed? 6 weeks ago, he was holding a Commander's helmet, high-fiving Josh Harris at the press conference. Where did those two tweets come from yesterday?
Okay, well, a couple things. One, he was asked on a tarmac a couple weeks ago about the stadium. He said DC Council needs to act, but even then kind of moderated what he was saying. Said, we could get involved, but they're trying to play hardline. I get that. And there was a less kind of publicized part of that exchange where the reporter on that tarmac in New Jersey did ask him, well, what about the name? And he was like, well, they should change it back. But he didn't seem really passionate about it. He was just like, well, yeah, that's dumb. They should change it back. So what happened between that moment and then yesterday? If you were a political pundit, you could argue that President Trump was trying to change the conversation from some other things that he does not want to deal with in his, this news cycle right now, which is the Jeffrey Epstein thing that's going on, and not something your listeners want to get bogged down with, but he's, dealing with kind of a political firestorm about his connection to this, sex trafficker guy that died in jail after being, convicted of all these crimes for being connected to the rich and famous. And he wants that to go away. You could argue that anytime he does something like this out of left field, it is a political calculation to change the conversation to something other than the conversation he doesn't want to be having right now. That's one argument. The other is, somebody said something to him on a golf course, and he decided to start tweeting about it. That's a real possibility. I'm not being flippant. That happens with this president. So those are two possibilities because we know this is not something that the White House would have been tactically involved in.
Eric Flack with us here on Grant and Danny. So let's pretend for a split second that the president didn't post two different things about our little football team here, okay? Where were things kind of state of the union with those negotiations with the team and the city council? We mentioned kind of the, a couple of guys that are, have some reservations, et cetera. Where was the lobbying? Where were we in that process? And now re-enter those posts. How does that affect that timeline?
I think conversations were going on behind the scenes, but I think the team is still waiting for a real clear, roadmap to what the council needs changed. And without the conversations being officially kickstarted in the council by having, a vote set, having a debate set, having these official discussions, nothing can happen quickly. And, you had even some of Phil Mendelson, the chairman of the D.C. Council's own council people, kind of accusing him of withholding information because now, just like the Mendelson was frustrated with the mayor for having one-on-one conversations, now council people are frustrated with Mendelson for kind of trying to have one-on-one conversations with the team. And then, anytime they drop, going back to Friday nights, which seems like 2 years ago now, going back to Friday night when the council dropped their independent analysis, like when you drop any sort of significant report on a Friday night, it's always so it misses a news cycle. It is to bury it. And, so to answer your question, I think they haven't gotten very far unless Phil Mendelson has kind of worked out some of these things behind the scene, but that doesn't help all these people in the middle, the Frumans, the Parkers, those type of people, the Whites, Robert White, who kind of said, well, I think I'm going to approve it, but I need more.
Eric Flack, Channel 9 in D.C., award-winning reporter who's been covering everything going on with this stadium. So the deadline didn't mean anything, basically.
I mean, not really. I mean, unless you really thought that the Commanders were going to start taking calls from Maryland. Certainly Maryland or Virginia did call, but, I think the Commanders still want to be in D.C. So, and they had always said they expected, we all expected, I expected this to go past the July 15th deadline. I mean, we kind of knew that. So technically, if Maryland rolls in with a $5 billion taxpayer-funded check tomorrow or today and said, hey, come build and we'll pay for the entire thing, yeah, conceivably the Commanders could sign that deal today, and we could all be talking about FedEx 2.0 out, or Northwest 2.0, whatever it's called, out in Prince George's County. But the Commanders don't want that. DC doesn't want that. Everybody still wants the stadium. Well, the majority of people still want the stadium, including the most important people. The Commanders still want the stadium in RFK.
Has Maryland moved on to a degree? I mean, Wes Moore's talking about time to move forward and sort of ran the idea of, there's someone's going to play there 8 days a year. We've got to really redevelop that. Have they kind of moved on without this as a possibility?
Yeah, I think that depends on who you ask. I know the team is taking calls from Maryland. Is that Prince George's County? Is that Wes Moore's office? That part's a little unclear. Wes Moore is clearly saying publicly, we're moving on, we're redeveloping the land. But, if you don't think that they're kind of watching this with just the slim hope, the Jim Carrey Dumb and Dumber, so you're saying there's a chance that if this deal falls apart, Maryland is the only legitimate option because Virginia doesn't have a site, that Maryland wouldn't be ready to have their ducks in a row, that would be one of the most mismanaged, situations, opportunities of all time, not to at least be ready to pounce. So I don't think Maryland has or Wes Moore has convened a, Commanders Stadium task force behind closed doors to start, putting a package together. But I mean, I think there's somewhere in between we've moved on to we're, not even going to consider the possibility of keeping the chance open should all of this fall apart. Because as we just found out 24 hours ago, who thought we'd be talking about a Donald Trump tweet here at this point, unraveling this whole thing?
Eric,
unexpected stuff seems to happen all the time.
I'm going to throw Eric on hold because something's going on with his phone right now. Sounds like maybe he just jumped in a pool.
Stepped in the largest room ever with the biggest echo possible and held the phone at arm's length.
I'm guessing pool. I think he's got one of those underwater phones, I think, is how it worked. You can, of course, listen to our Eric Flack interview on the Odyssey app, wherever you are, or watch us live on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube stream and a podcast if you're just jumping in the car when we're done. We're getting some of the specifics on whether or not Donald Trump could actually put a kibosh on the stadium deal in D.C., and he says yes, and there's 3 ways he could do it. Eric, I'm going to circle back here before we let you go really quick. What's your best guess? I mean, you cover politics. We don't. You have covered everything going on in D.C. for an extended period of time. Do you think this was just a comment and a tweet that, it's like, you could fire it off and not think anything of it and move on, and then everyone else is just going crazy about this for days on end? Or do you actually think this is a real thing, that he actually is going to engage?
Wow, that's a really good question. I think so much of what Donald Trump does as a politician depends on what the crowd tells him. And I think it goes back to even his political speeches. If somehow this catches fire and he feels like his base in some way, shape, or form wants him to fight this fight, and it's going to bring him positive publicity in the way that he wants it, I think he would pursue it. The question is this really going to matter to anybody outside the Beltway? And is the juice worth the squeeze for him? I'm going to say he moves on. I'm going to say this is a 24-hour news cycle thing. I reserve the right to be wrong in a situation like this.
Goodness gracious. What a timeline we are in right now. Eric, thank you, buddy.
You got it.
Be good. There's Eric Flack of Channel 9 in town. Got a football question here from somebody in our 106.7 The Fan YouTube chat. I know it's crazy, but I want to throw this off of you really quickly. From Tay, he says, Grant, you felt like Adam Peters overpaid for Javon Kinlaw, didn't love that contract. Would you be upset if they overpaid for Terry McLaurin? And my answer to that is, when you overpay, it needs to be for guys like Terry McLaurin. When you overpay, it's for guys, not just for hopefully some services still to be rendered, but the guy who's very popular with all your players in your own locker room, who runs the show, who's a face of the franchise, who's done everything the right way in a business that's about people. Kinlaw has not sweat here. He has not bled here. He's never played here. You don't overpay for him. You want to overpay for McLaurin, I could be okay with that. I mean, I guess, ideal scenario would be that you never overpay for anybody. You just do a bunch of smart.
But if you're going to make the mistake, quote unquote,
exactly.
it's for the guy that's performed here.
And the reason I would overpay Terry McLaurin, so I guess I'm saying in this case, yes, I would. A, what he means to the organization and has for years, but that's not it. B, you're not paying Jaden Daniels yet. You have the ability to sign one of these type of deals if you want to. You don't have a defensive end who, like a Ryan Kerrigan at the end of his career to give one more contract. So McLaurin could be the guy over the next 3 years you kind of grandfather in with the extra money you're not paying at quarterback. But what's your thought on that?
Yeah, I'm a very strict don't overpay anybody. And I would treat people really well 99% of the time. But when it came to this part of it, the business part of it, I'm the Patriots. I am cutthroat and a miserable bastard to deal with.
So that's how I was for a long time. And what I figured out is that doesn't work. You become very unpopular with your own people. Now, see, people could say, well, the Patriots won, and they won because they had Tom Brady at quarterback. The moment they didn't anymore. If they had another good quarterback that wasn't Mac Jones after that, maybe they could have stayed afloat. But most of the players there hated Bill Belichick and kind of play, they loved him as a football guy and as a robot and as a defensive mind. But this is a people industry. How you treat everyone, from the person that helps you get through the gate to park your car, to the person that gets you your coffee, to the players, matters. And players recognize that. And so I think that's true. Like in fantasy football, that's how I operate. This ain't fantasy football. And it's a different thing. And McLaurin belongs to an agency that's got a lot of talented players, and all of them are watching. But if you're either going to give out a lot of the bad contracts or none of them's better. That goes without saying. But I think occasionally you can't just be a robot. Like I once advocated that the Lakers shouldn't have paid Kobe on the last contract after the Achilles or whatever that was. And do I think that was probably accurate? In terms of like the player that he was at the very end and the money he's making? Maybe. You can make the case that the cap shouldn't have given Backstrom the contract. But there is a percentage that factors in on just taking care of your people that has to be part of your culture.
which I understand.
How much? It sounds like you would say it's a 5%. I think it's like a 25, 30%.
Yeah,
something
I mean,
like that.
So, like, let's say John Allen was still here and still up for a deal. So when you make the special arrangement for Terry to overpay, then you got to make it for Allen. And let's say Deron Payne was still productive.
Different, I think.
It is and it isn't. Like, you start. The reason no second round picks signed until way more guaranteed money happened was I'm special. I deserve the guaranteed money as a second round pick. Then the next guy had to get that. Well, now 30 or 32 guys weren't signed as recently as Wednesday of last week because he's special. So aren't I special? And the bubble for who's special grows and metastasizes way quicker than you ever intended. Now, we're not used to it around here because we don't have good players that stay for a long time and earn contracts. But it's a precedent that I can't start doing. Doesn't mean I wouldn't pay him, but I would go, again, 99% of the time, you're being treated extremely well. Like if you sprain it, if you're Grant McLaurin, you sprain your ankle, I'm calling your wife. I'm texting your dad. I'm letting everybody know he's going to be fine. All the different things they do culturally where they take care of you 99% of the time. When it comes to the leverage that they've got, if you'd like to complain about it, hit up your union rep. You know what I mean? Like we can't be in the business of overpaying receivers north of 30 where the track record isn't great.
So two things. One, we're talking about overpaying. Based on what we could tell so far, he's asking for market rate. So that's a big difference. I mean, overpaying would be to pay him $34 million a year.
Right.
If he wants $31 million a year, that's not overpaying. That's just paying him market, which I think is a very different conversation.
That's true.
I'm not suggesting you should overpay him. I'm saying they should offer him market. The one report we have on money is from Jeremy Fowler of ESPN, who says they're not close to $30 million. Well, he's a $30 million receiver. He's proven that, and the proof's kind of in the pudding. So that would be number one in terms of rebuttal. The other thing is, going back to the Allen or Payne thing, Commanders fans know it's kind of those if you know things, but it's not the same. Like, Terry McLaurin's in the top 100 list that's stupid that the NFL puts out where all the players talk about players. John Allen's not in that thing.
Well, but you're refuting the general with the specific. I'm not saying he's already been released.
No,
let's say they had other guys that were really good that had been here for a while. There are none because Rivera and the Marty sucked. But, like, if they had a rookie in what would have been 2019 who's now up for a big deal, you actually might have a second contract for one of your 4 first-round picks under those boobs. But, yeah, I mean, so Terry is special. This guy's pretty good, too.
Well, but yes, but pretty good, too, is my point is that's not the threshold. It's a pretty tough threshold to crack where you get your members-only jacket for being the face of the franchise. There's one of those guys around here right now, and it's him. And it's like porn. You know it when you see it? You know, Terry McLaurin is the guy. Everybody kind of knows who is the guy that runs the show here. There's one of those. Deron Payne doesn't get to be that guy. Is there always the risk that there are other players that will want to crack the club? Sure. That's where you pay an executive to be pretty smart about who gets in and who doesn't behind that velvet rope for me. Grant and Danny, you can hop in. 800-636-1067 is the number. We have not talked much about McLaurin with training camp getting ready to start. I wonder what kind of questions are going to come Peter's way, Dan Quinn's way tomorrow. It'll be day number 1 of this becoming a significant distraction. Also, our double play coming up at 3:45. We've got those tickets to Wiz Khalifa at 4 on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Commanders training camp going to get underway tomorrow with the veterans set to report. Terry McLaurin will be interesting to see exactly what he does. According to Henry McKenna of Fox Sports, he is willing to explore every option, including a hold-in, a holdout, or eventually possibly a trade request. NFL Top 100, the third commander popped up on that today. Linebacker Frankie Louvu is ranked at number 70. Bobby Wagner was at 74, and Laramie Tunsil was at 86. Also in the NFL, Titans quarterback Will Levis is going to undergo surgery on his throwing shoulder. He's going to miss the entire season. In the NBA, Chris Paul is re-signing with the LA Clippers. And in baseball, the Nationals begin a 3-game series against the Cincinnati Reds at Nationals Park tonight. 6:45 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes the ball for the Nationals. Brady Singer gets the ball for the Reds. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. ESPN ranked every NFL roster 1 to 32 today. The Commanders came in way higher than I would have thought.
Stunned by that ranking.
7th. The number 7 most talented roster in the NFL, according to ESPN. Biggest strength, they went off-ball linebacker, which also I was surprised by. They said it was tempting to pick Jaden Daniels in the quarterbacks, but the terrific Bobby Wagner, Frankie Louvu duo is too good to pass up. Wagner's entering his age 35 season, but he's shown almost no signs of drop-off. Ranking in the top 10 among off-ball linebackers and pass rush wins, tackles for loss, quarterback hits last season. We talk a lot about his foot speed diminishing some and maybe their run defense not being that good, and he was a part of that because he just doesn't move like he used to. But it is true that he still makes a ton of plays.
Yes, he does.
And there's still a case to be made. He was a second-team All-Pro. When you talk about pass rush wins where he's still good coming downhill, TFLs, getting into the backfield, hits on the quarterback as a rusher, he can still do a lot of things at a very high level.
Without a doubt. I mean, when I saw 7th, I went, 7th in the NFC. Top of my head, that's probably about what it should be. And I'm not being flippant. I mean, I would probably even rank a little lower than that, to be honest with you.
Jaden Daniels makes them a top 5 team in the conference.
I would go.
But the overall talent is middle of the pack.
That's a 7 or 8 win team, 6, 7, 8 win team, depending on if a field goal doinks in or not, or an onside kick's recovered or not, or a 4th and 12 is converted or not. Passes dropped, the whole deal. Jaden Daniels makes them double-digit wins, a threat, dangerous, elevating everybody else around him. I would not have said 7th in the NFL. I mean, that's big boy company right there.
Goes on to say that Frankie Louvu, is one of the only NFL players with 250-plus tackles and 20-plus sacks over the past 3 seasons. He's got 335 and 21, respectively. The duo combined to play 98.2% of the team snaps last season. I love those two guys in tandem. I stop short of saying off-ball linebacker is one of their biggest strengths because Wagner's very old and could get hurt. Age generally is synonymous with missing time. Didn't happen last year. Also, I don't think Louvu is going to spend a ton of time off the ball in the linebacking core. I mentioned this a lot, but I think he's going to come downhill and actually come off the edge some. Now, maybe the Von Miller addition on obvious passing downs is going to help keep Louvu off the ball in his linebacking role. But there's still going to be a lot of the time, I think, where they use him as a pass rusher. And there's a big drop-off to the rest of their linebackers, where a late-round pick like Kane Medrano might be able to play this season, or Jordan McGee is going to be counted on substantially, who barely played on defense, had a few snaps last year. So just the overall depth of the position stops me from saying it's one of their biggest strengths. But if you're just looking at starters in a world where you only use 2 linebackers at a time, and those 2 guys played at 98% of the time last year, I get why you would like Bobby Wagner, Frankie Louvu a lot. They're both sensational.
The usage of Louvu pre-Miller, I thought I had a pretty good beat on. Now I'm curious. I wonder if it's, by the way, having that flexibility sort of gives you the opportunity to keep offenses guessing, right? So like every time you would pretty much say, okay, it's no longer a running down, Frankie. The offense, the defense, everyone else knows what's coming. He's either hand in the dirt, blitzing in one direction or the other, standing up and rushing. He's rushing the passer. I thought, okay, he'll have plenty of opportunities to do that. Now you can be multiple. You can make it look like he's going to do that, then back off and have him cover the flat or have him rush the passer in certain times. I think having Von Miller gives you a little bit of that flexibility when he's available, when he's healthy. But that tandem, I mean, and that doesn't include, their desire, I think, to play more 4-3, more base at times, whether that's an extra safety pretending to be a linebacker, or if it's Jordan McGee, who we heard a lot about before injuries kind of robbed him of his, kind of debut season. But they're basically running up like a 4-2-5 almost all the time now, right? Think of that box safety, that Jeremy Chin, now that Will Harris type role, almost as like your third linebacker. That is the strength of the defense, though. Which, and I keep coming back to this, the reason I don't have them anywhere near 7th is I look at the rest of it and I'm going, are we sure that Payne, Kinlaw, Johnny Newton, and Dietrich Wise, that's your juggernaut? Like that's a defensive line that's good enough to be 7th in the NFL?
That's a D line that hopefully can stop the run, which I think is what they're going to be out there
to do. That's what they wanted to do, yeah.
I mean, they're going to have a completely different group, maybe Payne and Newton aside, when it comes to getting to the quarterback, I would think. Biggest weakness, they went safety. They say it's a toss-up between safety and edge rusher, but Luvu's pass rushing contributions, which we just talked about, push them towards safety. Jeremy Chin is gone, set to be replaced by journeyman Will Harris, who's going to work opposite Quan Martin. Percy Butler is returning as competition at the position, too. None of these players posted a quality PFF grade in recent seasons. Safety's going to be an area where they're going to have to overachieve. I do think Quan Martin has come on enough that you feel like they've got one quality player at that position. But otherwise, there are some big-time questions. And I've said throughout the offseason, I really believe they're going to miss Jeremy Chin. Now, the next category here is X Factor for 2025. Cornerback Marshawn Lattimore is the answer. According to ESPN, they say in his limited time with the team, Lattimore didn't look like the top-flight corner he was in the past. That's an understatement. The Commanders need him to be better. The pass rush is a serious concern. Washington will need Lattimore, Mike Sanders still, rookie Trey Amos to lock down opposing wide receivers as long as possible. I think that's fair. I think Marshawn Lattimore is the biggest X factor on the team. I totally agree.
Yeah, that's fork in the road stuff. If they're right, now what I would have done, now again, I'm not qualified to do anything, but what I would have done is said, you know what, we tried to do something special last year. The analogy I've used a million times is we were driving in a race where we didn't expect to win. And we're up among the leaders, and we blow a tire. And somebody comes along and goes, I got a tire, but because of where you are and what's happening, it's going to cost you a little bit more. Fine. I don't care. We got a chance to do something special. So you overpay for some tires. Turns out those tires weren't any good. They had an off-ramp this year to get out of that contract for no dead money. I would have done that, and I would have gone big game hunting in the cornerback market where you could really improve without paying 30, 27, 28, $29 million. They didn't. They redoubled down on Lattimore coming back and being the guy that he has not been in 4 years. Yeah, that's a pretty big call. That's the decision of the offseason to me.
It's a huge one. They are paying him $17, $18 million a year, I think it is.
Yep.
A corner of that ilk, a longtime starter, Pro Bowler type, not someone with the all-pro credentials that he has, but those guys aren't often available. And obviously he's not at that level anymore either. But you're talking about $20 million in this market this year that they would have spent. So it would have been spending even a little bit more, but you would have gotten maybe someone, whether younger or not, hopefully healthier and more productive. But you're right. They bet huge on Marshawn Lattimore, other than just Jaden Daniels. And I think you could always put the quarterback top of any X Factor list. What kind of season are they going to have? Is he going to replicate last year? Is he going to play even better than he did last season? Because now you're a Super Bowl contender and he's an MVP candidate. Is he going to take a small step back or turn the ball over more? Is he going to miss time? Like, those are real questions. But if you take QB out of the equation, Lattimore to me is the biggest X factor on the team. I think that's a great answer by ESPN. And then the last category, non-starter to know. This was kind of intriguing. They went with wide receiver Luke McCaffrey, believe it or not. They said McCaffrey didn't get as much playing time as expected as a rookie, finishing with 18 catches and 168 yards. However, he comes from an NFL family, entered the league with an 87% playmaker rating, which ranked 8th in the excellent 2024 receiving class. Similar in style and usage to Deebo Samuel Jr. Not sure I buy that, which is...
And that they're both receivers.
A problem because the Commanders just acquired the actual Samuel. That is a weird comp for me. If Samuel gets hurt, don't be surprised if McCaffrey succeeds as his replacement. Again, I don't really get that comp by Aaron Schatz, former Football Outsiders guy who we have on a bunch.
Maybe the idea is they're both underneath receivers when they are receiving, let alone Deebo Samuel's usage is going to be
So you
motion.
think he's talking about as a pass catcher, not like as a guy all over the formation?
That's the only way I can interpret that and have that make any sense. Look, that's not a downfield threat. That's working within 12 yards and operating underneath and in between the hash marks. Maybe, I don't know. But again, that comp doesn't make much sense to me.
Double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. We've got those tickets to Wiz Khalifa. You got to be listening right at 4:00 if you want to win those. Our double play every day at 3:45. What's going on in our lives, nothing to do with sports, is driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today.
I made Brussels sprouts. So I'm home by myself for a couple days, GP, and trying to do the healthy bit with our friends at CoPair, et cetera. And after a couple, eating with extended family members, people are visiting on their way out of town, didn't have the best, health-related meals. So I'm trying to get back on the good foot. So I got myself some ground beef, some cheese, some no-carb burger buns, and I'm like, I need a side. You know what? Let me go for it. I got some Brussels sprouts. I generally think Brussels sprouts are a little overwrought, overrated. Everyone tells me how good they are. They always come out like super chewy. It's a pain in the butt. So I did it. I roasted these bad boys. I think it's what you call it when you use the oven. For 20 minutes, a little balsamic vinaigrette, some salt, pepper, and Parmesan cheese. And I'm telling you, it was pretty good. And I did it by myself. I was very proud.
So, couple of things.
Mm-hmm.
One, big Brussels sprout guy. Love Brussels sprouts. Air fryer Brussels sprout guy. That is the best way to do them. They get nice and crunchy and crispy, and they taste like those, fried Brussels sprouts basically at a restaurant.
Yep.
And you're not going to get the syrup and the bacon and everything in there if you're doing it healthy, but that crunch is still going to be good. You can kind of peel some of those leaves off too and throw them on there to nice crisp them up. Throw a little olive oil on there. But what you did is, while I would say, Brussels sprout starter level stuff, I remember being super excited about how they tasted initially. Now, you're going to eat those a few times, and you're going to be tired of those.
Well, of course. I mean, I get tired of everything. But the simple fact that I took this unappetizing, weird little green nugget and made it pretty good, relative. It's not as good as like a sandwich
Which I
or something.
love, because you literally put a little bit of oil, salt, and pepper on it.
Yeah. But I did it. I used the oven. I turned the oven on.
Wow.
Like, who does that?
That's big time.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
what
all
was
by
your
myself.
entree with that meal?
I did ground beef, cheese, stovetop style. Put it in the and put it in a little low carb
So a
bun.
burger.
Yeah, but more like loose meat, like cooking the stovetop with a bunch of seasoning and stuff like that.
What's the cheese then?
Like American cheese, just shredded on there.
Okay, so it's a steak and cheese essentially.
Yeah, but like loose ground beef.
Right. Okay, on a bun.
Mm-hmm. So that part's not that wasn't interesting to anybody.
But it's still tasty.
Yeah, the fact is, I use the oven, dude. Like, while other stuff was happening, I don't do that, and I did that. I was pretty pleased with myself.
When's the last time I used the oven?
Yeah, that's my point. When have you used an oven?
I liked, it's been a while now with the good folks at CoPair, because the only time I use an oven is like if I'm baking the kids cookies or brownies or something like that. And I try not to do that because if I bake the kids cookies or brownies,
what's going to happen?
That means Dad's going to eat some cookies or brownies.
Yeah, there it is.
Oven for a meal that was not baking. The last time I did that. Because occasionally I'm in the same boat you're in right now, which is my wife will take the kids to the beach or they'll go out of town or do something, and then I'm home alone. And when I do that, it's a lock. I'm going to go get a chicken breast and some broccoli at some restaurant or something. I'll just post up at the bar and watch it. Part of a game or make a couple bets on FanDuel and sit there and then go home. I'm stalling. I don't know the answer. I cannot remember the last time I cooked something in the oven.
It occurred to me as I'm sitting there, eating it.
Does it count if it's like a Stouffer's heat it up and eat it thing? That probably
Like
doesn't
turning
count.
the oven? I'm not talking about a stove top.
No, right. But
Like
I'm
the
saying,
actual oven.
If I have like lasagna or mac and cheese or
I see
something
what you're saying.
in the freezer because it's
Yeah,
easy
that
to
counts.
cook the kids,
I think that counts.
then that's probably been 4 to 6 months. But I've definitely done that where the wife's gone for the night and I've got to. But we're such an air fryer family. The amount of oven we use is like my wife cooks a lot of things in the oven. But for me, air fryer season. Everything's stovetop. I'm a grill air fryer guy. That's the list.
Because it occurred to me while I was eating it. I'm going, when is the last time me, old Fanny Mouillet, turned on the oven and used it and it worked correctly? No fires were started. No, you actually left the pizza box in there from the night before. No maladies, just a regular old meal like a human being. I don't think I've used the oven myself since we moved into this house in the spring of 22.
Attaboy.
Yeah.
I want to eat some of these Brussels sprouts.
I use the oven.
Times for my double play. I think James Gunn did it. I think he pulled it off pretty well. He and Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster, who wrote Superman, should be very happy. Darius went and saw Superman.
Mm-hmm.
I texted him and said, how was Superman? He told me he gave it a 7.5 out of 10. And I said, whoa, it sucks. What happened? Like, why was it so terrible? Darius is like, no, I liked it. And I said, well, then why did you give it a 7.5 out of 10? Those are the kind of grades we give movies that aren't very good. But I went and saw Superman late last evening. Everyone was asleep at the house. Probably should be prioritizing sleep at this point so I can get up and help the wife at like 5 a.m. with 4 kids now. But we did that anyway. We did a quick turnaround. I thoroughly enjoyed Superman. Superman in general is not my favorite superhero. I don't know if I'm in the minority on this. I kind of find him lame. And I find a lot of the Superman shtick, like the little, even in this movie, James Gunn tries to lean into some of his like Guardians of the Galaxy, like quips and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't really work for me. Where like, one of the other people in the movie, I don't want to give anything away, but like says to Superman, well, he's like in the middle of this fight for his life, like, quit fooling around, I need your help. And he's like, I'm doing something important. And like just the way he says it, it's like, I don't need that. I like the other elements of this movie way more than like the bad dialogue, zing, cheesy thing from like Guardians of the Galaxy.
Mm-hmm.
But in general, I'm not a DC guy at all, other than Batman stuff. I love all things the Christopher Nolan trilogy, the greatest trilogy of all time. I'm a big Batman guy. Is what I just said about Superman. I'd say the opposite about Batman. That's my 1 seed. I think he's the opposite of lame. But I thought this worked. This was by far my favorite Superman movie that I've seen.
Nice.
Yeah.
Was it too busy? Do you know what I mean when I say, is it too busy?
Of course.
Yeah.
It's definitely busy. Here's what I would say about that. There is one portion of the second of 3 acts where they're in like this dark territory, black holeville.
Sure.
That gets kind of busy. Where there's a lot of like exposition being explained, where someone's telling Lois like what they're doing and why they're doing it and how they have to do it. And I think that was too busy. Like there was a 15-minute sequence in there where I'm like, this is getting a little too much. But I think by and large, otherwise, no, it worked.
Nice.
But I would give it a let's see. So it's not terrible. So it certainly won't be in the 7s, Darius. I would give it a solid 8, maybe an 8.25.
Wow.
Which just means it's a pretty good movie that everyone should see in theaters. That's what an 8 is. A 7.5 means you should never see it.
You should never see a 7.5?
No, a 7.5 is really bad.
I get it. I have nowhere near the issue you do with Darius' scale. It made perfect sense to me when he said it. I was like, oh, so it's fine. Pretty good.
Darius, you hated you found nothing redeeming about it, obviously. You didn't even think the kid that worked at the newspaper with the girlfriend on the side, you didn't think that was kind of a funny, nice
Jimmy Olsen. He's awesome. He was great.
Oh, he can't be that awesome if it was a 7.5.
Your scale is just a little off, I think. That's all it is.
You got that
You don't
elevated
have an
scale.
appreciation of what a 7.5 is. That's all it is.
7.5. I haven't given out a 7.5 in a little while.
Well, there's got to be some room for the big boys. Like when something's in the 9 or 10s, there needs to be
That's
more
where-
than like a half a point.
8.7, 8.8, 8.9,
Yeah, but
9,
we need a larger gap.
9.2, 9.5.
Don't we need a gap?
I mean, again, it's a really good movie.
So like here's what I'm trying to give you.
Yeah.
Imagine I'm standing next to Chris Hemsworth. That's a 10. That guy's a 10. If you're giving me 8s because I'm just a regular dude, that's fine. There needs to be a bigger gap. I need to be in the
With
2,
respect,
2.5 range.
Hot dad,
3s.
I'm not giving you 8s, okay?
Fair enough. What are you going to give me? 3?
Well, Darius will give you a 2 because he's
now we're talking
a hard grader.
Because you got to have the.
I'm going to give you on a scale where Chris Hemsworth's on the scale.
Yeah, and he's a 10.
You don't want me to answer this.
I do, but because your system would have me at like 7.75.
No, not at all.
You need to have a giant chasm between me and
you're
that guy.
5.5.
Not big enough.
That's absolutely ludicrous.
There you go, Coach. But next to him,
no, 5 is passable. You're 5.5. Hemsworth's a 10.
Yeah, the Dark Knight. If that's a 10 for you, 10 for a lot of people.
I don't give out 10s, by the way.
Then your scaling makes even less sense.
Dark Knight's probably a 9.9, 9.8.
Don't you need more numbers
I don't think so.
to separate it to let everyone know how much better it is than everything
That's
else?
what the decimals are for. There's plenty of room here.
Man,
yeah,
too inflated.
I went in thinking this was going to be the worst movie ever because I'd only talked to Darius about it, and maybe that's why I liked it more.
Low expectations.
There's also some really good cameos in it. I don't know how Darius didn't enjoy those, but there's a lot to like about Superman. We're giving away Wiz Khalifa tickets as soon as we return on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. In the NFL, Commanders training camp going to get underway tomorrow as the veterans are set to report. Wide receiver Terry McLaurin still working on that contract extension with the team. He's willing to explore every option, according to Henry McKenna of Fox Sports. A hold in is possible, a hold out is possible, and eventually possibly a trade request. NFL Top 100 continues on. Third Commander popped up on the list at number 70 was Frankie Louvu, 74 was Bobby Wagner, and 86 was Laramie Tunsil. Also in the NFL, Titans quarterback Will Levis is going to undergo shoulder surgery on his throwing shoulder. He's going to miss the entire season. In the NBA, Chris Paul is signing with the LA Clippers. And in baseball, the Nationals dropped 2 of 3 to the Padres over the weekend. They now continue on their homestand, taking on the Cincinnati Reds for 3. The first one tonight at 6:45. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals. On the season, Irvin is 7-5 with a 4.58 ERA. He'll take on Brady Singer, who is 7-7 with a 4.32 ERA. Dave Jagler and Josh Wetzel on the call for Nationals and Reds tonight right here on the Fan at 6:45. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage, and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
As promised, right now, caller 10 at 800-636-1067. Congratulations. You're going to win 2 tickets to see Wiz Khalifa and Sean Paul. Good Vibes Only tour with special guest DaBaby. Friday, July 25th at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com.
As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Let's kick off the Beltway Blitz on the Diamond. It's not been good for the Nats, losers of 10 of 12, and dropped 2 out of 3 out of the break against the San Diego Padres. They got a chance to get things going tonight against the Reds, who come to town to kick off a series. Dave Jagler will be on the call right here on 106.7 The Fan. Jags, series loss to the Padres. Sum up the weekend for us.
Well, yeah, I'll sum up by saying I was going to hang up and try to be the 10th caller to go to the concert on Friday, but I got to be in Minnesota. So, yeah, not the best. Although Saturday was good. Friday they were right there. Unfortunately, the 9th inning got away from Kyle Finnegan. But Saturday was a good win for the Nats. And then yesterday it was unfortunate to see Mackenzie Gore have his roughest start of the year and the worst first inning of his career. I mean, you're down 4-0, 4 batters in. You're hoping maybe that he could pull a Patrick Corbin out of the hat and give you 6 innings and no more runs. Unfortunately, he was done after 2 1/3. And there may be a cost to pay in this series because of what the Nationals are doing with their pitching staff, moving Brad Lord, who's really been their ace reliever here the last month or so, into the rotation where he was earlier in the year. And so Lord starts on Tuesday, but that is almost like a quasi-bullpen game because he's not stretched out. But the Nationals had to use 2 long relievers just to finish yesterday's game. So we'll see how Miguel Cairo navigates not only tonight, hoping Jake Irvin can go deep, but tomorrow.
Since that, I thought it was a tough start. He battled against the Dodgers actually right about a month ago, Jags, talking about Mackenzie Gore. They're really good. They do that to a lot of people. Gore been really good for, I think, 3 or 4 straight starts. Yesterday, just didn't look like himself. What did you make of that?
Well, it was the first time this year we've kind of seen the emotions, I thought, get the best of him. And there were times where that was the case last year. And I'll circle the Manny Machado at bat in the top of the first inning. I mean, he walks the leadoff hitter. Arise has an 0-2 single, which is what he does. And Gore, thought he had strike 3 on a fastball to Machado to get out number 1. Pitch track had the pitch just a hair low. Seemed like the umpire got the call right. Mackenzie kind of barked in the direction of Brian O'Nora. We haven't seen that this year. He's been really, really good at shaking off adversity and getting on, hitting the reset button, getting to the next pitch. Well, what do you know? He barks at the ump, and the next pitch is hit over the fence, and 4 runs are on the board. And he came stomping off the mound, almost walked to home plate to get the new baseball from the ump. And I don't know, it just seemed like that put the course of his day in the wrong direction. So you hope it's just a blip. Again, the course of this season, he's managed the games where he hasn't been as effective to not give up many runs. It just really got away from him. He's been so good. Hopefully it's just one, and he's right back on point when he faces the Twins in his next start.
Jags, you were at the ballpark over the weekend. The Nationals introduced their brand new number 1 overall pick, Eli Willits. What did you make of the presser and your first chance to take a look at him in person?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I was impressed with just the demeanor of him not being wowed by the circumstances. But for a guy who was hanging out when he was a kid with Aaron Judge in the batting cage, what's the big deal about being here? But, I tried to put him on the spot a little bit, and I thought the thing I'll take away from our interview when he was on the broadcast, we were talking about, are you right-handed, left-handed? Tell me about your stroke. Are you kind of a different hitter? And he said, no, I feel like I'm the same hitter both ways. And I tried to put him on the spot. I said, game on the line, 9th inning. Do you want to bat right-handed or left-handed? And his answer was, whichever way the pitcher's throwing. That showed me a hell of a lot of confidence that he said that. Like, I can do it both ways. It doesn't matter. So for 17 years old, he's got a little bit of a presence about him. His goal is to get to the big leagues by age 20, and we wish him all the luck in making that happen.
Jags, trade deadline is just, right around the corner here. What are you expecting here for the Nats over the next 10 days or so, given some of the movement?
Yeah, I mean, I thought Mike DiBartolo's quote that day when he talked after the press conference was pretty telling. I mean, he feels that this young core is together, and they're not going to subtract from that core. They want to add and augment around that. So there are pieces that other teams could probably pry away, but I think you feel like with the core group you have, let's see if you can get some pieces around that, be it some younger players in the organization to move their way through. So, Kyle Finnegan's name is going to come up, potentially Nathaniel Lowe. Ahmed Rosario has been a really good player. You would figure some contenders are going to have interest in him as a platoon piece to do some damage against left-handed pitching. So those names will be out there, and we'll see how Mike DiBartolo handles his first trade deadline as the interim general manager. But I can't think it's going to be as active as some in the past, considering his comments that this core is here to stay and what they want to build around.
Jags, thank you. We appreciate you. Have a great call tonight. Reds are always entertaining. L.A. De La Cruz and company in town should be a fun evening at the ballpark.
Absolutely. Looking forward to a fun series, and hopefully the Nats can pick up some wins.
We'll be listening to Nats baseball. 6:45 first pitch coming up in about 2.5 hours right here on The Fan. Let's keep the blitz moving. Danny, some NFL news we can react to. We'll start with the Bengals and their offensive coordinator, Dan Pitcher, saying Chase Brown will be one of the focal points of their offense. This has long been kind of one of those fantasy sleepers.
Yep.
He's dangerous when he touches the football. Last year ran for almost 1,000 yards on a little over 200 carries, 7 touchdowns. Also caught the ball 54 times out of the backfield. If he could get someone to just commit to him and have him on the field as a 3-down back, I actually think he could put up huge numbers. The question would be staying healthy. But for Cincinnati, you've got the legit wide receivers. Yeah. They got an okay tight end room. Joe Burrow's going to make throws to the running back, matriculate down the field. I think Chase Brown could actually be a star in waiting.
I'm sure of that. I mean, the opportunity's there. That's what we always talk about in fantasy football, right? Or fantasy sports in general is opportunity. And when you've got to deal with Jamar Chase and T. Higgins and all the weapons in that pass game, there's going to be some light boxes. There's going to be some opportunity for you to catch the football underneath, so they can get to what they want. What do they want to do? Give the ball to Jamar Chase and have him work after the catch or down the field, etc. So you create those matchups by continually gut punching and going for the smaller underneath stuff to Brown. I think he'll have a remarkable season. As you said, if somebody just gives him an opportunity, not just as a third down back or a guy that, trots on off the field, but we saw him last year. It was pretty impressive when we were there on Monday night.
Let's go to Chiefs camp, where Andy Reid, the head coach of the Chiefs today, said Rashee Rice, his wide receiver, will be a full participant in training camp. They're going to give him the full workload, even though there could be a suspension looming. For people that haven't been following this, Rice, remember, tore his ACL in Week 4 last year, but he got off to this amazing start. He had 24 catches, basically through 3+ games, almost 300 yards, 29 targets. He was the focal point, the number one option in the Chiefs offense, even including Travis Kelce before that injury. He just got a 5-year probation handed down, 30 days of jail time he was sentenced to as well for his involvement in a multi-vehicle crash where he left the scene. He's been in some trouble in college, now in the NFL, and the Chiefs are waiting to find out if he's going to get suspended and how many games. I think he probably gets 3 or 4 games. I don't see him getting more than 6 games, but I guess that could be a ceiling of sorts. But Andy Reid is saying they got to get him into shape. He's going to get the full workload. They're not going to basically keep him out of stuff to get other receivers ready.
Yeah, because when he's available, you'll need him to hit the ground running, right? So you go through this process, then he'll have to have time away, whether it's a 4-game, a 6-game. I've heard smarter people than me weigh in on that and say that's kind of what they expect, that range. But he'll come back. For the Chiefs, it's almost preseason anyway. The first couple of months of the season, you know where they're going to try to be playing their best. You know where they're ramping up towards. So that makes sense to me. I don't know how else you would handle it. I don't know if you'd say, well, you're not going to really be with us for the first 3, 4, 5 games. When you do nothing but play deep into January, every single year you have Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes at quarterback, you kind of plan for that, right? So it's a ramp-up time where other players will step in, but you need him to get by the Bills, the Ravens, and some of the best teams in the AFC.
Cowboys training camp. NFL Network's Jane Slater reports Micah Parsons has shown up. He will be at camp when it opens for Dallas this week. This shouldn't surprise anybody because he even went to their mandatory mini camp. He's in the McLaurin situation where he's under contract, but he's looking for a new deal, wants to be paid. And I give him credit. I never knock guys. I don't have much of an issue with holdouts over contract disputes with guys that have earned their money, and I think Micah Parsons is in that camp. We've seen CeeDee Lamb as an example be a holdout. Dak Prescott, your quarterback, different rules, was there as he was trying to get his deal done. Micah Parsons is still hopeful before the start of this season that he gets paid. The last report was, while Jerry Jones said that they're appreciative of Micah being here, he has not spoken to Parsons' agent as of late, according to Jerry Jones. Parsons, 12 sacks in 13 games last season, 52.5 sacks since he entered the league in 2021. One of the best pass rushers in football.
What a player he is. Just a stud. And some of that's as a part-time pass rusher, like middle linebacker on first down, and then, we'll blitz him here and there. He's just too good at rushing the quarterback. I mean, basically, his sack rate has been the same over 4 years. Last year, in only 13 games played, missed some, he was on a 13.5, 14 sack pace. He's had 13, 13.5, 14, and then 12. And again, he missed a couple of games. You could set it up like clockwork. I mean, that guy's really, really, really good. And they need that to get that done. It's one of those, it's eerily familiar, just as you say. He's probably been even more productive at his position, no disrespect to Terry McLaurin, than McLaurin has. But this is the guy. This is the one you got right. In the middle of the first round, when people weren't sure, there was that weird hazing allegation thing from when he was at Penn State, and he fell on some people's boards. And now you look back and you go, damn it, I can't believe that many teams passed on this dude. Just a star. I do expect it to happen.
Did you mention Terry McLaurin? Let's keep the blitz moving. Michael Phillips, Odyssey, Richmond, and the Richmonder. If you want your news in RVA, that's a good place to look. Michael, no contract yet for Terry McLaurin. Do you think he and the Commanders beat the clock ahead of training camp, which is now starting imminently?
I remain optimistic. I say yes. I think this is one where I think Adam Peters understands what this means to the fan base, what he means to the fan base. And I keep coming back to this, Grant. They're not in a cap crutch, right? This isn't a situation where they got to restructure another guy's deal or cut somebody to make this happen. They have the money against the cap. I think they ultimately get this thing done.
When does it become a problem? Like, I don't think we've gotten there yet. For some folks, it is. They already think that damage is being done every second he's not signed. It's sending this horrible message to internally, externally, and this is like the end of all days. I'm not there yet, but A, where are you? And B, when does it become a problem if it isn't already?
I also am not there yet. I'll remind you, Ryan Kerrigan, who obviously, very much like Terry, right? One of the most loved players, among fans, a guy who is really good at his position, not elite, right? Like maybe not top 5, but certainly one of the best in the NFL at doing what he did. I think there are a lot of parallels there. He got his extension done the morning training camp started when they reported way back in Richmond back in the day. I think something similar happens here. So no panic yet. First time they take the field without him, though, is officially a panic situation. I mean practice. The first practice, he's not there. This elevates to a panic situation immediately because you've got all this noise, all this water under the bridge. It's nothing. But if this goes into training camp, those feelings get cemented and this becomes something and it's an issue.
Practice. We talking about practice. Not a game. Not a game. We talking about practice. Hey, Michael, who's your X factor on this team this year?
Well, I'm looking to who's going to emerge as the best corners here, right? If you can get Amos to where he's starter good and Lattimore to where he's starter good, you're set, and arguably you've got the personnel, down the line to make that happen. You can put Sanders still in the best spot. Those two guys need to come to play, though, at camp. I think the odds of both of them panning out are incredibly minimal, right? I think you'd probably take one of the two being an impact player this year. Amos, just because he's a rookie, and certainly with Lattimore, all the things that we know from along the way, and those guys don't always age gracefully. I think if you can get the corners set, though, by the time you leave camp, man, I start to feel a lot better about this defense.
What was their vision? As I always like to try to think along with the executive as to what they were trying to do and how they were trying to fill different needs and things. What was their vision for this defensive line this offseason, Michael?
Yeah, the vision was we have Jaden Daniels, right? That was the vision for everything they did. And the number one draft pick had to go to Jaden Daniels, get him the left tackle of the future. Your big trade had to go to Jaden Daniels to get him the left tackle of the present. Your other big move, give away another draft pick, had to go to getting him a weapon because you don't have a good enough running back room. So they get Deebo Samuel, who elevates both the wide receiver and the running back room. I don't blame them, Danny, for anything they did. I think they have a star young quarterback. They needed to surround him with as much support as they possibly could. I'm glad they did. But all those moves came at a cost. The cost was it left you with less room to invest in the defense, and I think we're seeing the results of that here as you stare at this roster on paper.
Michael, there's some non-football Commander stuff to get into today as well.
Noticed.
Yeah, exactly. What did you make of the president weighing in on the team's name and future stadium plans?
All right, so I think this is a good litmus test for the people out there, and I'm not afraid to burn bridges on my show. I'll say this on your guys' show so I can burn your bridges as well. The people who want the name back, what's happened in the last couple months is a litmus test for them because we've given you 99% of what you've asked for. The uniforms are great again. They say Redskins again. They acknowledge the past. They show highlights on NFL Network. Everything you've asked for, you've gotten, except the one little thing where they changed the name and it's not going to happen. If you're a sensible fan, you stick with this and you say, that's good enough. Let's roll. Let's play football. We got Jaden Daniels here. The people who are still out on that hill, dying on that hill, wanting to talk about it, I just don't think they're true football fans. I think they like arguing about this more than they like watching the football and rooting for the football team. It's beyond time to bury this issue. The Harris Group has given you everything they can reasonably give you.
But do you think that Trump actually gets involved on the stadium in D.C., which he has the power to hinder, or do you think it's just him firing off a random tweet?
Sure. Well, we can't ignore that he does have the power to do it. He does have the power to interfere here, so that is something you have to watch for. I think the reason the team has been silent, and I think will remain silent tomorrow, I think Dan Quinn will come out tomorrow and say, I'm here to coach football, next question. I think they're just really hopeful something else shiny comes along and he forgets about this. They don't want to pick a fight. They don't want to make this a thing. They don't want this in multiple news cycles. You're just really hoping that this blows over. It was a tweet. Great. We'll move on. He forgets about it. City council does their thing, and we keep moving. If you make it a thing, we've seen him dig in, and that's a potentially very negative outcome because, again, he does have the power to have some influence here.
Miguel, thank you as always, bud. Have a great week.
Take care, boys.
The Richmonder and Odyssey Richmond. That's Michael Phillips, and that is your Beltway Blitz. Tomorrow, camp gets underway. Adam Peters will speak. Dan Quinn will speak. You know what would make for a nice way to kick off those press conferences? If they didn't have to talk about Terry McLaurin other than to get congratulated on getting the deal done. Let's get into that next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. And the NFL Commanders training camp going to get underway tomorrow. Veterans set to report tomorrow after the rookies reported on Friday. Terry McLaurin reportedly is willing to explore every option, according to Henry McKenna of Fox Sports, including a hold-in or a holdout, or potentially down the line a trade request. NFL Top 100 continues on. The third commander popped up on the list, voted at number 70 is linebacker Frankie Louvu. At 74 was Bobby Wagner, and then at 86 was the first commander, Laramie Tunsil. Also in the NFL, Titans quarterback Will Levis is going to undergo surgery on his throwing shoulder. He's going to miss the entire season. And in baseball, the Nationals begin a 3-game series at Nationals Park against the Reds, continuing on the homestand, looking to bounce back from their 2 out of 3 loss to the Padres. 6:45 tonight right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes a hill for the Nats. He's 7-5 with a 4.58 ERA. He'll take on Brady Singer, who is 7-7 with a 4.32 ERA. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Tomorrow, Adam Peters, Dan Quinn both have press conferences at the start of training camp for the Commanders. As of right now, those press conferences will be dominated by Terry McLaurin questions that they will either have to evade or dodge or, tread lightly with. The last public comments came from McLaurin, and he took the team to task. He made it very clear he's not happy, and in addition to being upset, that he's hurt. And so he positioned them as the bad guys, basically, and they either have to swing back, which they're not going to do, or essentially wear that and lose in the court of public opinion and just kind of no-sell whatever their actual business is behind the scenes. I think that's what they're going to do. I think they're going to say, we're going to keep our conversation with him in-house. We're going to continue to negotiate in good faith. We want him to be here. But there is a small chance, I guess, that they could fight fire with fire. Now, I don't think they're going to come out and be negative anti-Terry McLaurin or point out things that he doesn't do well. I'm not suggesting that. That's ridiculous. But they could absolutely say, he's supposed to be here, and he's not, and we're fining him $50,000 a day until he gets here. He has a contract, and he needs to be here helping the football team, which he's choosing not to do. That would be probably the most divisive thing they could do, and I don't think that's crazy if that's the route they take.
Yeah, that doesn't feel like them, does it? You know what I mean? It doesn't feel like Peters and Quinn would say something to that effect, even if it's true.
We haven't seen them in a situation like this
That's
yet.
fair.
This is the first time they've had to take care of one of their own, and they have chosen not to do that to this point.
My guess is we love Terry, we want him here. We can't wait till this is all said and done. We're excited about what he's going to do for this football team, but guys are here working, and try to evade it that way. But that just leads to more questions. So, the PR team will be on it. They'll prep Quinn and they'll prep everybody, to say the right things to dance around it. Again, they aren't going to do the Bruce Allen thing, right? Which is you get pissed off that things aren't going your way and you call a couple people in your office and throw a temper tantrum about how selfish the guy is. They're just not going to do that.
They're better people.
Yeah. Dubious honor, but yes.
And I mean that both in the way of decency as human beings, but also better business people, better people at how they handle and treat folks. When Scott McLuhan is being booted out the door and he has drinking problems that have popped back up again and have taken over his ability to do his job, they're not going to leak to the Washington Post damaging, awful things about his character and the fact that he's a drinker. That's just not how they're going to operate, right? And that's the big difference. But look, here's how I think it's going to go. They're going to say over and over again, we love Terry McLaurin. Terry McLaurin's going to be a big part of our future. We can't accomplish our goals without him. We want all of our players to be like Terry McLaurin. We plan on taking care of Terry McLaurin. The process is playing out. They're going to say those types of things over and over and over again. And there's going to be no negativity. I'm just saying there's a possibility. I wouldn't have thought Terry went as hard in the paint as he did at Eastern Motors. Now, if one of them was going to, it was going to be him. His agent, not the team, has been leaking all along how unhappy he was, how bad the negotiations going, how far apart they were. So, yeah, it stands to reason that McLaurin, not the team's going to be the one to come out. He's the one that's hurt. The team isn't. He's the one that feels personally slighted. They don't, I don't think. I'm just saying prepare for the possibility, a small possibility. They're not going to do anything where they make him the villain because they know that won't go over well publicly. But there's a small chance that they could just say, instead of 100% high-roading it, he needs to be here. It's time to show up now, Terry. We had the offseason. You didn't have to come for minicamp. You didn't have to come for this mandatory thing or that. We understand. But now it's time to get to work.
Yeah, the business of the season has started. We need you here.
And they could just say it's time to now focus on a Super Bowl and to put personal issues aside and to be a real member of this team. If they want to do that, I don't think that would go over terribly. I actually think plenty of people would say, yeah, that's reasonable. And they could say, and we do, someone's going to ask them, I promise you, do you plan on fining him? $50,000 a day and like something about that fine. And they can either say, well, look, that's between us and him and high road it, or they could say, yeah, he's supposed to be here and we will fine him. Something like that would send that message without it being divisive, I don't think.
Yeah, the way I would straddle the line if somebody asked me, I'm representing the team, I would go, we need him here and we want him here. It's really important to us that he be here. And that's where we're going to leave it. Any other discussions are between his camp and ours, but it's really important that he's here. The business of the football season is upon us. We have to get ready to play. Everyone here is committed, and we want to be a part of that.
I really like Adam Peters, right? Have since he was in San Francisco. And if people tell me for 5 years before he became a GM, he's going to be awesome. And so far, he's been awesome.
Pretty good returns, yeah.
He says nothing. And I don't mean that in some pejorative way or something. I'm not trying to be negative. But you know this, like occasionally he came on our show for 20 minutes. He'll give you one or two answers you can kind of pick at or talk about in the future. It gives you a little insight. But for the most part, he is the best at saying nothing.
Speaking, but saying nothing.
He doesn't give you anything. By design.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's not going to be different. I mean, he's just not going to go out there and cut some promo, especially when it comes to McLaurin, their best player. They're going to high road this thing. Dan Quinn is going to do the exact same thing. But I would say if somebody makes any kind of comment, again, it's not going to be anti-Terry at all, but where they talk about the brotherhood and getting him on the same page and don't take away from the squad or however they go about it, it would be Quinn more so than Peters, I think, that would say something like, hey, we need him here. Like, it's go time, man. It's time to go win a Super Bowl together, brother. Let's rock and roll. Like, turn that hat backwards and let's go play football, man.
Yeah, that's what the betting odds would say, right? It would be Quinn that would speak more to the urgency of it because, he's worried about the guys in the room. I mean, Peters has to think about this week, this month, this year, 5 years, everything in between. Dan Quinn's like, how do we get ready for week one?
So the way you described it to me on the phone earlier today was that you still can't work yourself into a lather over the dispute.
Yeah.
Like as we sit here today on a 1 to 100 scale of, I don't even want to say being annoyed, but let's say
I tried to find a way to quantify this last week. Yeah.
You are still a 0, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, I said after Terry spoke, I went from a 2 out of 100 to a 12. Still very relaxed about everything.
Just because you still know that it's going to get done, or if it doesn't get done, you don't care that much?
No, it's more the former. Like, to me, the thing I kept coming back to, and I wanted to give you a chance to weigh in on this, that's why I bring it back up again. I was hanging out with Tobes last Friday doing the show, and I said, at the end of the day for me, the thing that I've wanted more than anything else, and aside from criminal stuff having to do with the owner, allegedly, whatever I have to say, was please have a reasonable football operation, which includes a general manager that's competent, thoughtful, not just a drinking buddy, not somebody that you got to deflect, but like an actual honest-to-God GM that makes GM decisions. They got a great one. Seems like they got a really qualified one. They got a really qualified assistant GM. They got a really good front office. That front office is currently conducting business. This is the business of football. We don't do this very often here where we have a guy signing a second contract, a third contract rather, but everywhere else it's pretty normal. Great track record in San Francisco of signing people, track record in Detroit of people being signed, and the interim where it's not done during OTAs and this mini camp or, post-draft or this, this is the end of the world. The apocalypse is upon us. The end of days is here. Adults are conducting business. Now, if we start getting to the point, I said my drop-dead date was the second preseason game. If he's not there on August 18th, because it really has gotten to this point where they really are angry at each other and there really is animus, I will then change my tune. But that is a long time from now. Nothing has been lost yet. This is not really a problem. This is just the normal run of events where a team has all the leverage, according to the CBA. The player was doing everything he possibly can to agitate and force public pressure. This is just normal. I just can't get worked up yet.
Yeah, I think the lead there, which is the last portion of what you said, I categorically agree with. Which is to say that if he's not there in mid-August, then you change your tune. That nothing is really lost. This is a guy who's been in this offense. This is not a new offense, not a new play caller, not a new quarterback, who is very much going to outwork everybody whenever he shows back up and get right back into game shape. He's already in exceptional shape. We know what kind of work ethic he has. I worry zero about Terry McLaurin being ready for the start of the season. Zero. So I agree with almost everything you just said. Now, there are other specifics there that I would refute a little bit, which is, when you say what you just did, it feels very in Adam Peters we trust, which is what people like to do with Rivera or Peters anytime they want them to be above reproach, which I don't think is what you're doing. But this idea of, all I've ever wanted is a good general manager, and now I have one, so I'm just going to let him operate. Well, sure. He's earned the benefit of the doubt, to be clear. But I don't do the just like blank check for the executive that I like thing. With every single situation, I think critical thinking every step of the way is kind of what we do here. It's taking inventory. It's trying to figure it out. And if you examine the situation and you go, okay, they're doing a good job with this, I think that's perfectly fine. But when you say this is pretty normal, disagree. It is not pretty normal for the face of a franchise to hold a press conference off-site with the entire media corps from your city, where he then bashes and belittles the way the team has handled business, specific to him, over the offseason. That's Trey Hendrickson-ish. That's the Bengals. That is dysfunctional, is what that is, honestly. That's not where you want to be. That's not that common. Again, in the way of, he's not at a practice talking with a media-sanctioned PR staff. None of that happened. He is at a car dealership where, his people put out, he's going to be here, come listen to him speak, and then he gets a bunch of things off his chest. We haven't had that one around here in a while. It's also not normal for a player to be liking tweets of fans calling the team disrespectful toward him because, did you see this thing they did over the weekend or maybe it was Friday? They put out the pictures of all the players that got married and he wasn't one of them. This is the kind of stuff I don't care about. Right. I've always said that. But this is the kind of stuff now in 2025 that somehow has become a thing and matters. Again, this is a little bit of a sign of some dysfunction, right? Where if it was John Ridgway doing this a couple years ago, nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
It's Terry McLaurin. It's this is not that common necessarily. But I could just put a period at the end of the sentence on, I agree with you that it's not time to panic. It's not time to be overly concerned. I've said all along, though, since the beginning of the offseason, he wouldn't miss training camp time, and he's about to. So that is unsettling. The only thing, if we're being honest, though, when would it be a problem? The answer is probably day one of the season, if we're being honest. As long as he shows back up the week of the first game and starts working and plays, then who really cares?
So I've got a little before that just because.
But at that point, it's over now. Yeah, he's going to market.
Right. It's hard to ramp up and be yourself without kind of some of the preseason work that goes into it. You know what I mean? Whether it's some of the football, because conditioning is different for regular people. He's not training to work in the CrossFit games. He's training for football.
Right.
So there's a certain specific kind of thing that you can't replicate running through the rope ladder, but that's small potatoes in the grand conversation. I think that's true
mostly, but with a guy like him at wide receiver, I honestly, he playing 75% of the snaps and coming on and off the field after running 9 routes and stuff. I wouldn't worry that much about that, but I'm not saying it's not ideal to have him show up sooner. I'm just saying what really matters is that he's out there as Terry McLaurin in week 1 making plays. Nothing else before that. It's all just noise, except that the longer it goes, the more likely it becomes that he does not get a deal and that he either gets franchise tagged next year or walks. Right? I mean, with every passing day, the likeliness goes up a little bit. How would that not be the case?
He's under team control. They've got him.
No. What I said was that next year, either he walks or gets franchise tagged.
Oh, franchise tag. I missed that part. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of, I don't know. I go around the circle saying the same thing. It to me is, this is not set up for players. It's set up for the teams. However we got to this point with the CBA, I don't know that the union's going to try to take it on the next time they have a fight or what.
But do you agree with that premise that every day that goes by and he hasn't signed, it becomes less likely that he gets a long-term extension done here?
I don't know that I buy that.
Okay.
Because Bosa sat out the entire time of the whole preseason, and then it was done. You know,
Right.
like other guys have had way more upset words and
Sure.
next thing you know, the contract's in front of them, and it works because they have no more leverage.
I don't know how many more guys. Well, plenty, I guess, but not Bosa. Like he wasn't doing an Eastern Motors promo.
I don't know that he spoke or didn't speak, but I know that he missed the whole preseason and signed,
Exactly.
and
He just
that was
didn't
that.
show up and was
Right.
quiet, TJ Watt style.
Mhm.
Terry is to me, the words matter. Like for a guy that never says anything like this, I feel slighted. I mean, the guy, I don't remember the exact words, don't have them in front of me, but
But that was the sentiment, yeah.
Yeah, he feels like they have. He feels belittled. He's taken for granted. Hendrickson's the only other guy right now that's kind of done it in this way.
Yeah, I mean, Garrett said, "I'll never play here again. I demand to be traded."
Right.
Oh, look, I got a great deal. I want to win here. Like my point is, it's the only thing. There's only a couple things that a player can do, and that was the last one, where it really benefits them. Right?
Yeah.
Is you can do public opinion polls to get everybody on your side, and the team's the big bad guy. They did that one. Now you start playing the holdout game, you're going to lose that.
Of course.
I
do think the longer you wait, the harder it becomes or the less likely. Now, I will, to your point on Nick Bosa, which we've pointed out, all of the guys in San Francisco, Debo and Ayuk and Trent Williams and Bosa, all when Peters was there, those guys got extensions after right now into August and sometimes into September.
Right.
So that's kind of how they operated there. That's where he cut his teeth. But 72 hours before Bosa got his deal, didn't look great necessarily. They eventually punched through. And if they pay McLaurin like they paid Bosa, which was inevitable because he's an all-pro, like they paid Myles Garrett, who you referenced, some of these other guys like Jamar Chase, yeah, of course he's going to get a deal done. The problem right now is, as McLaurin has told you, they don't think he's on that level. The 49ers never said that about Nick Bosa. They just couldn't agree to the deal yet. It wasn't really time to do it. I don't think the Browns ever felt that way about Myles Garrett. Quite sure they didn't. Like the Commanders, if Jeremy Fowler's right, are not close to offering him league market rate at this moment, if he's right. That was never the case with Nick Bosa or Myles Garrett or any of those other guys. Like this feels a little bit different than that if the reporting we have is correct. But the phones are open for you guys. Tomorrow is the big day, 800-636-1067. How do you think those first pressers will go for Peters and Quinn if McLaurin doesn't get a deal done to beat the clock? This is the Fan.
Well, Terry McLaurin remains frustrated. They have not had meaningful conversations on a deal in a while. I checked with Washington. They have no plans to trade Terry McLaurin. They do want him there long term. The question is, are they willing to meet this market that's gotten crazy where players are making $30+ million a year at the receiver position? My sense is they're just not even close to that there, and McLaurin senses that, which is why he's speaking out publicly. So they have a big gap they got to try to fill here. But it looks like he's going to be a Commander regardless. They got to try to shake this out here soon.
Jeremy Fowler of ESPN, he says not close to $30 million. 32, 33 is the market. That would be very, very surprising. Tomorrow is the report date for vets. That's when the press conference is going to take place. Adam Peters talking about the offseason. Dan Quinn looking ahead to the campaign. Might the Commanders have a little trick up their sleeve? Maybe a contract reveal so that they spin the narrative around and it's a positive. If not, this will be the first time those guys really have to answer some tough questions.
Yeah.
Because I'm not saying this to make light of the situation, but it's really easy to have everyone telling you how good you are when everything's going great. And they should. Everything has gone great. This would be the first time I think people would take issue with how they've handled something. Let's go to Johnny in Stafford. What's up, Johnny?
Hey, boys. How's it going? Love the show.
Appreciate you.
Thanks.
Hey, you've made some really valid points, and I would love to just agree with all of them. My fear is that, his head has gotten a little too – a very talented young man, right? He deserves to be paid, but maybe his head has gotten a little too big. So I'm gonna put a little friendly wager on the table, and you let me know which one you want to take, and we'll go from there, right? The over/under is 18 mil, right? That's what I'm thinking he's worth, right? Let's just
per year?
Be real. No, or whatever you said. He's a 30. You said 32 mil. Was that the?
That's the market. Yeah.
Okay, 32. So I'm going to go low ball and say 18.
Okay. Yes, I will take that bet that he gets over $18 million. I mean,
I'll bet you $18 million.
Since he is worth probably at least $12 million more per year than that. It's possible he takes a discount ultimately. They play hardball and win in a game of chicken, and he signs for like 27, 28. I guess that's possible, and they guarantee him a little more than some of the other guys get in terms of a percentage. But 18 mil, I mean, he made more than that on his last contract, and he's coming off a career year. Let's go to E and KC on Grant and Danny. What's up, E?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, real quick. Hey, man, I think it's just real life stuff, meaning that this is about Terry McLaurin. Hey, man, I know he's under contract for the rest of this year, 25 mil, but all professional athletes got to understand that 3 contracts is difficult, and I get it. We all want to be respected at our job, whether you playing football or not. That ain't the case. Things take time. I just hope he pumps his brakes a little bit and get out of his feelings. I get it. The man's been around the Dan Snyder era. So
and it's not personal,
Thanks, buddy.
To your point. I mean, you can't take this stuff personally, which clearly he is. Trey Hendrickson did. Easier for us on the outside to say than for him to execute because you feel like it's time. You've seen a lot of people get paid, including them taking in Debo this offseason, who now makes a little more than he does. And you put your hand out and they're going, I don't know. Maybe not you after the 16 touchdowns last year, the 90-plus catches when you count the postseason. But the idea, Danny, that he needs to kind of just pump the brakes or slow his roll, not be upset from the outside, I just think it's easier said than done.
It is easier said because it's not going the way you want, right? All we want, I think somebody said it, is you'd like to be valued. And sometimes it doesn't take anything outrageous. It just that feeling. You know it when you got it, right? And he certainly doesn't feel that right now. And a month of silence certainly wouldn't add to that, right? Like if you go into negotiations and everyone's telling you why you're not worth a certain amount, that can be hard to hear.
He's got to know, though, the history at his position at his age. Screams, if you pay a guy a ton of money, you're probably going to regret it.
Well, that's why he referenced that thing about him being 30, and it's not a regular 30. I didn't play my first couple years at Ohio State, had a whole answer to that, which sounded very agenty.
And it might be true, by the way.
Right.
There are less miles on his tires. Let's go to Vaughn in Alexandria. What's up, Vaughn?
What's up, boys? Grant, I disagree with your take. I think this new age athlete what he's doing is very calming. It's not ideal, but people scrub their Instagram and social media accounts every day. And whether you're talking from Eastern Motors or Twitter, it's the same thing. You're creating leverage for yourself. All players do it now when they're unhappy. Secondly, to answer your question, I think if I'm the team, I don't mention anything about the contract because public perception-wise, if Terry gets hurt, this is his last year in this contract. What if he gets hurt? He's doing the right thing for him as a player. If he has, what if he plays on a current deal, he has 1 year and get hurt at the end of the year? It puts the team in a position where do you offer him a new deal after injury? So if I'm the team, I just say we're dealing with negotiations behind closed doors. I don't mention anything because the fans are going to favor the player because the owners can cut a player anytime. So he's looking out for his next contract, which is most likely his last contract.
You're going to get what you want, Vaughn. I mean, that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to no-sell this thing. They're not going to give a lot of intel. And anything coming out all offseason has been from the agent.
Yeah, I don't fault anybody to this point. I don't.
No, I think everybody's doing exactly what you would have expected. I don't fault McLaurin for the record.
Right.
He earned the money. He wants the money. And the team's going, we could give you the money, but it's probably going to backfire on us down the road. So, yeah, again, everyone's kind of held firm. At some point, though, you got to probably meet in the middle or it could backfire in the sense that I don't like the perception of them not taking care of their guy that is more deserving of being taken care of than anybody else in the building. It's got to be a factor at some point. These are humans. This isn't fantasy football. George Perry's a former executive with the Redskins who's now a college professor teaching marketing. If the name is changed based on Trump involvement, would companies get in line or would we be right back to square one where people start pulling advertising? Would that even work? We're going to talk to him about this next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL, Commanders training camp coming up tomorrow. Veterans reporting tomorrow after the rookies reported on Friday. Also in the NFL, Terry McLaurin contract situation still looming over the Commanders, and according to Henry McKenna of Fox Sports, he's willing to, quote, explore every option, including a hold-in, a holdout, and potentially down the line, if things don't go their way, a trade request. NFL Top 100 continued on, voted on by the players. The third Commander popped up on the list. At number 70 is Frankie Louvu, 74, Bobby Wagner, and 86 is Laramie Tunsil. More still to come. Titans quarterback Will Levis is going to undergo surgery on his throwing shoulder. He's going to miss the entire season. In baseball, the Nationals fell to the Padres in 2 of 3 games over the weekend. They'll continue their homestand taking on the Reds for the first of 3 tonight. 6:45 first pitch at Nationals Park. You can hear the game right here on The Fan with Josh Wetzel and Dave Jagler on the call. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 7-5 with a 4.58 ERA. He'll take on Brady Singer, who is 7-7 with a 4.32 ERA. This July only, get $120 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Back live on Grant and Danny. Let's go to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. That's where we find George Perry, who's a professor of sports management, School of Business, Christopher Newport University. He spent 22 years in the sports industry, including as a VP strategic marketing with the Redskins, which is why we wanted to have him on live on The Fan. George, thanks for the time. It's Grant and Danny in D.C. How are you?
Doing great, guys. Thanks for having me on.
We appreciate you. So why don't we just go back to when the team changed the name from Redskins to initially the football team several years ago. What were the biggest reasons why they actually changed the name?
I think, the underlying reasons first were some of the pressure that, that they started receiving from the Native American groups. But I think the final kind of nail in the coffin, or the thing that finally convinced them to change the name, was when several of the sponsors started receiving pressure to disassociate themselves with the team unless the team changed the name. So you had FedEx and other companies that basically said, "Hey, if you don't change the name, then we're gonna drop out as a sponsor." And that was a lot of money. And so I think that was kind of the final straw there that convinced them that was the business decision and the best business decision that they could make.
Before we get to the permutation of what might happen if this thing changes, that was at a certain time when the climate was X. I don't know how to quantify it. You probably do. But now it seems like the climate is different to some degree. I'd love for you to talk about that difference.
Yeah, I think at that time it was very much a cultural issue. And so that was kind of the driving force behind it. What's happening now is this becomes more of a political issue, which creates different challenges for companies that might be deciding whether or not they want to continue to associate themselves with the brand if the name were to change.
George Perry, who was once the VP strategic marketing with the Redskins, joining us on Grant and Danny. Agree or disagree with this premise? I have long thought that if Dan Snyder was not the owner of the then Redskins, they would not have had to change the name. And I look around, I know it's very different, but there are some similarities. I was just in Atlanta. They were doing the tomahawk chop whenever Braves came to the plate at the All-Star game, and the Chiefs do that. And there are other teams with various names. But I have long thought, look specifically at Fred Smith, who you mentioned FedEx, was at odds with Dan Snyder in a knockdown, drag-out fight as a minority owner, who led the charge in getting some of those companies to come together to force the name change as part of his war he was waging on Dan Snyder. Do you agree with that premise or no?
It's hard to surmise one way or the other, and here's why I say that. you could have had a different owner than Dan Snyder that would have kind of succumbed to the cultural pressure much earlier, and would have decided that in the best interest of the team and the team business to change the name earlier. I do agree with you that the reason Dan Snyder changed the name was not due to cultural issues, but was more due to financial pressures he received from FedEx particularly, and I know they were having another kind of feud at the same time. So I could certainly see why that would be a thought of why Dan Snyder changed the name, but it really would have depended on the owner and the underlying research that they had at the time as to how it was impacting ticket sales, sponsorship sales, and merchandise, et cetera.
Which is a great point. It's a good answer. I guess what I've always thought is his comment to the USA Today years ago where I'm never changing it, all caps, his general attitude where he was basically trolling and challenging, saying over my dead body essentially, was actually not helpful. In addition to the fact, just with how not liked he was. And it was a really easy guy to wage war with because everyone was going to be on your side. And if there was a more liked owner, I'm just hypothetically saying if Josh Harris was the owner then, maybe it goes differently. Maybe they also you mentioned, well, perhaps they would have changed sooner and Snyder dug in longer. That's possible. But the flip side of that, in my opinion, might be a guy like a Josh Harris. Like, I know people advocated in the dictionary when you looked up Redskins, it was, pejorative. Like you could have worked to make the second definition a team name or done more with Native Americans way before they did. I just throw all that out there.
Yeah, no, like I said, it could go either way, and a lot of it that does depend on first and foremost kind of the personality of the owner, and then myself as a business person, I would want to look at the business side of things. And I remember, quite honestly, I had recently left the team when Dan Snyder made that statement that he would never change the team name, and somebody asked me, media asked me if I believed he would ever change it, and I said not until there was a financial impact, and that is basically kind of what happened. But that was based on the personality of that particular owner. I think he was really dug in and did not believe that there was anything wrong with the name. But when it became a financial issue, he elected to change that. And so we would have to look at, owner by owner to determine kind of how they might react to that situation.
Professor George Perry, kind enough to give us a few minutes here on Grant and Danny. All right, so let's, we wake up one day, an announcement is made, the name is back. What happens from that moment on? Sort of walk me through the branding, the change, sort of what would happen. What would that mean in terms of a boon, net loss, et cetera? What would you predict?
So I think maybe we want to look at it from two perspectives. If we're looking at it from the team, I would make the argument that right now the team, I have no idea whether or not this could actually happen. I'm not a lawyer, et cetera, not a politician, but let's say it does happen like you have, mentioned. At that point, hopefully we've got a plan B, right? First and foremost, right, the most important thing is this stadium. And so it sounds like, well, let me back up. Okay. If this happens, then that also probably means the stadium's going to go through, I guess, right? So it really depends on whether or not, the stadium deal goes through. If the stadium deal goes through and you change the name, then you're back to where you were when we were switching over to Commanders. You've got to flip everything. You've got to flip the merchandise. You've got to flip all of the signage. You've got to flip all of the advertising, all of the website stuff, the jerseys, everything that's got a logo on it, it's got a name on it. You have to switch it, and then you have to reignite a marketing cam behind that particular name. So you're starting from square one, not quite square one, because obviously there's already some brand equity with that name, but have upset fans who bought Commanders, jerseys last year when the team got hot, and now all of a sudden they have to go and buy Redskins jerseys again. Maybe they pull out their old ones. So that would be kind of the situation there.
George Perry, VP Strategic Marketing at one point with the Redskins here on Grant and Danny. Your experience from a marketing standpoint and just your expertise now as a professor of sports management, School of Business at CNU, Do you think this is actually realistic or even a non-zero possibility? I mean, I think I frustrated a lot of people today by being somewhat dismissive, but the owners have told us the ship has sailed. They've told us to move on. I mean, every step of the way, this has just been people screaming and shaking their fist at the sea as the waves are coming in. I know that the president getting involved and the stadium deal hanging in the balance could change that, but do you really think that this is a thing?
So what I would have to do here if I were with the team is look at it as a possibility, right? And make sure that we're prepared for any type of situation. So internally, we have to say, okay, what is more important? Getting the stadium deal done or, sticking to our guns and keeping the name, as we've said several times, the Commanders. And again, as a business person, I would ask my lawyer, hey, can a politician force a private company to change their name? And I imagine there's probably some First Amendment issues there. But that said, I can't be naive enough to think, the President of the United States has some influence, and it is possible that that influence could impact the DC councils, the way they're thinking about the stadium. It could impact how consumers think about the Redskins or the Commanders brand. It could impact Congress, and they could take back control of that situation. So there is always an outside possibility that for some crazy reason, if we want the stadium deal, we could be forced to change the name. So then we say, okay, do we want the stadium deal bad enough that we would change the name, or would we make sure we have a plan B and a plan C, which would be to go to Maryland or Virginia in that case and keep the name the Commanders? And again, it'll come down to business. It'll come down to which is going to be best for our brand long term. Because if in a few years, the culture shifts again and everybody's against the name, then are we going to have to change it again? So we've got to look at the short-term impact, the long-term impact, get another read on our fans, get another read on our business, and then, make the best decision for the team and the business.
Yes. So what you just said is kind of my greatest fear, frankly. And look, the name Redskins, while I don't think it's coming back, I wish that was still the team name. Just for my, if I just get a vote and get to hit a button, that would be awesome. I've moved on. I don't think it's reality. I don't think it's ever coming back. But having said that, the part that when everyone says like, oh, it's so cool if he gets the name changed, great. I don't like the precedent of just because this time you like the change, we're all just going to be okay with the dictation of let's change the name based on what the federal government says. But number two, I'm just going to pick a name here. I'm sure a lot of people will be annoyed, but the last few days haven't been that fun for me either.
Yeah.
So, like, if Pete Buttigieg is the president in a handful of years and he wants, he's running on these three things plus changing the name back to Commanders, like, where are we? How does this not become just a pendulum swinging thing every 4 to 8 years?
Yeah, absolutely. And that is something that the ownership has to think about, which is why I think, the ownership is going to be, again, this is now kind of moving, not that it wasn't always somewhat political, but it seems like this now is moving more from a cultural issue to a political issue. And, as a team, we want to steer away from that. We want to be as neutral as possible and try not to get involved in that firestorm and that back and forth. And truthfully, the Commanders is a fairly neutral name, at least, in the eyes of a lot of people. So you're right. I mean, that would be a challenge, and that would be something that we'd have to consider.
What outcome, and whether it's a fraction of a percent realistic or the most likely here, and obviously you're not like looking at all the books and things like that, but what is best for business? Like, what outcome should business folks in this Washington front office or team presidents and the like, what should they be hoping happens here? Like, what, what I mean? What's the way for it to be maximized going forward?
Well, first of all, I think they're probably a little frustrated because they probably thought this was more or less behind them.
Yeah.
They had a great season last year. They seem to have a quarterback of the future, and people seem to be getting on board with the name. There's always going to be some holdouts, et cetera.
But I think, again, to your point, I'm not looking at the books, but the business decision has to be, you have to look at all your stakeholders. And those stakeholders are your fans. Those stakeholders are, other owners. Those stakeholders are employees. Those stakeholders are clearly, the government and the relationships you have to have with the community and in D.C. and Maryland and Virginia, and figure out what's going to be best for their investment. And by the way, that investment isn't just, making a profit or maximizing profit each year. It's making sure that the value of the team increases. So if, Harris ever sells it, 20, 30 years from now, he gets the huge return on investment that these guys are all anticipating. So, it seems like they were on the right track. This has come up. They need to react and respond and be ready for any situation. But if I were a business owner, I wouldn't want to be changing my name every couple of years.
Right.
I'd want to have one name that I stick with for a very, very long time. And so my gut would tell me if we can figure out a way to work this out so that we maintain, kind of the momentum we've built with this new name, and not kind of revisit old news, that seems to be the most likely or the best way to proceed, unless there's other factors that we're not thinking about.
The voice of George Perry, professor of sports marketing, School of Business. Christopher Newport, 22 years in the sports industry and the VP strategic marketing at one point with the Redskins here on Grant and Danny. George, I know this is impossible to answer, but I just want whatever expertise or insight you could provide. The idea of companies being at odds with the team, as you said, that the biggest reason why they changed the name. Danny started the interview by suggesting the climate is a little bit different now, which seems fair. On top of that, Snyder's gone, and FedEx led the charge based on the fight between Smith, who tragically just passed away, and Dan as minority owner and owner. And on top of those things, now you would have, in this hypothetical, the President of the United States demanding that they change their name, basically. So is it possible that companies would no longer be threatening not to get on board, that Nike would sell their jerseys, that Northwest Stadium has no problems being Northwest, home of the Redskins? Like, has enough changed that wouldn't be a problem anymore, because that's the only reason that they changed the name, essentially?
I actually think that most companies would likely have concerns and would proceed with caution if the team reverted to the Redskins name, but not for the reasons that we might think. Not necessarily for the cultural reasons, or because they think it's a slur, and they might. I mean, that obviously is something that they would have to think about. But this becomes, a political firestorm. And as a company who has many stakeholders that are probably on both sides of the aisle, you want to stay away from this. And there are other options out there. There are other ways to be a sponsor in the NFL or to be associated with the NFL. Remember, the main reason you're spending all these dollars to sponsor a team is for that brand association. And you want it to be a positive association, and you want your customers to think better of you because you're associated with this brand, or you want to attract new customers. And so that is what those business leaders are now would now have to look at. And again, same thing. While my gut tells me it might not be the best choice to be associated with the team if it changes its name, I can't go with my gut alone. Again, I have to go to the research. I have to poll my customers. I have to poll my employees. I have to see whether or not it's going to have a negative or a positive impact on revenue and on employee morale before I make that final decision.
Professor, enlightening. Really appreciate the time and energy. Thank you so much.
My pleasure, guys. Thanks for having me.
It's George Perry, 22 years of sports insight and a former VP of strategic marketing with the Redskins here on Grant and Danny. You want to react to that? We want to hear from you next at 800-636-1067. Could we be at the risk of being stuck in the middle of a kind of political purgatory? Or are we already there at this point as fans of this football team?
They're throwing a football back and forth. Bad pun, but yeah.
Grant and Danny on the Fan.
Life moves at you fast. So should your home sale. What's up? It's Sandy Rouillet here from my friends Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team with Keller Williams. They have perfected getting your home sold fast for top dollar. It's what it's all about, right? That doesn't have to mean nonstop showings, last-minute cleaning frenzies, or scrambling to get the dogs and the kids out the door. With their exclusive cash offer program, it's literally never been easier. Here's how simple it actually is. Call Debbie and Sarah and tell them about your home. Get multiple cash offers instantly. You pick the closing date. There are no showings, no contingencies, no inspections. Just quick, hassle-free offers from ready buyers. Just ask Christy, who wanted to sell her family home fast for top dollar. She called Debbie and Sarah, and boom, she received a full list price cash offer that was able to close fast. Call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds Power Home Team now that will get your home sold for the most money. And if it doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price agreeable to you. That is their guarantee. Call 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, Commanders training camp going to get underway tomorrow as veterans set to report tomorrow after the rookies reported on Friday. Terry McLaurin is reportedly willing to explore every option, according to Henry McKenna of Fox Sports. A hold-in is potential, as well as a holdout and maybe even a trade request if things don't go their way down the line. Other NFL news today, the Packers signed offensive tackle Zach Tom to a 4-year extension worth $88 million, a $30.2 million signing bonus, largest ever for an offensive lineman. Also, Titans quarterback Will Levis is going to undergo surgery on his throwing shoulder. He's going to miss the entire season. In the NBA, Chris Paul is signing with the LA Clippers. And in baseball, the Nationals begin a 3-game series against the Reds tonight. 6:45 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes the hill first at Nationals Park. He comes in with a 7-5 record and a 4.58 ERA. Brady Singer takes the hill for the Reds. He is 7-7 on the year with a 4.32 ERA. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
I think that most companies would likely have concerns and would proceed with caution if the team reverted to the Redskins name, but not for the reasons that we might think. Not necessarily for the cultural reasons or because they think it's a slur, and they might. I mean, that obviously is something that they would have to think about. But this becomes, a political firestorm. And as a company who has many stakeholders that are probably on both sides of the aisle, you want to stay away from this.
It's a really good point I hadn't thought of, because there's some thought back of my head that maybe some of those companies that were playing hardball before, that all kind of locked arms and got together at a time where it was really easy to do that in the country, maybe they wouldn't do it now. Maybe they don't have the same venom toward the team because Dan Snyder's gone and Fred Smith's not there to bring people together, or there's just a different feel in the country than in the summer of 2020.
Well, yeah, I didn't mean to cut you off. Companies are in it. This is a news update for everybody. Hope no one's offended. Companies are in it to make money, and they'll do whatever's convenient for the credit. In other words, like, nobody's actually going out and really doing a whole lot. They're like, the one day you'll plant a tree, and everyone's like, we're so concerned about the climate, as like they dump toxic waste into whatever. You know what I mean? Like, so whatever's going on, if the money's there, if people's interests in there, their proclivities are there, they'll be there too.
Yeah, they'll follow the cash.
Mm-hmm.
But his point is, this could become, this meaning the team, could become toxic enough from a political standpoint that you just don't want to be involved at a time of change. Whether that's the Commanders from Redskins, when people were going to, a team that never won anything and was a bad product, and that was going to have a smaller tent because a lot of fans were checking out and nobody wanted that name and it wasn't a good name. Or the other way, where you're going back to Redskins, which if you thought it was divisive before, now you're going to have the President of the United States standing in the middle of the stage as you unfurl and unveil the Redskins banner again. I don't know what kind of news or how often you guys are watching, but that doesn't normally bring people together at this point, politics being heavily involved. So you're going to have more dug-in people who are louder on both sides. The people that are happy that they got their team name back, and the people that are livid, and whatever people thought it was bad before are going to think it's worse now. We're stuck in the middle of political purgatory. I really believe that. But his point is, if you're a company, you don't want anything.
You don't want any part of that. You want no part of that. You want to just keep going, get your word out there on your terms, and just continue to rake money in. And that's not what this is.
Let's go to Aaron in Pittsburgh, listening on the Odyssey app. What's up, Aaron?
Hey, Grant. Thanks so much for having me on. I appreciate it.
Hey, buddy.
Love you guys.
Thank you.
So I'm a lifelong fan up here, 40 years old, relocated to Pittsburgh, but born and raised in the Washington area. It's just crazy this argument's been going on for so long, but you really did bring on a great guest to help, give us some behind-the-scenes stuff. I appreciated his point of view. But I think that it would have been great to ask him if Dan Snyder, did he sabotage this rebrand on his way out? Did he give us a terrible name that no one would feel satisfied with? It's almost the antithesis of the old name. It's almost like it just feels really weird. Yeah. It just feels like no one can accept it. We can't move on. The the fans were screaming loud for like one name. He couldn't accomplish it. He couldn't get the Red Wolves or anything like that done. And I just feel like we're still in purgatory here. Like we still feel very uncomfortable with the new name. And it reminds us almost of the old name. It's almost like, oh, you were unsatisfied with like an oppressed people being on the helmet. Well, I will give you the oppressor instead. I will like Commanders. What is a commander? Like I'm
it's Jaden Daniels.
I suppose, yeah.
I appreciate the phone call. I mean, it's a name that is unpopular. It's more popular now than it was a year ago, and it was more popular a year ago than it was 2 years ago. And my guess is that's somewhat linear, that as time goes on, the further you get from Redskins. Like I have a son who's 4 years old, and we have two helmets. We have a Redskins helmet and we have a Commanders helmet. And so when he goes through his little game where he pulls out the 32 helmets, there's 33 in there, and he pulls out the Redskins helmet. And he says Redskins. He knows what it is. I've got a lot of Redskins stuff in the house. But does he care that it's not Redskins? Not even a little bit. His generation's not going to.
Right.
So as people that are older become even more older, or just the way life works, like they're not around anymore, and my son is now 20 and the guy going to games, and I'm too old and don't go to the games anymore, it's going to matter less and less and less.
Yeah, no, I know it's not the same, and it's a way bigger deal. More people care, but the same thing happened with Bullets and Wizards. Like for a long time, I'll only call them the Bullets, and you had a lot of people that said that. And then you get my son who's 11 years old, has never been to a Bullets game. You know what I mean? Like that occurred to me the other day, where he doesn't know any other different
Your
world.
son, I went to one. I mean,
right there you go.
I was a Wizards fan, basically. I mean, I remember the Bullets faintly as a 9, 10-year-old, maybe a little younger, actually, probably 7 or 8-year-old, when they played in the 98 playoffs. I think it was against Chicago, maybe 97 with Chris Webber.
So much Gennaro Pargo.
I had a Chris Webber number 2 Bullets jersey that was red hanging in my closet. I remember. I had a couple of basketball cards of like Tim Legler and stuff. But no, the team for me in 99 was the Wizards when I started going to games. And it was Juwan Howard and that group of guys. Chris Webber was in Sacramento. Mitch Richmond was on the team at that point. But yeah, the Bullets meant nothing to me.
Right. So there's zero attachment to it, and eventually it wore everybody down. It's just fine. It's the stupid Wizards, and now you just live
been
with
the Wizards my whole life.
Yeah. Now again, it's not the same, but it's analogous to me.
David in Delaware, you're on Grant and Danny. What's up?
Hey guys, how are you doing today?
So, buddy.
I'm good, man. I think the main point that I want to bring in on this topic is just the whole politics of it. I love that you guys are emphasizing the fact that we just want to get back to the football and that the football should be the most important thing. And I do agree. I believe the outside noise that caused this change to happen in the beginning is, obviously what set this all off in the beginning. So, in my opinion, I don't really get on the Redskins fan. I love the Redskins. I don't get on the people that are crying for the name to be that, because it wasn't them that entered, this whole political debate about a name. They weren't the ones that asked for this. They were probably sitting on their couches waiting for next Sunday to come up, and hopefully a Redskins game came on. And then we ended up fighting with Dan Snyder about, the changing of the names and everything.
Somebody said this to me really well at one point. Thanks for the call. With the team. They said we're the first team ever that was forced to change its name to a name nobody wanted, and to change the name from a name that everybody wanted to keep. Now, when they say everybody, they don't mean 100%, right. But they're talking about our fan base wanted to keep our name and didn't want us to change it, and no one else has ever really had to change it. The Indians did that overnight like this, and it was not based on pressure or their jerseys not being able to be sold or, the Progressive at Progressive Field saying we're not going to be on the stadium anymore. The owner just kind of got ahead of it, and one night called up someone and said, "Get Tom Hanks to put a video
narrate
together."
this thing.
And they did it. But the Redskins are, to this moment, the only team in professional sports in the North American Big Four that has been forced to do it that way. So you're right. I understand the frustration. I'm with you. It affected me more than I thought it was going to. I talk about this all the time. I at one point said, just change it. I'm tired of this. I'm over it. And now I don't like the new thing, and I miss Redskins more than I thought I would. And my fandom has been affected more than I thought it was going to be. I just also heard from enough people, I'm not even talking about like private conversations that I get to have, but on the record that matter, that say, move on, we're not changing the name back. So I did. To me, that you have two choices.
Right.
You can either cover your ears and say la 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 and stomp your feet like my 4-year-old does, or you could just put your feet in front of the other and figure out a way to like the thing or don't, by the way. That's okay too. You don't have to like it anymore.
Just whatever it is, act accordingly.
I've moved on. I don't love the name. I call them the Commanders. You know why? Because their team name's Commanders. Danny doesn't like the name. He refuses to say their name. I don't do that bit. I don't love that bit. I don't mind you doing it, but it's not for me. And Mike Wise spent years advocating to change the name. You won't say the team name. Like, there's different ways to do it. I just call them whatever they are, and when they stop being called that, I'll call them the next thing.
Right.
That's how I do it.
Yeah, we're all coping. We're all coming to terms with it, whatever it is, as best we can. It's so unique that the leader of the free world weighed in on this 12 years after it was more or less settled science. You know what I mean? In terms of like what we were going to do and how we're going to do it. I know 12 years is an exaggeration, but I was
going to say, where's the 12 years?
Well, just the last time we were like, what should they change it to? Like one of these times it came up and we're like, I'm decided. I never want to talk about this again. Little did I know we were going to do it, in this capacity.
Well, it also felt like, I think it was the guest we just had on, George Perry, who said this, but it kind of felt like this was done. And there are holdouts.
Well,
there are the people in that you see on Twitter.
That send me that same petition 1,000 times.
Exactly. But that's not, that's just agitating like you can find for anything. But the polling is going up and up and up on Commanders, and they had this big season, and the team, after initially not weighing in, has weighed in very strongly over and over again that they're not changing the name. And it was 24 hours ago, more sure than ever before, that the name is going to be the name, and now the president's going, that stadium you guys are obsessed with that you really, really want? You can only have it if you change the name back. Wait, I'm sorry. What did you just say? And now it just feels like it's a thing again. I mean, here we are, as you said, talking about it on the eve of training camp in 2025. 800-636-1067. Is there a possibility to actually have anything happen based on what Trump said from a name standpoint? And why would you be confident that this wouldn't just be this pendulum swinging thing that changes as the culture does and as the country reacts every 4 and 8 years as we swing back and forth in a two-party system? You're listening to The Fan. There was a caller last segment that asked, we kind of skipped past it, but he said, did Dan do this on purpose? There are actual people that have that conspiracy theory that he was actually involved in picking Commanders, but I don't think he was. But regardless, picked a really bad name, and like he's on a yacht somewhere, and this is his laugh.
Like cackling
the
somewhere,
day of the NFC Championship game, he's crying and wiping his tears, with his nice Louis Vuitton sweater or whatever. But this is his win.
Like twisting his mustache, like
fighting over the name that was left behind as he departed. Let's go to Andre and Manassas on Grant and Danny. Dre, we just talked to a former VP of marketing for the team, tried to get some insight on whether or not there's actually any legitimacy to the possibility that they could go back to Redskins. What did you make of that?
I mean, it's funny. That kicker they signed from Miami, when they found out he had some kind of like sexual harassment claim, in like 2 seconds he was cut. He was gone off the team. The president said what he said, going on 48 hours. Remember, it's crickets. You would think that the team, if there wasn't no there, they would have said, "Thank you, Mr. President. We truly appreciate your input, but alas, the team name will remain the same." You haven't heard that yet. I don't know what that means, but I would think they would have said something already. And, the one thing that's always rubbed me the wrong way about the name change originally, at the end of the day, it was like 4 or 5 billionaires who were basically said, hey, we don't like this guy, Dan Snyder. We're going to campaign, make an effort to change the name. And, those 4 or 5 billionaires won. And I've always thought it was bad because, people are – but that proxy offense has always just pissed me off. I'm offended for you, even though the people aren't necessarily offended. And I think ultimately, I do think the name is gone. I don't think it's ever going to come back. But if there was ever a way, I would think it would have to be a united front by our Native Americans who came together and said, hey, we want this name. After everything we've been through in this country's history, this is what we want. And, perhaps people would, acquiesce to the demands of the folks who, again, if they're not offended, why should we be?
Dre, thank you, buddy. I want to do the first part that he said. Why hasn't the team responded? There's no good response. Either you get on board and say, we agree with you, sir, or you're now inviting a firestorm. It's the same thing years ago. Remember when they decided, instead of just sitting there and doing nothing, they were like, you know what? We're going on the offensive. We're going to create something called Redskins Facts, and we're going to give interviews everywhere and trot out Lanny Davis and anybody you could think of to tell you why the name is great. And now you put yourself on the exact same level as like a small group of folks that are yelling at you about it. All you have to do is nothing. Take the air out of the ball, so to speak. And they made the mistake of engaging. And once you engage, now you've made it part of the public sphere. There's no upside in them responding on this, in my view.
If you go fight Trump on this, you're going to lose. What they're doing...
Because there's no winning there.
Well, exactly. He has 3 different avenues to put a complete stop to your stadium deal. I think you just kind of ignore him, and you hope he forgets he ever tweeted it. He's popping off 50 tweets a day on different things. I don't know how many of them he really cares about. But this is kind of what he does, right? He agitates, and he's throwing stuff out there that a lot of people will like and high-five about, and kind of trolling other people that they won't like, and he's okay with that too. But I think there's no reason to react to it, if we're being honest.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's like, well, why haven't they said anything? What would they come out and say? We're not changing the name? And then he digs in further and pops off. You think he's not sending another tweet?
Right.
Bet you would. And again, he now holds...
He's got a bigger stick.
The blueprint
in
his hand to your stadium deal. So you need to basically get him on the same side as you behind the scenes, which I'm sure they're working to do in some capacity, privately in the shadows. Let's go to Luke in Fredericksburg. What's up, Luke?
Hey, thank you guys for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
And Grant, I have to say, go Eden State Seals.
Oh, let's go. The back-to-back RSL district champions in 98-99, I believe it was.
I still have the shirt. But hey, what I wanted to say mainly was that I think that this is a very, very dangerous precedent to set if you are going to appease this kind of demand. I don't think you're paying attention at all to the current political state that we're in if you don't think that this would be step one. If a year from now, say, Jaden Daniels goes to a protest that doesn't align with the beliefs of somebody who's in charge of our country, then why is it not then cut Jaden Daniels or you don't get a stadium deal? So I think that this is an opportunity to maybe put their foot down and and say, no, this is what we do. We do this here, and you do that there. I don't like the idea of appeasing this at all.
Forget about the specifics of the example. The point, I think, is 100% right on. Because, again, let's just say for the sake of argument, however many years from now, once again, I am asking all football teams, you cannot play in a publicly financed stadium. Now what do? We got a new rule. 4 years after that, whatever impression I'll have to learn how to do. That guy's going, teams can only play. You don't open the door to this, even if you like this.
You got a Donald Trump Jr. over there?
Seriously.
You got a Josh Shapiro working?
I don't yet. I only.
Yeah. The precedent to me of, again, everyone's okay with it as long as it's the thing you want.
Right.
Right? So you're totally cool right now with this is going to sound dumb because I'm just going to say what's happening. But if you close your eyes and just picture it, it does sound pretty stupid. The president of the United States demanding that a football team in the NFL changes their name. That's what we're talking about right now. And I think because people like me wish the name was the Redskins and would like it to be Redskins, we're going, that'd be kind of awesome if they changed their name because he said so.
Yeah, what if he's like, tomorrow he's like, the Texans should actually be the Oilers, and that's where they play. And next thing you know, are we doing that now? Do we have to?
That's just a thing? This isn't the first time, by the way. There's a lot of this now where it's like, this is what you're going to do. And everyone's cool with it when it aligns with what they want in that moment.
Mm-hmm.
But fast forward a couple of years to you will now be called the Commanders. You're going to be Commanders again as long as I say so. It just flips now. The people that are angry are happy. The people that are happy that are angry. You can live long enough and you can just, it's a cycle, man. It's comical. Everyone doesn't want anyone to have a take until you say the thing they like. And they're like, actually, you don't have to shut up and dribble. What'd you just say? Say it louder.
Say it more.
You have a microphone?
I've long said that. Everybody's always like, people need to speak up. You need to speak out. You don't want to hear you want to hear people agree with you very loudly that have a bigger voice than you do.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. In the NFL, training camp eve today as the Commanders veterans go into report for training camp tomorrow. Other news around the NFL today, the Packers signed offensive tackle Zach Tom to a 4-year extension worth $88 million, a $30.2 million signing bonus, largest ever for an offensive lineman. Also in the NFL, Titans quarterback Will Levis is going to undergo surgery on his throwing shoulder and will miss the entire season. In the NBA, Chris Paul is signing with the LA Clippers. And in baseball, the Nationals taking on the Reds for the first of three at Nats Park tonight. 6:45 first pitch right here on the Fan. 6:15 Nats on deck. Jake Irvin takes on Brady Singer. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage, and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny, exclusively sponsored by the law firm Condori and Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. We'll take you up to 6:15 pregame of Nats baseball at that time. First pitch tonight against the Reds at Nats Park at 6:45. The number one thing I actually wanted to talk about today, if I could just have the show my way, we would have talked about Mackenzie Gore as a trade candidate. I think this is something that needs to be discussed. I have actually decided that I am ready to trade Mackenzie Gore, not because I don't love Mackenzie Gore. He's my guy. He's arguably my second favorite player on the team behind James Wood. But it's the old James Wood thing, Juan Soto thing, where the best time to trade him is never. The second best time is right now. I don't think he's re-signing. He's a Boris-advised guy who I've been told by a bunch of people is kind of on the first train out of here when his contract's up in a couple of years. Not that he doesn't like it here, fine, or whatever, but he's a guy from the South, wants to go play in the South, or what have you. He's going to hit the market. And if that's the case, if you traded him at the deadline, you could get a ton back for him. A really, really good package of players for 3 postseasons of a number 1, number 2 type starter who was an all-star this year. They could wait till the offseason as well, and with 2 years of control left, they could still
get a pretty penny. Yeah,
very, very well. And that's probably what's going to happen. But something I want to talk about, something I just want to bring up and get people prepared for and talk about why it's a good idea. Because I think most Nats fans will hear that, just like they did on the Soto time frame, and they'll be irate and livid. And you should be in some sense because, I want to be able to be a team that just signs our own players and keeps them around. And when you have stars, isn't constantly trading them. But they're far enough away right now with only 2+ years of control left of him that I actually think the best plan would be to deal him. But we had a really deep dive on this on Bust and Loose Baseball. So if you want to hear a good conversation about that and the Nats, our brand new podcast dropped today on BLB with Toby Altizer and myself. So you can go grab that there. But we'll talk more about that a little bit later on into tomorrow on the show. We've had a lot going on the Commanders front. Training camp starts tomorrow. You got Donald Trump weighing in on their stadium and their team name. Yes, that happened.
Just a normal day.
A thing that took place. Before we get back to the phones, though, we're in the producer studio during the break. And Danny quotes the most famous line from Wedding Crashers, or most quotable probably, when done acting it out, which is to scream, "Mom, the meatloaf," and you set up the scene and you explain who's saying it and what they're saying.
Mm-hmm.
And there are 4 people in the studio.
4 people.
That aren't you or me.
Right.
6 total, but 4. So Darius, Toby, Ryan, and Wes all in the studio.
Yeah, Wesley Financial's there too.
Not one of them knew what scene, not even scene, what movie you were talking about. Darius did the thing where he gets really quiet and hopes that no one calls on him.
Yep.
Like I did in Spanish class at George Mason University. He's like, they'll just make fun of the other guys for not knowing, and they'll never notice that I don't know.
My head's turned. They won't look at me.
I have less of an excuse than anyone because I'm an older person, right? So he did that thing.
Yep.
Ryan just did the I've seen this for sure.
He confidently was like, Step Brothers.
Toby just said over and over again, I don't think I know what this
I've never
movie
seen
is.
it.
And then Wes basically said, yeah, I don't. I'm young. I'm 22, so sorry about your luck.
We didn't have movies then or something?
I think that was kind of the idea.
Mm-hmm.
To say in a room with 4 dudes, Just say Mom the Meatloaf, and not one of them know that was Wedding Crashers.
Right.
And then for none of them really to have seen the movie to the point where, like, Wes said he's seen it once. Toby's never seen it. Ryan said he saw it once. It's good. It's good. Darius, we never heard if he saw it or not. I don't know exactly what happened.
But he ultimately guessed it after a lot of prodding.
Yeah, after you said you crashed a funeral. That was the quote.
I'm not judging you because you're an
Darius,
innovator.
have you seen Wedding Crashers? Don't lie to me. I'll know if you're lying.
No.
Oh, my God.
Come on, man. Like, I know I shouldn't be. I'm literally upset about it. Like, you know how people overuse literally where they're like, literally?
No, I mean literally.
Your head's going to turn into a firework. Literally? Like, it's probably not going to.
It's not literally.
That's not how the world works.
Literally not that.
I'm literally livid about this. 4 people.
Yeah.
They've seen Wedding Crashers a combined 2 times. And none of them can pull the most important quote in the film. Come on!
The only reason I knew was because he was doing an Owen Wilson impression. I was like, oh, yeah.
Who's been in the scene together?
What about the line that you crashed a funeral? Did that help you a little bit, too?
A little bit, yeah.
Ryan goes, oh, it's Owen Wilson. And you've already told him that Will Ferrell sang the line.
Yeah. I had to back up
and
I
now
almost
you did an Owen
nunchucked you.
Wilson impression. He's like, oh, Owen Wilson's in the movie. Is it Marley and Me?
Is it Bottle Rocket?
Oh, God. I mean, that ruined my day. Like whatever.
Wait, that got you?
Well, whatever amount of my day wasn't ruined at 1:00 yesterday afternoon, the rest of it got ruined by this.
Oh.
But you expect better from your friends.
Yep.
I expect no better from the other thing.
It's the betrayal.
The other thing I expect to ruin my day. This, I don't expect it. I expect fellowship and camaraderie. I expect pals. Being pals.
I mean, I had to do multiple lines. I did the fast talking Vince Vaughn. Like, if you see the crab cakes, make sure you grab your stomach and all the crab cakes. I had to give him that one. Nothing. Poker face. Paintings were gift, Todd. Like, nothing.
You'd think, I mean, if we're just a bunch of 65-year-olds, maybe. You'd think if we're a bunch of mixed company or something.
What do you mean you don't remember Patton? Okay, it's not. It's dude bros. It's a dude
dudes.
station.
Darius is 36 freaking years old, man. I mean, Toby's 25. He's the youngest
in charge if you're grading. Yeah.
Wes is 22, but yeah, you know what that means? Prime age to watch Wedding Crashers every night until you fall asleep. And Clary just he has, unless it's Avatar, he's not watching it. He literally goes to Wes. He's like, "You like Avatar, right?" Wes is like, "No, dude. I'm 22 and I'm not a mom. Why would I like Avatar?" Ryan's like, "Oh, all right."
Have you seen Not Another Teen Movie 6?
Let's go to the phones. 800-636-1067. Fran's in Annandale. Oh, this is our friend Fran.
Oh, Fran.
Home of the Adams. Fran.
You got it. Hi,
You're not a
gentlemen. How
frequent
y'all
caller.
doing? Oh, and congratulations, Grant, on your latest baby.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Yeah, on the political end, an additional consideration I'm wondering about is the D.C. Council's reaction if they reverted to the Redskins name. Wouldn't that cause them to slam the door right there?
So I will say, Fran, and thank you for the call. It's great to hear from you as always. Mayor Bowser was asked about that today, and she said the name Redskins would not be preventative of her wanting the team in D.C. She already wants the team in D.C., and she's doing anything she can get the team in D.C. She's throwing a party with a jersey on every single day. The city council, I 100% believe, this would be their rebuttal. So Trump does his, you got to be the Redskins, and then they come back and they go, we don't want the Redskins. We're not voting yes for the team name being Redskins. Because it's just politics. That's what I'm saying. We're the ping pong ball and they have the paddles. We should all be, people that are mad at me, don't be mad at me. We're all in this thing together. We're all getting swatted around like a ping pong ball in this game of politics. We need to band together and be miserable as one.
Come together as a community.
There shouldn't be two groups yelling at each other.
Right.
We're all getting screwed every hour of every day by everyone. We should all hate everybody together.
Because you're 100% right, where it's like we can't control much. The federal government has oversight over D.C. It's the most unique relationship in the whole country because it's the federal city, home rule, the whole 9 yards. So, like, you could throw a little bit of a counterpunch with a dig somewhere, but, I mean, who knows? Like, how real are these threats? Is this going to be stripped away from you? You already have the Comer from Congress writing a sternly worded letter about investigation, and we'd hate to have to come over there and take it away from you guys and do it ourselves. Like, who knows what's real? Who knows?
The chairperson of the D.C. City Council, Mendelson,
yeah,
on the show tomorrow, 3:00.
Oh, nice.
We will ask him what this Trump involvement means for them. He was a no last time we talked to him, but wasn't slamming the door, just wanted some changes. We'll see if any progress has been made and if fall still looks like a time where he could see saying yes. Let's go to Greg in Wisconsin. What's up, Greg? How are you?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, man.
Good.
A little bit of backstory. My name is Greg Waukesha. I'm a member of the Menominee tribe here in Wisconsin. My relation played for the original Boston Redskins in 1933, or 1933 to 1935. His name's Larry Johnson Waukesha. After that, he played for the Giants, World Championship Giants in 1936 for 2 years, and then again in 1944 for the Washington Redskins. He's actually center for Sammy Baugh for, I think, 2 or 3 games. I'm a fan. I'm a member of the Menominee tribe. Fan of the Redskins, fan of the Commanders, whatever you want to call them now. I'm in favor of the name. I'm not here to speak for every Native American, but what I'm going to speak to is my lessons, what I learned through life, and maybe my what I kind of pick up on in the Native community. I'm from again Sheena, it's a small reservation here in Wisconsin. Again, this is just me. I don't speak for every Native American. I am for the name. You kind of hit the nail on the head. It's purely political. This is all political. It has nothing to do. There's maybe small pockets of Native American organizations that are against the name. I'm not saying there's not, but we have more problems in Native American Indian country here today than to worry about a name. A lot of these people probably never even stepped foot on a reservation to even fathom the problems that go on reservations. It's poverty. A lot of these reservations are third world countries. We, as Native people, have more problems than a name.
Well, Greg, we appreciate
Thank you, buddy.
that call and that insight from someone with your perspective. Thank you.
Agreed. Yeah, it's, as you said, it's impossible to speak for everybody because there are so many different small subgroups across the country where there's no way to get one unified voice.
Let's get you to the leadoff before we get to Nats baseball. We're up against it here. Brought to you by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom.
Beyond Jake Irvin, leading off, playing shortstop. See, Jake Abrams batting second in left field. James Wood batting
Let's get a couple
third.
of hits, James Wood. Let's put the ball over the wall, James Wood.
Batting third, your DH, Josh Bell. He's batting fourth. He's playing first. Nathaniel Lowe. Batting fifth and playing third base, Brady House. Batting sixth in right field, Dalen Lyle. Batting seventh at second base, Ahmad Rosario. Batting eighth, doing the catching, that's Riley Adams. And batting ninth, that's Jacob Young, playing center field.
Again, the chairman of the D.C. City Council, Phil Mendelson, tomorrow at 3 o'clock. We will also have the best of the Adam Peters and Dan Quinn press conferences as they kick off training camp. Might we have some Terry McLaurin news to beat the clock as well? Going to be a busy show. We will be live at 2 o'clock. I think we got through it together, right? We're all still pals. Let's high five and go our separate ways here.
I'm a little tired
for the
now.
evening. For Danny, I'm Grant saying so long. Thanks to our producers today. Thanks for listening to The Fan. We're back at it tomorrow.
Thank you for coming.